Chapter 1. You Bean, what's wrong? Arrive. What the hell is going on? What happened? A teenager in a green plaid coat was half kneeling outside a dilapidated wooden house, next to a young girl soaked in blood. And when he turned his head to look inside the wooden house, his eyes seemed to have an earthquake, because his family members were all soaked in blood, and their bodies were covered with visible wounds. After a collapse, he found that the girl next to him, his sister Yuduzi, still had a faint body temperature. He quickly reached out and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, carried his sister on his back, gasped and ran down the mountain, wanting to find a doctor to save his only remaining sister. And just a few seconds after he left, a young girl in the wooden house, who was also soaked in blood and covered in injuries, suddenly opened her eyes, followed by a heavy gasp. It hurts. It hurts. What is the situation? Is there blood on my body? It's hard to breathe, I feel like I'm going to suffocate. The girl held her head high and gasped for breath while trying to calm her state as much as possible, and while her thinking gradually calmed down, broken memories and strong feelings surged up fiercely. The stove door. The world of the Demon Slayer blade. Wait, does the Demon Slayer blade have this character? Isn't Tanjiro the eldest son? Yu Bean is the eldest daughter. Where did this character account come from? Kyungzia looked at this familiar and unfamiliar ceiling, and her blood-stained cheeks trembled slightly. After all, this anime is also the most popular anime in recent years, even if it is not mixed with the current circle of anime has more or less heard of the existence of this anime. Shinichiro glanced around with a puzzled look, and beside her was her mother Aoi Jimin and her younger brothers Takeo Stoveman, Shigeru Stoveman, and Rokuta Stovegate. All of them had no vital signs, and the smell of blood made Kyungzia feel very disgusted. Under the pain of her body, she tried hard to move this strange body. The process of movement was very twisted, the body was stiff, the movements were slow, and the whole body was like a doll. It's just strange that the pain in the body is gradually disappearing, but the wound is still bleeding, but the pain has disappeared? Kyungzia was a little confused, but now is obviously not the time to doubt. She walked in this wooden house as much as possible, and every step was very difficult. With shaky steps, she came to the kitchen. She wanted to find a mirror to see what she looked like now, but she could not find the complete mirror in the kitchen, only the fragments of the mirror. The memory that emerged in his mind was a little blurry, and what emerged was more of the strong feelings of the original owner. Kyungzia covered his head with one hand and was ready to turn around and walk out of the kitchen, thinking about trying to leave from the wooden house, but this body was really not competitive. Chinata just left the wooden house and fell on the snow outside the wooden house. Damn it, it's just that you let me cross over, at least give me a better body, not to mention muscle explosions like honey glass. How can I have special abilities or something? At least let me walk normally. Kyungzia was lying on the snow, although it was difficult to say words on her lips, but the spiritual world was still very lively. She used her mouth that once spit blood from the mouth that touched the popularity of porcelain to curse God who sent her over, obviously not rude words, but beckoned to attack its inside, straight to the point. It's a pity that God won't answer her, and Shinichiro in the real world lies on the snow and continues to hang the machine until Tanjiro finishes the first plot with Tomioka Yoshiyuki and returns to the wooden house with Yudoko, who has become a ghost but has regained consciousness. Tanjiro wanted to come back and collect the corpses of his family to worship, but when he saw that Shinichiro, who was supposed to be in the house, appeared outside the wooden house at this moment, his eyes widened in fright and he hurriedly trotted over. What? Sister! Tanjiro ran to Shinichiri's side, and Yudoko, who had turned into a ghost, quickly followed, and his two eyes turned into small beanie eyes, and he stomped his foot next to him anxiously. Tanjiro was also anxious. He stretched out a finger and placed it on the bridge of Shinichiri's nose, although the sound of breathing was faint, but there was still breathing. Now go down the mountain to find a doctor and maybe save it. Tanjiro's excited hands trembled, and bean-sized tears rolled down his eyes. Now is not the time for tears. Tanjiro hurriedly stretched out his arm and wiped his tears. Although he was already exhausted, he still pulled Chinitsuo up from the snow and carried it on his back, and ran quickly down the mountain with Yubian. Soon, the two came to the bottom of the mountain and found a village doctor, who was dumbfounded when he saw the Chinitsuo who Tanjiro was carrying on his back, and this injury was too serious. "Doctor, please save my sister," said Tanjiro excitedly to the doctor, and the head of Yuduza next to him was like a small electric motor, nodding his head frantically. But this doctor fell silent, because just by looking at this, you can see how heavy the injuries on Kyungzia's body are. He is just a village doctor, not a land immortal. How can this be saved? "Sorry, I can't do it." Under the doctor's words, Tanjiro, no matter how calm he is, there are signs of collapse. Pure despair is often not the most desperate is to give you hope and then immediately give despair. How could it be? Tanjiro pursed his lips and lowered his head, muttering softly in his mouth, and the beans on the side couldn't hold back, and tears the size of beans flowed from his eyes. And at this moment, Chinitsu, who Tanjiro was carrying on his back, suddenly opened his eyes from the state of closing his eyes. Compared with the broken flesh, the look of this eye is full of spirit. "Don't cry, I'm not dead yet." As Kyungzia said this, several people present were instantly stunned, and the most shocked of them was the doctor in front of him. 1,000 words eventually condensed into a rude sentence, and Chinata, who was dragged on Tanjiro's back, was a pair of dead fish eyes. To be honest, she herself also wondered why she wasn't dead yet, but since she wasn't dead now, the injuries on her body should not kill herself. It should be understood by the welfare of the crosser, and the priority now should be to quickly adapt to this body. "Tanjiro, put me down." Chinitsuo originally wanted to let Tanjiro put himself down first, who knew that the expressions of Tanjiro and Yudoko changed drastically. Yubin crossed his hands and shook his head frantically. And Tanjiro replied more resolutely, "Absolutely not." Looking at the expressions of the two, Chinitsuo probably understood the reason for their expressions. "Put me down equals leave me alone, good guy." Two people language full marks. Chapter 2. I mean, I want to stand. "Oh, but sister, can you really do it? The injuries on your body are so bad." Tanjiro was relieved when he learned what Chinitsu meant, but he was still worried about Chinata's body. After all, it was not vague who saw this injury on Chinata's body. Chinitsu shook her head and said that it was okay. She actually didn't feel much pain, it was just difficult to move. Tanjiro hesitated for a moment and nodded. He carefully lowered Chinata off his back. Chinata's feet fell to the ground, but these legs had no strength and Chinitsu almost fell to the ground again, but fortunately, Tanjiro and Yubin were on the side, and helped Chinata steady. This. It's a shame." Kyungzia lowered her head, her face was slightly red. Before that, she really didn't expect that she would actually have a day to be helped. In her previous life she could easily turn over to a sports athlete. "Sister, are you all right?" Chinitsu gasped for air after standing firmly on the ground. She struggled to control her sense of balance, and this look fell in the eyes of Tanjiro and Yudoko, both thinking that Chinata was hurt by the injury. But in the eyes of the doctor in front of him, it is simply a ridiculous joke, and he has already tacitly assumed that the girl in front of him is not really injured at all, but is pandering herself. "Now child, I won't worry about it this time, let's go, don't make a fuss with me." The doctor waved his hand at the three men in front of him, then turned and walked back to his house and closed the door. Tanjiro saw that he was still thinking about knocking on the door to ask the doctor to treat his sister, but was stopped by Chinitsu. "It's okay, I shouldn't need a doctor." Although Chinitsu's shaky look was not convincing to say this, Tanjiro still believed Chinitsu for the same reason, because Chinitsu was his older sister. After saying goodbye to the doctor's residence, Tanjiro still wants to go back to his home on the mountain to collect the bodies of his mother and brothers and bury them, and both Chinitsu and Yudoko agree, but before that, Tanjiro goes to another place. Almost 10 minutes passed, and Tanjiro ran out of a woodworking shop, pushing a simple wooden wheelchair with both hands. Sister, let's use this first, grinned Tanjiro. Of course he wouldn't let his sister walk back like that, a wheelchair was his idea. This wooden wheelchair is not cheap, and Tanjiro does not have much money with him, but Tanjiro has a good relationship with many people in the store, and the owner of the carpentry shop is very happy to let Tanjiro pay on credit, and wait for Tanjiro to withdraw money from the mountain and pay again. Looking at Tanjiro's smile, Chinitsu lowered his head and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Tanjiro was too Isashi. Although there are many Isashi men in the anime, Tanjiro's Isashi degree does have a level that can stand out among many male protagonists. Looking at Chinata's expression that seemed to be smiling, Tanjiro was even happier, and at the same time, he secretly made up his mind that he must protect his sister and sister. Chinitsu sat in a wheelchair, Tanjiro pushed the wheelchair, Yubin squinted and followed happily, and the three slowly returned to the wooden house in the mountains. After returning to the wooden house and seeing the corpses of their families, the heavy atmosphere once again enveloped them. And Tanjiro silently walked back to the house, took his mother and brothers out, and dug a pit near the house to bury them. Tanjiro clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, prayed for his family, and vowed in his heart to avenge his family and find a way to restore Yudu to a normal human. After praying, Tanjiro turned back to Chinitsu and Yudoko. Originally he wanted to say let's go, but in the blink of an eye, he suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have explained to his sister what had happened. Tanjiro then briefly explained to Chinitsu what he met Tomioka and what Tomioka told him. While speaking, he was also carefully observing the look on Kyungzia's face, deeply afraid that his sister would not be able to accept it, although in her impression sister Kyungzia is a person who is very tolerant of new things and has a gentle personality, but in the face of ghosts, no matter how strong the acceptance ability is, people do not dare to guarantee their mental state. That's it, Tomioka said, let me go to an old man named Takizakenji, in order to be able to avenge my family, I can also become strong. Tanjiro said while clenching his fists, and Chinitsu in front of him lowered his head. Tanjiro thought that Chinitsu was uncomfortable or disgusted with ghost things. Just when he wanted to comfort Chinata, Chinitsu took a deep breath and raised his head. Then go find Takizuoji, I'll go study with you. Kyungzia's eyes sparkled in a wheelchair. Tanjiro was taken aback, he hoped to be able to place his sister well, and he took Yubin and the two of them to find Takizuoji, not because he thought that Chinitsu was dragging his feet, but simply took into account Chinata's physical condition. Sister, you better rest more, I'll cheer up. Tanjiro was a little busy persuading Chinata, but how could Chinitsu just lie in a wheelchair and watch the protagonist brush the book, hang up until the end? Although being sent to this world Chinitsu felt too sudden and a little disgusted, but since he came, there was no reason not to do anything. Kyungzia can still vaguely feel the desperate and powerless feelings of the original owner when facing no misery. Unable to do anything, he watched his mother and brother die in front of his eyes, and then he was slaughtered in cruel blood. No tragedy claims to be a natural disaster. Being killed by himself is the same as being killed by torrential rain, strong wind, earthquake, tsunami, volcanic eruption. No one will take revenge on these natural disasters, and he is just a kind of natural disaster. It is very normal to be killed by himself, and he should be glad that he picked up a small life if he survived from his own hands. It's really hot to think about. Kyungzia, who is in a wheelchair, is angry just thinking about it, and wants to immediately rush to Wu Miserable and say to him, "You fart," and then cut him to pieces. Kyungzia took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it. She knew that she had to be calm, she couldn't do anything now, and the priority now was to adapt to her body first, and then cultivate Kagura, the god of fire. When I really look forward to seeing misery in the future, I hold the red Nikawa knife and lower my head, step by step towards him while saying, "What the hell do you think of life?" Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on Chinitsu's face, and Tanjiro beside her blinked dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Sister! What is this thinking? laughing so terrible. Chapter 3. On the village lane, a teenager carrying a basket and pushing a wheelchair in his hand is moving forward. The basket he was carrying contained his sister Yu's beans, and on the wheelchair he was pushing was sitting his sister Chinitsu. They are heading to the narrow fog mountain, and thanks to Tanjiro on the way, this is again carrying and pushing people, and this 1000 summers are a little embarrassed. The condition of physical recovery is still not ideal. If you are serious, you can move for a short time, but it is only a short time, and it is estimated that it will take about a month to fully recover to the activity ability of ordinary people. Kyungzia, who was sitting in a wheelchair, lowered his head and sighed, a month is not long, and it is not short. Tanjiro, who was pushing the wheelchair, quietly looked at Chinitsu sitting in the wheelchair, still a little worried about his sister's physical condition. Is it really okay to be injured so badly, but after so long, it seems that there really is no other reaction other than impaired mobility. Could it be that my sister has also become a ghost like Yubin or has also been affected to a certain extent? Tanjiro thought, but the harsh sunlight in the sky interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Tomioka said that ghosts are afraid of the sun, and my sister shows no signs of fear of the sun at all, really. I can't figure it out at all. Tanjiro pushed the wheelchair with one hand and scratched the back of his head with the other. The three continued to move forward and soon came to the foot of the mountain not far from the narrow mist mountain. If you want to get to that mountain, you have to go over this mountain. Do you have to carry such a big luggage and bring a little girl with mobility problems? At the foot of the mountain, Tanjiro politely asked for directions, and the woman who answered inadvertently glanced at Tanjiro twice more because she saw Tanjiro's magical configuration. Tanjiro asked roughly for the way, then bent slightly to the woman in thanks, and then turned to go up the mountain. After all, time does not wait for anyone. He wants to find Takizuoji quickly, and then learn the skill. The sky gradually darkened, and losing the harsh sunlight, Bean's head poofed, and poofed out of the basket that Tanjiro was carrying. Of course, she wanted to stay by her sister's side more than in the basket. The three of them chatted and moved forward, and as they continued to contact with Tanjiro and Yutoko, the vague memories and feelings of the original owner gradually surfaced in their minds. Tanjiro is constantly talking to enliven the atmosphere, while Chinitsu closes his eyes and uses the first-person high-speed makeup in his head. Although there is no such character in the original work, in this world, Chinitsu Stove is a real character, the eldest daughter of the Stove family, who accompanied Tanjiro and Yubin from childhood to adulthood. While Chinitsu was immersed in the sea of resumption, Tanjiro suddenly stopped, his eyes trembling, and his nose sniffed hard. There is a smell of blood. The road on this mountain is very narrow, someone must have been injured. The enthusiastic Tanjiro immediately wanted to rush over after smelling the smell of blood, but before he could advance 2 steps, he was stopped by Chinitsu who opened his eyes. Tanjiro, wait a minute. Sister, someone may be injured. You calm down first. Didn't we hear before we went up the mountain that there are often people missing on this mountain? Chinitsu in a wheelchair said lightly. She understood what would happen next. If Tanjiro rushed over like this and would meet the first real ghost he saw besides Yubin, he would have grappled with the ghost. The whole process could be described as dangerous. If it weren't for his luck, maybe he would be hanging here. Tanjiro was reminded by Chinata and instantly thought of the existence of ghosts. There are people missing in the dark night, coupled with the strong smell of blood. The possibility of ghosts here is indeed very large. Tanjiro hesitated, because the possibility of ghosts is very high, but the possibility of injured people is not small, and if he fails to save the person who could have been saved because of a mistake in judgment, he will blame himself very much. So, should we ignore? Ignore? Why ignore? Of course it's killing. Chinata's answer greatly surprised Tanjiro's expectation, who had thought that Chinitsu was trying to seek stability and therefore objected to checking the situation in the past. Of course, it is right to seek stability, but this is also part of the plot, and now there is no way to get rid of the strength of the plot to modify the plot, so of course, you must follow the plot for a while. Shinichiro asked Tanjiro to lean his head over, and she softly told Tanjiro the tactics of waiting for the meeting, and Tanjiro listened, and the expression on his face became quite wonderful for a while. 10 minutes later, Tanjiro took Shinichiro and Yubian to the place where the smell of blood came from. It was a Buddhist hall in the mountains, and there were still lights in the hall, and there was no sound of people talking, but it was not silent. Tanjiro took a deep breath, pushed the door of the main entrance of the Buddhist hall open, and shouted, "Are you okay?" When I opened the door, I saw several dead human corpses stained with blood lying on the ground, and a ghost with blood on both hands standing next to me. And hearing Tanjiro's shout, he muttered a little impatiently while turning his head to look behind him. Of course there is something, Lao Tzu is very hungry now, don't disturb Lao Tzu to eat. Poof. This ghost's words were only halfway through, and his head had just turned to look at Tanjiro's side, only to see a spinning axe flew towards it with a rapid sound. This flying axe hit the red heart, and the axe body was inserted into the ghost's head on the spot. Ghost. Confused. Although the low-level ghost also has the ability to regenerate, the regeneration ability is not strong, and there is also a human-like pain, but it is much more numb than humans, but this sudden headshot really caught him off guard, and the pain is self-evident. AAA. So. Tanjiro widened his eyes and plucked up the courage to shout and rushed towards the ghost, pulling the axe out of the ghost's head before the ghost could fully adjust to the pain, and threw it sharply and vertically, slashing at the ghost's head again. For ghosts, headshots are not fatal injuries, and strictly speaking, there are 4 ways to kill ghosts. The first type, human musket/gunpowder, through the musket equipped with a special projectile, if through the neck of the ghost can kill ordinary ghosts, and a large amount of black powder is also very threatening to ghosts. The second, the light of the sun. This is the most direct method, even the Ghost King is afraid of the sun, and will be exposed to the sun and die under direct light. The third type, the Nikawa knife or weapons of the same material, these weapons harbor the power of the sun, and can kill the ghost by cutting off the ghost's neck. The fourth type, the regeneration of ghosts will consume physical strength. If the physical strength is not exhausted, it can no longer be regenerated, so ghosts can be consumed, but in general, the physical strength of ghosts is much higher than that of people, so this situation is difficult to happen. But now the method that Tanjiro wants to use is the fourth method. The ghost in front of him is only the lowest level ghost, and in the case of holding a weapon, the fourth method is not impossible to achieve. Can't be afraid, shouted Tanjiro with all his strength, and with the strength of the woodcutter and the sharpness of the axe, he continuously slashed at the head of the ghost in front of him. A series of continuous axe strikes, this ghost was cut by Tanjiro under the stalemate, because everything happened too suddenly. This ghost hung up before the mouth was still AAA. Tanjiro, time to kill. Low-level ghost, no. Don't talk about martial virtue. Chapter 4. Chang. It worked. Tanjiro sat on the ground with a snort, although it was not a killing, but the difference in the feel was not obvious, and the only difference in killing ghosts would not feel guilty. Tanjiro did a beautiful job, even more beautiful than Shinichiro thought, and Shinichiro thought that Tanjiro would be a little hesitant, but this time he didn't. Also, after all, the reason why Tanjiro hesitated at this stage in the original book was that he felt that the big stone in his hand could not destroy the ghost's head with one blow, and it would take several or even dozens of blows, but it was enough to change to an iron axe with only 1 or 2 strokes, and Tanjiro naturally would not hesitate. Just as Shinichiro was about to stretch out her hands to applaud Tanjiro, there was a sound of clapping behind her, and a mysterious old man wearing a Tengu mask appeared behind them. Really, as described in the original book, this step was really fast and silent. Well done, fast and ruthless, your ability to move is beyond my expectations, you are the child introduced by Tomioka, better than I thought. He said as he applauded, and the old man in the mask was the one they were looking for. Cultivator, Taki left near G. Tanjiro, who was sitting on the ground, heard someone come out and applauded himself. He lowered his head and scratched the back of his head with a slightly embarrassed hand, and replied, "This is all my sister's idea, I just implemented the plan my sister said." "Oh, did you come up with it?" Taki looked at Chinitsuo in the wheelchair with some surprise. Tomioka Yoshiyuki did not introduce him to the wheelchair girl, but he did not expect that the surprise attack just now was actually arranged by this seemingly weak girl. "I want to ask, if this teenager fails to chop the ghost's head to pieces, what will you do next? Run away or continue fighting?" "Oh, that means there's a backhand." Taki looked at Chinitsuo with interest. In his opinion, if Tanjiro failed to kill the Oni with an axe, the situation that would happen next would be reversed 180 degrees. The teenager is not enough to fight the ghost, and the girl in a wheelchair is not okay. Unable to move? Shitake just thought so, and Chinitsuo, who was in a wheelchair in his sight, stood up on his own, where was incapacitated. "Are you trying to give Tanjiro the opportunity to attack by making the Oni mistake you for a breakthrough through your own disguise?" Taki thought he already knew the truth and praised the girl's wit in his heart, but Chinitsuo's answer was not the same as Takama's. It is not sacrificing himself to create an opportunity for Tanjiro to attack, but to create an opportunity for himself. However, since Taki thinks so, Chinitsuo is not prepared to explain clearly. Anyway, Taki's brain supplement is not bad, and it should add a lot of points to her in Taki's external favorability. Tanjiro and Yubin next to them heard that their sister actually thought so. Both of them were anxious on the spot, and they didn't want their sister to take risks for them. "Sister, I'm sorry." Chinitsuo folded her hands together to apologize to Tanjiro and Yudoko, and Taki looked at the three people in front of him, and a famous disciple he had taught appeared in his eyes. The sky gradually brightened, the sun fell on their faces. Tanjiro was first sighing that today's sun was so dazzling, and then reacted that the current bean is a ghost and cannot touch the sun. Tanjiro turned his head anxiously and scanned around, smelling the smell, and quickly ran to the Buddhist hall full of corpses, and he was relieved to see Yubin shrinking in the Buddhist hall. And Taki appeared behind him unconsciously. "Junior, your name is Tanjiro, right?" "Yes. Yes, my name is Tanjiro." Tanjiro quickly turned around and replied nervously. Under the previous exchange, he already knew that the old man with the mask in front of him was the Taki Zuoji he was looking for. Mr. Tomioka is very strong, so Mr. Taki introduced by Mr. Tomioka is definitely not a general. That's right, Taki Zuoji is indeed not a general, he is the Ahara water pillar, and he is one of the strongest people in the ghost-killing team. Taki looked at Tanjiro in front of him and said seriously, "Because you killed that ghost before by virtue of the fighting method your sister said, then it will not be counted in my test results for you, and I will test you rigorously later, so let me see if you have the ability to become a member of the ghost-killing team." Although he didn't start right away, Tanjiro was already very happy to hear this answer. "I see. Then come with your sister I will be in charge of transporting." In this way, the dirt road in the countryside made a very magical picture, an old man with a Tengu mask pushing a wheelchair at a speed that did not fit his age and running in front at a speed that did not fit his age, and a teenager with a large basket on his back gasped and followed behind. Tanjiro's eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't imagine why Takizo was able to run so fast, simply running so fast. Why could it be so long-lasting? The speed did not drop a little after so many kilometers, and it had remained at 1 degree. In the same way as Tanjiro's disbelief, Chinitsuo, who was in a wheelchair and was pushed forward by Taki, was also shocked. This gust of wind from the front and the strong thrust behind him, Chinitsuo felt that he was not in a wheelchair, but on a roller coaster at an amusement park. This. Kyungzia didn't reject this speed at all, although it was a little difficult for her to open her eyes because of the oncoming wind. Running from dark to dawn, and then from dawn to dusk, Taki in front of him stopped. Tanjiro was tired and out of breath. He put his hands on his knees and gasped and said, I got yours. Receive. The test has just begun now, Go up the mountain, I will be in charge of taking care of your sister and sister during this time up the mountain. Taki gave Tanjiro a preliminary explanation of the difficulties encountered in the process of going up the mountain, and Tanjiro grunted and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then seriously stepped on the test of going up the mountain. After seeing off Tanjiro, Taki looked at Chinitsuo in a wheelchair, and a strange color appeared in his eyes under Tengu's mask. Girl, can I talk to you? Chapter 5. In the wooden house at the foot of the mountain, Yubin is lying on the side and sleeping, and Taki and Chinitsuo are facing each other, and the atmosphere is a little subtle. Girl, can you take off your clothes? Hey! This sentence was mentally prepared, and Kyungzia was in his heart, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Old man Taki although. But. You are. Do you want to see the wounds on my body? This should be enough, right? Kyungzia naturally did not think that the old man Taki was a voyeur and wanted to attack herself. She reached out and slightly removed the corner of her clothes, revealing one of her shoulders, and a wound that extended to the place covered by her clothes was already exposed. Taki under the mask trembled slightly, although he probably guessed the injury of the girl in front of him, but this wound was a little too serious. If a normal person is injured to this extent, I am afraid that he will not be able to get up from the bed, and the breath emitted by his body should be weaker. Taki continued to look at the wound, and he actually felt that the wound seemed to have a faint tendency to heal itself. Incredible, incredible, girl, your wound seems to have healed itself. It will completely heal itself in the near future, maybe the scars will not be left. This ability to heal itself is definitely not a level that humans can achieve. I guess you may have undergone special changes in your body like your sister Yuduzi. You are not afraid of the sun. If you do not have a strong desire for blood and humans, then this change is simply too much. Taki did not continue, because he felt as if he was about to gaffe. But this can't blame him, after all, this situation is really too rare, and the ghost has gained powerful abilities beyond humans, but at the cost of unbearable bloodthirsty desire and being wiped out by the sun. But the girl in front of her has a stronger recovery ability than humans, but she is not afraid of sunlight, and she does not seem to have the bloodthirsty desire of ghosts, and this change can be described as evolution. People and ghosts have been fighting for thousands of years, and people have been suppressed by ghosts, because ghosts have caused serious injuries or even fatal injuries to humans, but the damage caused by humans to ghosts can be quickly recovered. Even if the ghosts are finally defeated, the members of the ghost-killing team who are seriously injured are likely to retire or even die. If this is really evolution, then if it can be extended to the entire ghost-killing team, it may be able to reverse the weakness of ghosts in recent centuries. Of course, if this is through the blood of ghosts to produce evolution, there must be a lot of people in the ghost-killing team who reject it, and they still have to think in the long run. Although Taki was wearing a mask, Chinitsuo could also understand what expression Taki would probably have on his face now. Her body is indeed very strange, the wound is healing itself, the pain is not obvious, not afraid of the sun, bloodthirsty desire is not at all, although the body is still a little difficult to move freely like normal people. Kyungzia has a special feeling, this seemingly weak body may hide more power than she imagined. A few hours later, there was a sound of footsteps outside the wooden house, step, 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 and the door of the wooden house was pulled open. And Tanjiro walked in from outside panting, and dripping blood flowed from the forehead of the iron-headed baby. I'm back. Tanjiro said and lay weakly on the floor of the wooden house. Taki turned his head to look at Tanjiro, and then glanced out the window to judge the time. It was a surprise. I didn't expect to pass the test so quickly. A boy with strong beliefs, a ghost girl who turns into a ghost but restrains her bloodthirsty desires, and a girl who seems to have reached an elusive evolution. These three people. Interesting. Then let's start training tomorrow. Day 2. Tanjiro got up early and began to teach Tanjiro the knowledge between ghosts and people. Tanjiro listened carefully, showing a surprised expression from time to time, and would take notes when he encountered something difficult to understand. Chinitsu came to listen with her, and although she knew what Taki had taught, it was still necessary to pretend. With the completion of the teaching of theoretical knowledge, the practice of physical arts followed, and Taki constantly laid traps on the mountain for Tanjiro to pass, the faster the better, and when the target was reached, Tanjiro held a sword to simulate the scene of future sword-holding combat. For these practices, Kyungzia can only watch from the sidelines, because her body has not fully recovered, but the speed of recovery has been quite fast, or the speed of this recovery is improving day by day. In just 1 week, the wounds on Chinitsu's body did not even have scars, and she felt that she should be able to get rid of the shackles of this wheelchair. After Tanjiro successfully completed his training in the Yamanaka trap level, he began to formally learn the practice of using swords. On this day, Chinitsu got up from her wheelchair and walked step by step to Taki and Tanjiro's side. "Can you take me one?" After hearing Chinata's voice, Tanjiro suddenly turned his head to look at Chinata, so frightened that the knife in his hand almost didn't hold it steady, and said in a panic, "Sister, why did you stand up?" Before Tanjiro's words were finished, a loving iron fist slammed into Tanjiro's hard iron head, and Tanjiro's words suddenly stopped, and he took 2 steps back with his hands covering his forehead. "Don't be wheelchair all day, it's been a week, I can't be in a wheelchair all the time, right?" said Kyungzia lightly. Tanjiro blinked his eyes blankly. Is it normal for such a serious injury to be fine for a week without having to do a wheelchair? At this moment, Chinitsu did not look like a seriously injured patient some time ago. His complexion was rosy, more red than Tanjiro and Yudoko's brown hair, and from the appearance of it, he was a different type of beauty from Yuduzi. Of course, whether you are beautiful or not has nothing to do with becoming a member of the ghost-killing team. After all, the insect pillars and love pillars in the ghost-killing team are also beautiful, and the ghost-killing team will not judge based on appearance and gender, and the criteria for judging are only strength and consciousness. Then you can practice with Tanjiro. I just gave Tanjiro a knife, and Taki still has a blade in his hand to demonstrate his sword skills, so I'll give it to Chinitsu. Now that the students are ready, Taki is not wasting too much time. Before teaching the 2 of them breath of water, Taki wants to teach the basic swordsmanship to the 2 to lay the foundation for the subsequent swordsmanship. Taki estimated that he would have to teach for about 2 years, but the time it took to really teach to the point where he could not teach was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 6. The knife is easy to break, although the knife is very able to accept the longitudinal force, but the horizontal force is difficult to bear. When using the knife to use straight force, the direction of the knife body and the direction of the knife swing should be consistent, but any little inconsistency will make the power of the knife fall, and even the knife body is broken. Taki said as he easily cut the steak in front of him in half with his sword in hand. Don't underestimate the difficulty of chopping off the steak. Tanjiro also couldn't wait to try it after seeing the scales showing, but the blade did not cut off the steak, but stuck on the periphery of the steak. Although Tanjiro's strength is great, it is useless if the technique is not mastered, not to mention that Tanjiro is afraid from the bottom of his heart that he will accidentally break the sword. Taki was not surprised, but criticism of education was still indispensable, and while Taki was educating Tanjiro, Chinitsu held the sword that Taki handed to him after showing off the steak, and turned his head to lock his eyes on the steak that Tanjiro had also chopped. Just listening to the sound of "oh," the steak was cut in 2, one of which slowly rolled to the ground, and Tanjiro and Taki heard this sound, and their heads stiffened little by little to look at Chinata. "Sister, how did you do this?" "Well, that's it." "Did it?" Kyungzia also blinked her eyes a little embarrassed. In fact, the moment she held the knife, she faintly had a very magical feeling, and with the feeling that Kyungzia tried it, this result was also beyond her expectations. After thinking for a while, Chinata showed an expression of sudden realization. She looked at the stunned Tanjiro and Taki seriously, and said, "Well, kitchen knives are also knives. Although I hold this kind of knife for the first time, Don't I take kitchen knives every day? Taki was covered with black lines, but Tanjiro next to him showed such a look, and his brain circuits were connected to Chinada. Yes, a kitchen knife is also a knife, sister, you are good at using a kitchen knife. Tanjiro explained himself with bright eyes. In the stove house, because of the father's ill health and early death, the mother and the older children in the family began to handle household chores very early. Yudoko takes care of the younger children and does some needlework, Tanjiro chops wood and assists his mother with some household matters, and Chinitsu picks up a kitchen knife early and becomes the first person in the kitchen in the house. Tanjiro once saw his sister's kitchen kung fu in the kitchen room. It is almost impossible to describe it as a ghostly work. Tanjiro associated kitchen knife kung fu with sword kung fu, suddenly did not feel strange. Tanjiro clenched the blade in his hand, thinking that since his sister had succeeded, he would have to succeed quickly. In the original book, Tanjiro only learned all of Taki lessons in Yamanaka in 2 years, but now with the existence of Chinitsu, Tanjiro has added a superpower to the original book. Try harder. Your beans are sleeping, Tanjiro is full of firepower, and Chinitsu is still in the process of exploring the mysteries of his body. Although she can get out of the wheelchair, Kyungzia still uses a wheelchair from time to time, and the inexplicable talent of this body corresponds to the fact that Kyungzia is more likely to feel tired than ordinary people. This should be the so-called equivalent exchange. The breath of water Kyungzia is also cultivating, and some people may ask why they don't directly practice the fire god Kagura, and there is a reason for this. The power of the fire god Kagura is much stronger than the breath of water. Even if he has practiced for 2 years and has become a ghost-killing team and successfully killed several low-level ghosts, Tanjiro who uses the breath of fire to swing a few swords, his whole body will be uncomfortable, and he will kneel on the spot. If you directly practice the god of fire Kagura without laying a good foundation, this is tantamount to forcibly using high-level skills if the level is not enough, and whether it can be made is a question mark and will be crazy to deduct blood. Water breathing is one of the 5 basic breathing methods under the origin breath, characterized by comprehensive attributes, gentle breathing, and is an easy-to-use type among the 5 basic breathing methods, and a large number of people in the ghost-killing team use water breathing. Type 1, Water Surface/2 type, Water Wheel 3 type, Flow Dancing 4 type, Strike Tide 5 type, Dry Sky Sayu 6 type, Twisting Vortex 7 type, Shizuku Ripple Stabbing 8 type, Taki Pot 9 type, Water Flow Droplets, Chaotic 10 type, Life Flow. From the perspective of sword skills, these 10 moves are really very comprehensive. There are Position type Water Droplets and Chaos. There is a Virgin-like Dry Heavenly Mercy Rain, which can reach the life flow on the following grams, and so on. Kyungzia also went to study seriously, and when she really mastered it, she was shocked. It turned out that she could really spray water. Well, after careful observation, I found that this is not real water, but water like sword chi, which is the embodiment of sword chi. If the breath of water can really spew out water, the breath of flame can really spew fire, and the breath of thunder can really squirt thunder, then the real value of these breathing methods may be more than just destroying ghosts. Time passed day by day, because the cultivation speed of the two was far beyond his imagination, and this original plan was disrupted, so he could only modify the plan frequently. Night. Chinitsu lay on the bed and quietly looked at the ceiling in the room, slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Not surprisingly, she dreamed again of the dream that she had dreamed of countless times since she crossed over. In the Tanjiro family, after Tanjiro left, the family still lived in harmony as usual. Mother, gentle and virtuous. Your beans are also a generation of ladies. Although Takeo, Shigeru, Rokuta, and Hanako are still young, they have the naughty side of children and will not bring any trouble to everyone, and they are not bare children. Standing in the kitchen, Chinitsu looked at the ingredients in her hand, thinking about how to make the food more delicious. And just as Chinitsu decided to start cooking, there was a knock on the door of the house. Knock. It won't be my brother anyway, he just went out. I'll open the door. I'll open the door. Takeo, slow down, slow down. Takeo rushed to the door quickly, and his mother, Aizi, quickly got up to see who was knocking. With a click, Takeo opened the door and saw a man in a black suit who looked similar to Michael Jackson appear at the door. Hello. Chapter 7. This young man immediately knew that he was from the upper class, and the clothes on his body compared with our family's clothes seemed to come from two worlds. Stovegate Takeo raised his head and looked at the young man slightly stunned, because he had never seen such a person. He cringed and turned his head to look at his mother Stovegate Aoiji who came behind him. Stovegate Aoiji looked at the man in front of him, and asked suspiciously, "Excuse me. 1, 2, 3. There are quite a lot of you family," Wuxian said while stretching out one of his fingers. The nails on his fingers were originally not long, but as he stretched out his finger, the nails on his fingers quickly elongated at a speed visible to the naked eye. A strange atmosphere suddenly enveloped the entire house, and even Chinata, who was standing in the kitchen and cooking, felt this wrong atmosphere. His chest was a little dull, and his vision became a little blurry. Qingxia put down the kitchen knife in her hand. She turned around and walked out of the kitchen suspiciously, wanting to ask if something had happened, but when she saw the scene outside, her eyes trembled with fear, and her throat seemed to be stuck by something. A sanctimonious-looking man ran through his mother's chest, and his younger brothers Takeo, Shigeru, and Rokuta lay on the ground, also soaked in blood. Qingxia did not know this man, no one in the Stove family knew this man, and the reason why this man killed them is unknown, although many questions can surface, but at this moment Qingxia's heart is only anger. What have you done to my family? Qingxia clenched her fists and rushed over against Wu Miao. Her weak body, she had never fought a fight, so she didn't say she was a ghost. I'm afraid even a boy younger than herself might not have beaten. Wuxia glanced at him contemptuously, but his arm was casually flicked at Qingxia's body, and a wide and deep scar immediately appeared on Qingxia's body. Chinitsu fell heavily on the floor, and the pain in the wound made her lose most of her consciousness for a while. She gritted her teeth and stared at the miserable figure that had become a little blurry, and the hatred and anger in her heart did not decrease. Sister, when I grow up, I will support this family. Sister, look at my muscles. I'm very good, right? I should be able to chop wood with brother Tanjiro soon. Sister, teach me how to knit clothes. It's almost winter recently, and I also want to make more warm clothes for everyone. Chinata's vision became more and more blurred, and she eventually closed her eyes, lay in a pool of blood and lost consciousness, until her life came to an end. In the real world, Chinitsu suddenly opened her eyes and got up from the bed with a big gasp. Although she has dreamed of this dream countless times, this should be uncomfortable. The original owner's feelings are too strong. The most fatal is the absolute first person in this dream. This pain that was beaten without tragedy is also simulated in the dream. Chinitsu gasped and left the bed. She calmed her mind and walked to the mirror of Takaki's house, her cheeks dripping with cold sweat. If this scene was seen by Tanjiro, I am afraid that Chinitsu was seriously ill or something. However, every time he experiences this dream, Qingxia can feel that his match with this body is getting higher and higher, and the memories and feelings of the original owner are becoming clearer and clearer. Don't worry, I will avenge you, and I will protect Tanjiro and Yubin. Chinitsu took a deep breath and looked at the mirror in front of him, and his current appearance appeared in the mirror. She is very similar to Yubin. It can be said that she is a mature version of Yubin, with long brown-red hair, eyes that are more red than peach, and chests that are surprising. Qingxia sighed helplessly. She looked at the window next to her. The sun had gradually risen, which indicated that today's training was about to begin. Due to the tragedy of the later plot, the Ghost Slayer blade was called Pillar Slayer blade by fans, and the column is the highest title of the ghost killing team and the strongest combat power against ghosts. But compared to the column, the combat power on the ghost's side is too strong. A column can defeat the lower string ghost, and the upper string ghost can defeat the column like the column solves the lower string ghost, which leads to the huge price to replace an upper string ghost. People are not like ghosts. People do not have the excellent regeneration ability of ghosts. Even if they defeat ghosts, they may unfortunately die due to injuries on their bodies. Yan Zhu died of his injuries due to the confrontation against the upper winding 3. The column of sound against the winding 6 lost an eye and an arm. In order to weaken the strength of the upper string 2, the insect pillar was voluntarily eaten raw by the upper string 2. Kashumi Zhu was wounded and bled to death in the final battle. Although the snake pillar and the love pillar survived the final battle, they died in each other's arms because of their injuries that could not be treated at all. The rock pillar opened the markings of burning life, knowing that his time was short, so he gave the opportunity for treatment to others, and died with a smile in the sun. Although the wind and water pillars survived, they did not have much time due to the forbidden force markings, and they would die early before the age of 25. Even the protagonist's Tanjiro is blind in one eye and loses an arm, and her CP Kanami is also blind in one eye, and the vision in the other eye is seriously reduced, not much different from being blind. Although the author ended up with a reincarnation chapter, it was a reincarnation thing, and no matter how good the reincarnated life was, it had nothing to do with the present life. If you travel to the world of Hokage and pirates, you may still have the idea of your own lewd wave to the finale, but crossing into the world view of the Ghost Slayer Blade, how much heart it takes to ignore so many tragedies and not be moved. Anyway, Kyungzia can't do it. Chinitsu took a deep breath, she held the practice sword in her hand and quickly left the wooden house and walked outside, just as Tanjiro, who was diligent and hard-working, came out of the room, even though he was sleepy. The 10th form of the breath of water is still not mastered, and if it goes on like this, Taki-sensei will definitely use its powder bone-crushing fist on me again. Taki once said that if the progress was not up to standard, he would break Tanjiro's bones. He was serious, and he really did it. And the most fatal thing is not that he can break people with one punch, the most deadly thing is that Taki can not only fracture people, he can also raise bones in the fastest time, and even raise bones better than before the fracture. In this way, Taki can use the crushing body fist again. Tanjiro's whole body trembled when he thought about it, and when he was thinking that he must work hard to practice today, Chinitsu next to her hesitated and said, "Otherwise, I'll teach you." "Sister, have you mastered the 10 shape?" Chapter 8. Tanjiro took a deep breath hard, and after breathing in and out for several times, Tanjiro finally eased up. "Sister, then please." Tanjiro's eyes regained their previous firmness, although it was indeed hit, but if it was a sister, wouldn't it be good? Compared to his sister's slow progress in cultivation, Tanjiro said that he must support his sister's fast cultivation. If Chinitsu has a fan team, then Tanjiro is undoubtedly the number one big fan who is dancing with the flag. The two quickly came to the clearing. Kyungzia clenched the ordinary long knife in her hand with both hands, and under the frequency of her breathing, the long knife in her hand faintly appeared like a stream of water. If the knife in his hand was a Nikki knife unique to the members of the ghost-killing team, the ripples of this water flow would be a little more obvious. After converting the breathing method, Chinitsu uses the 10th type of water breath in front of Tanjiro, which is called raw flow. This sword technique is a must-kill technique for water breath by superimposing the power of water ripple sword chi by rotating and dancing, and even a comprehensive water breath can exert the power of other offensive breathing methods when stacked to a certain extent. Because it was just a demonstration, Kyungzia did not dance a few times, and after condensing a small faucet a little, he cut down a nearby tree, only listening to the bang, and the big tree was broken in two by the response. "Well, so awesome! No, sister, you used such a powerful move. How is your body, tired or not? Is there any acid? Go!" Bang! Tanjiro's words were not finished, and Chinitsu held another palm other than the long knife against Tanjiro's head. "Don't make such a fuss, okay, although I do get tired easily, I don't get tired with a knife." Kyungzia said a little speechlessly. It is clear that she is the eldest sister, older than his eldest son, but after getting along for so long, Chinitsu always feels that Tanjiro seems to be the big brother who is the biggest in his generation. This is not okay. It is acceptable that Tanjiro will take care of people, but the dignity and momentum of being an older sister cannot be lost. Chinitsu said that although she inherited the memory and will of the original owner, she did not want to become a gentle lady like the original owner. Lady cute or something, you beans alone is enough. Chinitsu nodded with his hands crossed at his waist, and Tanjiro tilted his head in confusion. He always felt that his sister seemed to have changed, but it was not like a changed person, and Tanjiro could feel that his sister was still so gentle in nature, and he became strong on the surface, perhaps because he saw the impact of his family being slaughtered by ghosts. Tanjiro clenched the long knife in his hand and began to practice water breath type 10 life flow as shown by Chinitsu before. The scene just now and now fell in the sight of Taki not far away, and Taki was pleased and a little uncomfortable at the sight of the two of them cultivating so diligently. Fortunately, if this progress continues, the two of them will soon be able to become a master, and if they do not die, they will definitely become very strong in the future, and they will not be so easy to die in the ghost hunting operation. The uncomfortable thing is that today's cultivation plan he just made last night can be lost. Not only has Kyungzia already mastered the 10th type of life circulation, looking at this situation, I am afraid it will not take long for Tanjiro to learn it. It's really troublesome, I'll have to tear it down and start over now, but forget it, it's better for me to work harder than these two children dying at the hands of ghosts later. Taki muttered softly and turned back to the wooden house. Tanjiro continued to practice the 10th type of water breathing, while Chinitsu sat on the rock next to him, trying to recall his previous memories. Kagura, the god of fire. This is the Kagura dance passed down from generation to generation by the Stoveman family, originating from the man with the strongest world view of the ghost destroyer, Jikoku Eniki, who used to be friends with the ancestor of the Jikoku family, and after Jikoku Eniki personally demonstrated a set of breaths of the sun, the ancestor of Stove recorded it under the pseudonym Fire God Kagura, calling it a dance to pray for peace to Lord Vulcan. Although this Kagura dance is not passed on to men and women, the whole set of poses it dances was seen every year before his death. However, the unique breathing method is really only known to Tanjiro. After all, the inheritor alone is enough, the other boys are too young, and the girls are not interested. Chinitsu, former I have a kitchen knife enough. Chinitsu tried to think in her memory, and in the end, she could barely remember the dance of Kagura, the god of fire, and the way she breathed was completely unimpressed. That's it, let's draw a scoop according to the gourd first. Kyungzia said just do it. He held a long knife and danced according to the dance style of his father in his memory. Just one set, Kyungzia was tired and sweaty, panting heavily. This fire god Kagura was already very physically draining, and coupled with her current physique, it was simply terrible. Chinitsu reached out and wiped the beads of sweat that flowed from her forehead, and Tanjiro beside her saw Chinata's previous dance, walked over suspiciously and asked, "Sister, you are? Is our Kagura dance? Well, since you recognize it, it means that my dance is not very bad." Chinitsu replied while wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. The method of breathing is not like this. The god of fire Kagura will be very physically exhausting if it is not paired with a special breathing method. My father once taught me the breathing method, I can teach it. Wait, breathing method? Tanjiro was stunned, and wouldn't it? Expression suddenly appeared on his face. Sister, do you say that the breathing method of our family's god of fire Kagura is similar to the breathing method of Mizuno? Said Tanjiro turning his head to look at Chinata, and he felt that what he said was a bit ridiculous. Just try it, just in case. Kyungzia smiled slightly in his heart, knowing that his wave of induction had succeeded. Tanjiro is not stupid, and now, after learning the breath of water, comparing it with the breathing method of this fire god Kagura, he suddenly feels the mystery of the fire god Kagura's breathing method. I'll try. Tanjiro nodded, clenching the long knife in his hand with both hands. his mouth open and taking a big breath, recalling the way his father had taught him to breathe. I saw a faint flame like the sun on the long knife he was holding. Chapter 9. Seeing that his blade seemed to be suddenly on fire, Tanjiro was slightly stunned, and this breathing rhythm was instantly interrupted, and the flames on this blade also abruptly stopped. And along with the flame hour came a strong dullness in Tanjiro's chest. If it wasn't just for a moment, if he used it for a while or even used a few sword skills, I'm afraid Tanjiro would have to lie on the ground on the spot and lie in a row with Yubin, hanging up for a while. Sister! Sister! Was it a fire just now? Was it a fire? Although Tanjiro felt a little uncomfortable in his chest, this did not prevent him from being surprised at this moment. It was different from the ripples of the water flow that breathed in the water, but it did indeed produce similar ripples of sword chi, and anyone with a discerning eye could see the unusualness of this flame. It seems that our family's fire god Kagura is also a breathing method. Should we go and ask Taki-sensei? Chinitsu lowered her head in thought and pretended to think for a while, then stretched out a finger and made an opinion. Like Taki, consulting this point is definitely unavoidable. It is impossible for Chinitsu to let Tanjiro hide from Takaki. There is no reason for this, not to mention that it is not a big deal. What kind of reaction and what kind of words will Taki show after seeing this sword technique? Chinita can roughly guess. Tanjiro nodded heavily after hearing Chinitsu's suggestion, and then the two turned and ran back to the wooden house, finding Taki. At first, Taki was stunned. The family breathing method, the flames, the breath of the flames, isn't that the breathing method passed down from the purgatory family to the single vein? With this doubt, Tanjiro used the fire god Kagura for about 5 seconds in front of Taki. Looking at the sudden flame in front of him, Taki did not squeak. What kind of expression was on his face at this moment under this mask? Although Chinitsu could guess one or two, but he was still very curious. How is this possible? What is the relationship between your family and the purgatory family? Purgatory? No. Although this flame is a bit like the flame spewed out by the breath of Yan, but this should not be the breath of Yan. Is it the breath of other branches? Taki muttered softly and continuously in his mouth. He couldn't lock the answer on the origin breath anyway, because most of the ghost killer swordsmen of this knowledge point were very vague, and only the purgatory master had a certain level of understanding of it. After thinking for a few minutes, Taki still couldn't come up with an answer. He could only classify it into the branch breathing method. If Tanjiro used it a few more times or even cut out a sword technique, he must be able to guess one or two, but after taking a look at Tanjiro, who had used the god of fire Kagura twice in a short period of time, this point could only be temporarily put aside. Would you like to write to the purgatory house and ask? Forget it, I always feel that I can't ask what is famous. That's it, don't think about it, Tanjiro, don't practice this for the time being. This breathing method seems to know that the consumption of the body is very serious. You first lay a good foundation. After a mutter, Taki finally calmed down. He coughed his throat and expressed his opinion. Tanjiro nodded a little weakly. He also knew that he was too hasty to use this breathing method. On the way back to the clearing training ground outside after saying goodbye to Takagi, Chinitsu easily asked Kagura, the god of fire, how to breathe from Tanjiro's mouth. Just kidding, this sister's status is here, Tanjiro does not give it. We can also coerce and lure. Of course, this coercion and temptation did not use. As soon as he heard Chinita's inquiry, he decisively told Kyungzia the breathing method, which is very time-saving and labor-saving. However, when asked about the hand, Kyungzia did not immediately start cultivating. After all, Taki said that there was no problem. The fire god Kagura consumed too much of the body, and it was most important to lay a good foundation now. Tanjiro paused for a while before continuing to cultivate, and the title of this cultivation mad demon was none other than him. Soon, a year passed. Taki looked at Tanjiro, who was seriously practicing in the training ground, and Chinitsu, who was even acting as an assistant teacher next to him, a gentle breeze on the mask on his cheeks, and he actually felt a slight pain in his cheeks. Although he had heard that someone had become a pillar after 2 months of cultivation, the rumors were rumors, and it was enough to see that a year of cultivation had reached this point, which was enough to be surprised. After all, normal people who cultivated for a year were afraid that Shui Hu could only learn 2 or 3 moves. Is there nothing to teach? Taki raised his head to look at the sun that had just risen, then he lowered his head to look at the two again and called them over. Tanjiro immediately ran over when he heard Taki's call, and Chinitsu came quietly, the breeze blowing on her body and blowing her long hair. She lightly raised her hand to ruffle the slightly messy hair next to her ear and hang it behind her ear again. Chinata, I have a pressing aura. Taki, turns out that you really have a quiet side. Chinitsu. When Chinitsu and Tanjiro came to Taki, Taki coughed lightly. He actually wanted to say that I have nothing to teach you. If you want, you can go to the final selection of the Ghost Killer team. Just as Taki was about to say this, Tanjiro spoke ahead of time and stuck Taki in his throat. Master Taki, what do we learn next? Tanjiro's eyes sparkled. It was a thirst for knowledge, and as a cultivation maniac, he used his desire to the extreme. Faced with Tanjiro's speech, Taki choked. In fact, he subconsciously did not want Tanjiro and Chinitsu to go to the final selection. Killing ghosts is a very dangerous thing. 90% of the members of the ghost killing team will not survive to leave in the end. And for unknown reasons, the disciples he taught often failed to pass the final selection, and Taki believed that his cultivation ability also trusted the disciples' hunger strength. After countless disciples passed away after learning from his hands to participate in the final selection, Taki gradually became closed, and if it were not for Tomioka's introduction, Taki would never have accepted new disciples. No, wait. It's not really a little bit that hasn't been taught at all. Isn't that move still not taught? Let's go to the final selection after learning that. I must not let my disciples die again during the final selection. Under the mask, Taki had a glimmer of dust in his dusty eyes. He looked at Tanjiro and Chinitsu in front of him, and said, the last move. I only have one last trick left to teach you. As long as you master this trick, then I will agree to your participation in the final selection, and the name of this trick is Quanji Chong Zhong. Chapter 10. Concentrated Tsunika. Tanjiro listened to the unfamiliar words that came out of Takaki's mouth, and couldn't help but pull a long note in surprise, and after pulling the long note, Tanjiro blinked and continued with a sincere face, all concentrated Tsunichu. What's that? Full concentrated breathing has been learned, and often it is to maintain this breathing state for a long time, so that each step is 100% speed and strength, and because of the long time in the concentrated breathing state, the physical fitness will also be improved, but this technique is difficult to learn, and few people in the ghost killing team can reach this step. The only people who can master this technology in the ghost killer squad are the pillars and those who have the potential to become pillars in the future. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for cultivators to teach this technique to apprentices at the cultivation stage, but it is obviously not the general situation now. In the first year, lay the foundation to learn the breath of water. In the second year, the practice begins in the whole concentration and constant middle school. Kyungzia quite has a sense of seeing that he wants to brush the level full in the novice village. This Chongzhong is really cultivated. Isn't it as simple as cutting cabbage in this final selection to kill ghosts? But the cultivation of full concentration, constant middle is not easy, the state of concentration and bear the physical pressure it brings. This is the basis for using the breathing sword technique, that is, fully concentrated breathing, and Chongzhong is to maintain this state for a long time to regard it as normal. Somewhat similar to Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 1 full power, Chinitsu and Tanjiro began to carry out full concentration and constant middle training non-stop, from a few minutes at the beginning to a few minutes or even hours later, which is easy to say, but it took a long time. One day, one night. Tanjiro is still keeping a diary as usual. What? Serious people who write diaries? Tell you that there are only two kinds of people in this world who keep diaries. One is very unorthodox people, diaries are just pretending, and the other is super serious people, and Tanjiro belongs to this type. After condensing what happened today into a few sentences and recording it in the diary, Tanjiro put away the pen and closed the diary in his hand, and let out a heavy breath in his mouth. Just as he turned his head to look at Yubian, who was sleeping next to him, Kyungzia, who had just washed up, came over to the door and saw the unspeakable face of this old Tanjiro Chen. Why? Still worried about your beans? Well, sister, since we came here to start practicing, your bean has never woken up again, and your bean won't wake up forever, right? Tanjiro looked worriedly at your bean lying on the ground. After so many days, he was able to endure your bean's sleep for so long entirely because he had been practicing self-hypnosis and finding himself enough things to do, so that he was too tired to think about it. But this is not a long-term solution after all. As the cultivation content disappears little by little, his worry about your bean comes up like a tide. Tanjiro in the original book has always maintained an optimistic attitude, but whether he watches anime or manga, he can only see what is presented in the picture. But now Chinata is different. She can feel every minute and every second of this world, and the content that flashes or is not shown in anime and manga is indeed the reality that Chinatsu has experienced. Tanjiro, don't think about it so much. You and I have suffered from the same ghost blood. I can faintly feel that your bean is simply asleep, and it won't be long before you wake up. If that's the case, then I'll try to find a way to restore your beans to human. Tanjiro was immediately relieved to hear Chinata's comfort, but what Chinatsu said vaguely felt or something. Of course, this is said casually. Kyungzia does not feel anything, knowing that the original plot is much more useful than any induction. It's not early, go to sleep. Well, good night sister. As time passed, while learning total concentration Changzhong, the two were also silently practicing Fire God Kagura, although the endurance was still not high, but the power was stronger than the breath of water and did not know where to go. Both of them used it as a secret weapon to deal with opponents who could not cope with the breath of water. Soon the time came 2 years after they came here to practice, and in Kyungzia's eyes, this was the official beginning of the main line of the Ghost Slayer blade, and the front was just a prologue similar content. Ghost Killer Team Final Selection. If you pass this selection, you will be able to become a member of the Ghost Killer Team, and obtaining new equipment is also the strongest equipment against ghosts, the Nikawa Saber. Chinatsu was already eager to try, and Tanjiro had been waiting for this day for too long, and after hearing from Takaki's mouth that they could go to the final selection, Tanjiro was so excited that he couldn't sleep, and when he woke up the next day, his eyes did not have dark circles, and this spirit still looked several times stronger than ordinary people. And Chinata's condition is not good. Tanjiro is eager to become a member of the ghost-killing team, and Chinatsu is not looking forward to the official unfolding of this main line. Although crossing to this timeline, many regrets and tragedies before this can no longer be reached, but thanks to the devilish skills of the crocodile teacher, the latter Kyungzia has the opportunity to reverse the tragedy. Early the next morning, Chinatsu walked to the mirror in the wooden house, and while tidying her hair a little, she also saw the wheelchair behind her in the mirror. Chinatsu suddenly flashed the idea of sitting in a wheelchair for a while after herself, and then staged the classic routine in fantasy novels, low-key pretending to be frustrated, being looked down upon, ridiculed, the protagonist shot, hit the face, continue to pretend, continue to be looked down on. It's just that this thought only appeared in Kyungzia's mind for a moment, and it was quickly dispersed by Kyungzia himself. Pretending to hit the face is cool, but in this routine, Kyungzia can't stand being ridiculed super frequently. Even if he pretends to hit his face and beat this mockery back, Kyungzia will still feel uncomfortable. Low-key can have, but the routine of deliberately low-key and then infinitely punching the face is still okay, right? And Kyungzia doesn't think that there are really so many rectums in this world that can put the meaning of ridicule and contempt on the face bluntly, or even directly say it in front of others. Oh no, it's supposed to be a fool. Just be your truest self, and my current name is Kyungzia looked at herself in the mirror and took a deep breath. She quickly turned and left the room, the wooden house, and came outside. Today, she is about to leave this mountain with Tanjiro and go to Fujisan Mountain to participate in the final selection of the Ghost Killer team. Chapter 11. Shinichiro and Tanjiro stood outside the wooden house, while Taki was also beside them, holding a mask in each hand and handing it to Shinichiro and Tanjiro. This is the mask of disaster elimination. Maybe it can protect you in the disaster. During the time you go to participate in the final selection, you beans I will take care of, rest assured. Taki said solemnly. Shinichiro and Tanjiro took the strange-looking mask and nodded. At the moment Tanjiro was wearing a blue uniform that symbolized the breath of water, but Shinichiro did not, which involved the incident that made Chinata feel very speechless. That is, Taki mistimate Chinata's bust, which caused Chinata's women's clothing chest area to be some. Unlike Yudoko's proud bust, as an older sister, Chinata's chest can only be regarded as barely getting rid of the level of the tablet, and when she first got this dress, Shinichiro even suspected that it was from Taki malice towards herself. Taki replied that the people who make the clothes say that they are made according to the average bust size of women. Listening to this answer, the corners of Chinata's mouth twitched slightly, but her reaction was not very strong. Isn't it good to have a small chest? It's uncomfortable to think about it with a big chest when fighting, and I'm glad that I have a small chest. Chinata's words are really not a quibble, but in the ears of Tanjiro and Taki who fell beside them, they seemed to hear Chinata's mournful cry, and Tanjiro among them didn't know where to take out two big steamed buns. However, just before Tanjiro opened his mouth and said something absolutely bad without thinking, Shinichiro struck the iron fist of love on his extremely hard brain, causing Tanjiro to shut his mouth at the cost of injuring the enemy by 1,000 and self-inflicted 800. Shinichiro, no. This thing is over. As for the clothes are changed, although this kind of clothing has the effect of proving identity, but the colleague Tanjiro is enough to wear it. It is a big deal to fold the clothes and take them with you, and show them when you spot check. Then we're going. Tanjiro bent slightly to Taki and then turned around and prepared to leave for Fujisan Mountain. Shinichiro just nodded faintly to Fujisan Mountain. Just when Shinichiro was about to turn and leave, I don't know if it was an illusion or real, she saw two teenagers and girls in the distance behind Taki. With just the blink of an eye, these two disappeared completely from Kyungzia's sight. Rabbit and Meiho are former disciples of Taki and the ones who died in the final selection, and if the scene just now is not an illusion, then it must be the same as in the original book. Tanjiro saw the souls of the two. After death, the pure soul of people is not reborn but stays in this world, and it should be their obsession that causes this. Don't worry, that ghost I will smash it into 10,000 pieces. Shinichiro waved his hand in the direction where the two had appeared with a confident smile, and then turned away from Takaki's side, leaving only Scale, who was a little puzzled, and Rabbit and Maka, who were even more puzzled. Rabbit, did that girl see us? Maybe, Tanjiro and Kyungzia, maybe they will be able to avenge us. The two stood together and silently blessed the two. In fact, they. In particular, the rabbit originally had the strength to kill the ghost that killed them. But before meeting that evil ghost, in order to allow more reference students to live, Rabbit consumed a lot of physical strength to clean up a large number of low-level ghosts in the mountain, and the knife in his hand was even more worn, which led to the blade in his hand being shattered in the collision with this evil ghost, and he was pinched by the evil ghost and burst his head. The evil ghost took the disaster elimination mask carried by the disciple of Taki as a signal, and if he saw the holder of the disaster elimination mask, even if there were other prey in front of him, he would turn his head and attack the disciple of Scale. And in the battle where the two go to Fujisan to participate in the final selection, Shinichiro and Tanjiro will definitely become the target of that evil spirit, and the final outcome will not change, and Shinichiro feels that there is a lot of room to change it. A knife to death delicate some too cheap it. Walking beside Tanjiro, Shinichiro lowered his head slightly, with a devilish smile on his face. Tanjiro looked at Chinata's smile and couldn't bear to sneeze lightly, always feeling that something big would happen soon. The vine attack mountain is not far away, or under the footsteps of the two now, this distance is not far away. Feeling the strong wind blowing in front of her while running fast, Chinitsuo felt great, although she could feel the wind while being pushed in a wheelchair, but running with her own legs was different. The two ran on the ground with a speed that surpassed Usain Bolt, and even though they had reached the vicinity of Fuji attacking mountain, the two did not stop just like that. In the eyes of everyone who had also arrived near Mount Fuji to climb the mountain to participate in the final selection, it was exaggerated to say that it was like two gusts of wind blowing, and normally speaking, when they reacted, they could only see the two backs that were gradually moving away. Along the way, there are wisteria trees with purple but willow-like flowers, and the wisteria flowers that bloom are as poisonous to ghosts, and it is precisely because of these wisteria flowers that this vine attack mountain is regarded as the final selection place of the ghost-killing team, which is quite safe. After arriving at the mountainside, the two finally stopped, and here were full of people like them who were preparing to participate in the final selection. Most of them looked solemn, and it was obvious that they had prepared for considerable enlightenment. Kyungzia just glanced casually and immediately recognized the important characters in the original work. After all, they were really too recognizable compared to those passers-by. Yellow hair, solemn eyes, my wife is good. There are scars on the face, fierce eyes, and the immortal Kawujin. Smiling, pink clothes, chestnut flowers fall Chineu. Sister, we must pass the final selection. Tanjiro, who didn't know how strong he was now, was a little nervous, and he was a little worried about whether his strength could pass the final selection, so he was cheering for himself. Kyungzia is silent, although there is nothing to force now, anyway, it will be there later. The two stood together, quietly waiting for the final selection to begin, and as the time passed, more and more people's eyes were on the two of them. On the one hand, it was because Chinitsu next to Tanjiro did not wear clothes similar to theirs and her excellent appearance. On the other hand, the person who arrived later than Chinitsu Tanjiro noticed that the two gusts of wind seemed to be Chinitsu and Tanjiro, and paid attention to the strength of the two. Almost half an hour later, two men and a woman in kimonos, although one of them was a boy, walked up to them with lanterns. Thank you for coming tonight for the final selection of the Ghost Killer team. Chapter 12. Thank you for coming tonight to participate in the final selection of the Ghost Killing team. In this Vine Attack Mountain, there are ghosts caught by the Ghost Killer swordsman, but the ghosts can't leave, because there are wisteria flowers from the foothills to the mountainside, but if you continue forward, there will be no wisteria flowers, as long as you live in the area ahead for 7 days. This is the final selection qualification. The two said in a flat tone the basic requirements of the final selection, and hearing that it only took 7 days to live through the final selection, some of them breathed a sigh of relief, and some of them breathed a sigh of relief. It does not require killing ghosts, but simply asking to survive, which shows the brutality of ghosts. As the words of the two fell, they gave way to the mountain, and everyone took steps, step by step, towards the mountain where there were ghosts. Sister, what kind of tactics do you say we should adopt better? Tactics? Of course kill. Kill indiscriminately. Kill madly. Kyungzia held his chest and nostrils with both hands and sprayed 2 clouds of air, and the corners of Tanjiro beside him twitched slightly, thinking that it was better not to stabilize his hand at this time. Suddenly, a ghost smell caught in his nose, and almost instantly he was judged to be above him. Sister, be careful. Tanjiro immediately drew the blade pin to his waist and struck in the direction where the ghost smell came from. The sound of a blade as clear as flowing water came out, and Tanjiro wanted to resist the attack of the rushing ghost, but in the blink of an eye, the blade in his hand actually cut off the ghost's outstretched hand. Tanjiro, Tanjiro blinked his eyes. Touching porcelain, which was completely different from the script he imagined, the ghost here. Are they all so weak, or is this ghost touching porcelain or confusing me? Tanjiro clenched the knife in his hand with both hands, exhaling in his mouth, perfecting the cycle of water breathing, and then his nose smelled the smell of ghosts. Behind my sister. Tanjiro turned his head to remind Chinata, but saw that Chinatsu had already pulled out the knife at his waist, quickly raised it behind him, and defended against the attack of the ghost who rushed over almost in the next second. Kyungzia took a deep breath, and saw her sharp turn and slash, making a water surface slash of the breath of water, and the neck of the ghost behind her was instantly chopped off. Tanjiro, speed up over there too. Oh. Okay. Tanjiro hurried back to his senses when he heard this, and looked seriously at the low-level ghost on his side who had already had an arm cut off and was recovering. Since my sister can, then I can too. Tanjiro took a deep breath. He didn't need to deliberately enter the full concentration state to exert the power of sword skills, because he and Chinatsu had already mastered the full concentration and constant concentration, and his body had always maintained a low-consumption version of the full concentration. Unbridled strikes. Tanjiro stepped forward, and ripples of water gushed out from his blade, and in the blink of an eye he came behind the ghost in his original sight. I only listened to the sound of the water flow dissipated, and the ghost's head and body were separated. Nice job, good blow to the water to cut the head. Chinatsu narrowed his eyes and clapped. The corners of Tanjiro's mouth twitched slightly, although he was used to the nicknames his sister took for the various moves of water breath, he couldn't help but complain back. I'm a reckless type of blow. Tanjiro was now even more surprised that he had solved the low-level ghost in front of him so easily. Tanjiro clenched the blade in his hand, and his face showed an excited and happy expression. After all, he had been practicing in the mountains for 2 years, and he was pressed by his sister everywhere, and his opponent was either his sister or Master Taki Taki. Tanjiro always thought that his strength was still very unqualified. Tanjiro was just happy for a few seconds, and Chinatsu hit Tanjiro's brain with another blow of Love's hand knife. This blow Chinatsu didn't use much force, because she clearly recognized the hardness of Tanjiro's brain case, and it was simply self-inflicted with her own force. Are you still ready to make it to the end? No, since I already have the power to defeat ghosts, then of course I should kill more ghosts. Very good, very spirited, then I am in charge of the East, you are in charge of the West. How? Tanjiro and Chinatsu decide to act separately, just like the rabbit of the past, to clean up the ghosts in Fuji Mountain, especially the evil ghost that obviously should not be in the novice village. Water breath, water adjustment cut head. Chinatsu wielded her blade and used the breath of water to clean up the evil spirits she encountered at high speed, very efficiently. The ghosts that exist in Vine Attack Mountain are all low-level ghosts. As long as they can survive in this group of low-level ghosts for 7 days, they can become members of the official ghost-killing team, and this rule has certain doorways and is also reasonable. However, a ghost that was significantly stronger than the low-level ghost appeared in the Vine Attack Mountain, and it dominated the Vine Attack Mountain, and many seedlings that should have been enough to pass the qualified line were strangled in the cradle. Of course, for those who have mastered the whole concentration Changzhong, whether it is this Vine Attack Mountain Ghost King or a large number of low-level ghosts, it is just the difference between one knife and several knives. After killing several low-level ghosts that appeared along the way, Chinatsu still did not find the existence of this Ghost King, thinking about whether she had overrun or was in the field that Tanjiro was responsible for, she stopped and turned around to turn around. At this moment, her gaze caught a certain girl wearing pink kimono-like clothes not far away. The strongest person in the final selection at this stage in the original work, one of the strongest people in the Shishin ghost killing team, Flower Pillar, it can be said that if the low-level ghosts in front of her come over one by one regularly, she can even become a new pillar with one of the only 2 conditions for promotion pillars, kill 50 ghosts. Of course, under the same circumstances, it is actually not a big problem to replace Kaneko with Chinatsu and Tanjiro. After all, if the low-level ghosts come one by one, they can easily solve it when they reach the realm of Changzhong. At most their physical strength may be a bit of a problem. But then again, most ghosts are not social types, and it takes a lot of time just to find 50 ghosts. Not to mention that various situations occur in the process of fighting ghosts that lead to death. After seeing Kanaho, Shinichiro gave up the idea of turning around and running for a while, but looked at Kanaho with both eyes. I saw a low-level ghost in front of Shanahu, trying to lock Shanahu as his prey and feed himself, so Kyungzia said that this ghost really can find opponents, and Yachin is to see that people and animals are harmless, so they feel good to bully. I saw that the ghost opened his mouth to reveal his sharp fangs, and under a burst of power, he quickly rushed towards Shanna and stretched out his equally sharp claws. Yikes! Chapter 13. In the face of such a straightforward ghost's attack, Kanaho easily predicted the ghost's attack with her extraordinary eyesight, jumped forward lightly, and reached out and pulled out the knife pinned to her waist. Flower breath, 5 types, fruitless peony. In an instant, Channa sent out 9 combos from 4 directions, stabbing at the same position of this ghost, and with the use of sword skills, it was like the petals of peonies floating in the air, which was very beautiful. With Shanahu's light landing, the ghost who ate Shanahu's blow has already become debris and dissipated in the air. Kana lightly inserted the knife back into its scabbard, and she suddenly turned her head to look in the direction of no one in the distance, without speaking. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Well, Chinata couldn't wait for the first time. She walked out from behind a big tree. Kana was not surprised. She had already discovered the existence of Chinata, but because of the shadow of her childhood, now she is still a mouthless girl. And when he saw Kyungzia come out, Kanaho showed a professional smile and turned around to leave. Kyungzia wanted to say hello to him, but after thinking about it, forget it. Now is not the time. It would be nice to be familiar. As for the warm and mouthless girl's heart, it is still up to Tanjiro to do it. He is more suitable, not to mention that this is still his CP. After thinking about it, Kyungzia turned around and returned the same way, and as soon as Kyungzia chose to turn around and leave, Kana, who had already walked a few steps in other directions, turned her head slightly and glanced at Kyungzia again. Chong Zhong! What a powerful person! Xian'e spat out these words in his extremely rare mouth, and then turned around and continued to stroll around this vine attack mountain. And Shinichiro ran quickly and soon recame to the original place of departure. Originally before departure, Shinichiro asked Tanjiro to confirm whether there were ghosts nearby. Tanjiro's answer was that he didn't smell the ghost, but I don't know whether it was under the influence of the protagonist's aura or the influence of the world line. And finally Tanjiro met this evil ghost, and at the moment he was protecting a candidate, staring solemnly at this evil ghost. There shouldn't be ghosts who have lived for so long. The ghosts here should all be ghosts that only eat 2 or 3 people, and ghosts will fight each other. But I survived, and all the ghosts who were enemies of me were eaten by me. Almost 50, right, and the ghost in front of him not only ate 50 ghosts, but also ate a large number of humans, and dominated the area of Fuji Raid Mountain. And his words constantly stimulated Tanjiro's nerves. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, his eyes were full of anger, and at the moment when Tanjiro was about to rush over, a series of hurried footsteps and a shout. "What are you waiting for, Shang?" At this moment, a bright red flame appeared in Tanjiro's line of sight, and the blazing flame flashed and cut the body of the evil demon in front of him in 2. The demon let out a sharp and piercing roar. The blow was not fatal, because it did not hit the neck, but the pain made it feel like it was better to cut off its neck for a while. When the sword techniques generated by the major breathing techniques hit the ghost's body, the pain felt by the ghost was different. Water breath, very gentle. The slash is crisp and refreshing, and the dry rain can make the ghost die without pain. Kagura, the god of fire, the wound cannot be healed immediately, and the pain is incomparable, even if it is as strong as the Oni king. He is unhappy with his nerves. Against this evil spirit, the breath of water is completely enough, but this feels too cheap for it. It's okay to go to hell, but it's refreshing to forget it. Shinitsukiya's blow Kagura round dance, the god of fire, cut this evil demon in 2, because of its particularity. the place where it was cut could not be rushed to gather and recover. Abominable, abominable, abominable. The demon struggled while releasing countless arms and rushed towards Tanjiro, and Chinitsu only swung his blade a few times easily, and its flame ripples only grazed the outstretched arm of the evil ghost to raise the ghost's scream by another degree. Tanjiro next to Chinata took a deep breath. He had his own opinion on killing ghosts. He would not hesitate to kill man-eating ghosts, but Tanjiro would choose to kill with a knife as much as possible to give the ghosts a pain. Now Tanjiro still feels that he should give this evil ghost a painful feeling, but in the face of this fierce ghost, Tanjiro also feels that it is too cheap to kill him with the breath of water. Tanjiro took a deep breath and adjusted from the Tsunika state of Mizuno breath to the state of Kagura, god of fire. Tanjiro rushed towards this evil ghost at high speed with his footsteps, only to see a flash of fire. The head of this evil ghost was cut off, and this evil ghost turned into debris in pain and disappeared into the air. Whew! Tanjiro let out a large breath in his mouth, and immediately adjusted his breathing state back to the full concentration of water breathing. The ghost-killing team examiner who was originally protected by Tanjiro looked at the two people in front of him dumbfounded, and after a moment of shock, 1,000 words turned into a single sentence. Well! It's so powerful! If it was just a low-level ghost, he thought that he could also win after a battle. After all, he also learned from the cultivator. If he hadn't defeated a low-level ghost-level cultivator, he wouldn't have let him out, but the hideous evil ghost just now he didn't even have the courage to mention the desire to fight. With my strength, it is impossible to defeat this ghost. Under this heartfelt fear, he chose to escape, but these two people in front of him lightly solved such a powerful evil ghost. Are they really freshmen like me? He snorted and swallowed, his legs still trembling a little, and Chinitsu beside him lightly inserted the knife back into its scabbard, turned his head to look at the man, and extended his palm to him. How? Stand up. When? Of course, he hurriedly got up from the ground with trembling legs, and after a short moment of calm, he felt more and more extraordinary in front of him. As we all know, the level of the members of the ghost-killing team ranges from low to high A, B, C, D, E, Self, Gang, Xin, Non, and Dis, and above these 10 levels is the pillar of the strongest title. Perhaps, the two people in front of him can become pillars in the future. Chapter 14. Please. What are the names of the two of you? A passerby who got up from the ground looked at the two in front of him, and after hesitating for a moment, he decided to ask the names of Chinitsu and Tanjiro. Tanjiro Stoveman. Chinitsu the Stove. Brother and sister. It's sister. Brother. Kyungzia immediately stretched out a finger a little angrily and pointed to the past to correct his wrong title, and the passerby was startled by this strong reaction, and at the same time thought in his heart in surprise that they were actually brothers and sisters. His gaze swept over Chinata's body, sliding down his cheek little by little onto Chinata's chest. And the corner of Kyungzia's mouth, who noticed this person's delicate gaze, twitched slightly, and after Kyungzia burst out of strong hostility, this person was so frightened that he quickly turned around and ran out of Kyungzia's line of sight. Really, why is it so rude? Chinitsu crossed his waist with one hand and couldn't help but smack in his mouth, and Tanjiro next to him stood awkwardly and did not dare to speak. I remember that the same is true of my sister before. Once the youngest brother in the family, Mrs. Stovegate's sixth wife, complained about her sister's chest, and the always gentle sister put down the kitchen knife in her hand on the spot, squinted and stretched out two hands to the temple of the sixth wife as a drill attack, and for a period of time, the sixth wife of the stove door was quite afraid of her sister. With the annihilation of the evil ghost hand ghost that exceeded the level of the novice village, the level of the ghost on the mountain of Fuji attack returned to the normal level of final selection. Although he could just leave it alone, Tanjiro was a good old man, and seeing that there were ghosts killing, how could he sit idly by? And Chinitsu Soihoki used low-level ghosts to hone his sword skills without using breathing. The final selection time was 7 days, and the first few days were just normal brushing monsters, but in the next few days, the situation in the entire Fuji attack mountain changed by 180 degrees. This ghost saw that Chinitsuo and Tanjiro were shaking their bodies 3 times, and they turned around and ran on the spot, not daring to turn their heads back. Because of their 2 little monsters, in the last few days of the final selection, this group of ghosts even entered the ultimate peekaboo mode, hiding themselves tightly. Even with Tanjiro's navigator-like nose, they couldn't confirm whether they had cleaned up the ghosts on the Vine Attack Mountain in the end. And leaving the ghost hunter area of Vine Attack Mountain and coming to the exit, the still alive ghost hunter stood there, and Kyungzia simply glanced and found that there were not many more people alive than in the original work, and there were only a few more. Also, after all, the assessment time is 7 days long, and there are too many uncontrollable factors, but in the end, because they are too weak, people with weak strength cannot become combat power even if they become members of the ghost-killing team, and may even become a drag on their feet. We'll die, even if you survive here, you will still die in the end. A yellow-haired boy muttered softly with his head bowed, his body exuding a rich negative energy aura, attracting Tanjiro's attention. And Chinitsuo paid attention to Kanahu, and everyone present said that her clothes were the cleanest. And there was no trace of mud and sand on her clothes. As Chinada's attention focused on Kanahu's body, Kanahu quickly spotted Chinada's line of sight, and she turned her head slightly to look at Chinada, who was looking at her, and showed a professional smile again. And before the final selection began, the 2 young girls in kimonos who announced the rules walked out again. Those 2 eyes were wide, their eyes were special, and Kyungzia complained in his heart that this circle of eyes was simply a match with the reincarnation eye of the Hokage next door. There were fewer circles there, more circles here, and the background color was similar. After the 2 briefly introduced that the people who had passed the selection now had become the lowest Aoi level members of the ghost-killing team, the 2 clapped their hands lightly together, and suddenly there was a crow sound in the air. From today onwards, the duck will follow you around, and the main function of the duck is to contact other crows, so as to transmit love over long distances. How could it be? Before the 2 could finish their words, a scene that surprised them both had to interrupt their speech. Tanjiro and the others had a crow hanging from their hands, and my yellow-haired wife Zanai blinked her eyes in confusion, because what he had in his hand was not a crow at all, but a small sparrow. Although it was strange on Zenji's side, a creature fell on his body, and Chinada, who was standing next to Tanjiro, looked up at the moment with her head held high, and saw that the crow above her head was constantly flapping its wings and hovering in the air, but there was no sign of falling on Chinada. Oh, how can this be? It is impossible for a specially trained duck to be afraid of people, this is the first time this has happened. The 2 said in unison, and Chinitsuo quickly dropped her raised head. This crow? Forget it, if not, there is no good, this is not still Tanjiro's crow can be used. Chinitsuo just thought so and turned his head to look at Tanjiro next to him. The crow in Tanjiro's hand saw Chinada turn his head and look over, and was so frightened that he hurriedly flapped his wings and jumped from the one that approached Chinitsuo among Tanjiro's 2 arms to the other arm. There was silence. Kyungzia's expression was a little subtle, thinking that even a crow did not give himself face. The 2 who watched this scene fell silent, originally wanting to observe for a while, but a grumpy person who successfully passed the selection directly threw away the crow on his arm. He strode forward towards the 2 men, saying as he walked, "It doesn't matter what the crow is. Knife. Give me a knife. The knife of the ghost-killing team, the knife of the color changer, the knife of the sun wheel." Just as he reached out to grab the hair of one of the 2 figures suddenly flashed beside him on his left and right. Tanjiro stood on his right with serious eyes, his outstretched palm grabbed his wrist that wanted to move, while to his left stood Chinitsu. Do you think Chinitsu reached out and grabbed his other hand? No, 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 Chinitsu reached out and grabbed his hair, which is quite funny. Calm down. Hey! The man's eyes widened, and at this time both of them began to exert their strength. Tanjiro himself as a woodcutter is strong, coupled with the full concentration of Changzhong and the improved physique, if Tanjiro uses all his strength, he can even easily fracture people with grip strength alone. But under this grip, what he was worried about was not his wrist, because Qingxia was also exerting force, and he suddenly had a hunch that in a few seconds his hair might be pulled by a snap sound. Che, got it, let me go. In an instant, the force coming from both sides disappeared, and Tanjiro let go of his hand, and Chinitsu let go of his hair. I saw that the two immediately changed their expressions and looked at him with a smile. Sorry, I didn't hurt you just now. Chapter 15. Well, it's scary. But that sister is so beautiful. But it's still scary. Shanyi looked at Qingxia, who was still pulling other people's hair not far away, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch his own hair. His hair is golden, but this is not golden at birth, and it is normal for outrageous things to happen in this magical ghost worldview. In terms of hair color alone, Shanyi's golden hair was struck by a thunder that fell from the sky, so his hair turned golden. A similar example is Lian Zhu, one of the strongest members of the Ghost Killer team, whose hair is cherry pink and grass green at the ends, which is said to be caused by eating 170 cherry cakes a day for 8 months. The degree of outrageous is no less than the goodness that changes color when struck by lightning. After a commotion, the two twins walked together again and then lifted the strip of cloth covering the table behind them. On this table are jagged stones with different appearances, and the names of these stones are called yugong, which are the rough stones used to create the Nikawa Dao, a special knife for the ghost-killing team. Then, start choosing yugong. This is the knife that kills evil spirits to protect themselves, so you need to choose by yourself. The two said lightly, while everyone looked at so many jade steel in front of them and fell silent. Oh no, except for one person. Qingxia walked out of the team without hesitation. She looked at so much jade steel on this table lightly, just glanced casually and took out a jade steel that looked slightly larger. Reason? There is no reason. There is not much difference in these jade steels themselves, and the characteristics of the Nichiwa knife vary from person to person rather than the quality of the rough stone. In the original work, Tanjiro took out a jade steel from it with his superior sense of smell, and everyone thought that Tanjiro was the protagonist, and this wave must be Huang getting high-quality jade steel. Who knows that it won't take long to break, and then he re-added a knife to Tanjiro, and this opening choice of yugong also focused on a sense of ritual. I'll just choose this one, Tanjiro, don't think too much, just choose one based on feelings. Chinitsu turned to Tanjiro and said. Tanjiro was stunned for a moment, and said a little puzzled, this is the knife we will use to deal with ghosts in the future, so let's think about it carefully, right? Consider, do you look at yugong? Anyway, if the knife is broken in the future, it can be rebuilt. It is impossible to break a knife, and the ghost-killing team will let us kill the ghost with our fists, right? The first half of Chinitsu's sentence was said to Tanjiro, and the second half of the sentence turned to look at the twins, who nodded and acquiesced to Chinita's words. If the knife breaks, the headquarters will be responsible for re-interrupting the Nikawa knife for the members, and the hardness of these jade steels is not much worse. It is better to hone the breathing method and sword skills more than to put the expectation of killing ghosts on the jade steel. Tanjiro nodded, and then also walked forward to choose a jade steel that he felt good, while the others also took a jade steel according to the procedure. Next, they will go back to each house to find their mother, and the jade steel they choose will be transferred to a special craftsman to let them build, and after building, they will be specially sent. Which can give a 5-star praise. And a man in the headquarters of the ghost-killing team with a weak breath and a voice very similar to a certain wife protection mad demon had a crow hanging on his arm, and when he learned that this final selection was actually carried out like this, he showed a gratifying smile. The strength of the new students this year is so strong. There are people in the ghost-killing team, I hope they can grow up faster. Ahem, after leaving Fuji Raid Mountain, Chinitsu and Tanjiro returned home the same way. In the original book, Tanjiro limped back with a stick like a root and crutches in pain all over his body at this stage, but now he is just walking on the road very ordinarily, and he still feels like he is dreaming about passing the final selection of the Ghost Killer team. What do you think, walking so slowly? Maybe your bean has woken up you bean. Are you already awake to your beans? Maybe, just maybe, but I have that hunch. Chinitsu stretched out a finger and pointed to her forehead. Previously, Chinitsu had told Tanjiro that it was probably because of sucking the same blood of the ghost, and she had a sense of Yudoko's physical condition, and Tanjiro believed in it. At this moment, listening to Chinitsu's words, Tanjiro was instantly full of power, and 2 balls of chi erupted from his nostrils, feeling that his whole body was full of power. Then let's go back quickly. Good. Chinitsu and Tanjiro ran again, returning from the same road under the Fuji attack. At first it was Chinitsu who seemed more relaxed and faster to leave Tanjiro, who was advancing with all his strength, behind him, but as time went by, he was caught up by Tanjiro and overtook him a little. This body is more fatigued than ordinary people, probably following the equivalent exchange option, and the increased physical exertion is exchanged for more superior physical fitness. After all, since Kyungzia's rebirth, the original owner had not been much exercised before, and her body was weak, but since she regained her mobility, Kyungzia's body did not let her delay in the process of practicing breathing, but instead showed superior talent. If every traverser will have their own golden finger, then this physique can barely be regarded as it, although it may not be so invincible, but Kyungzia feels that it is enough. Although I don't know if I can become a character who makes misery fearful like Ji Koyuan, I definitely want to reproduce the red that makes misery fearful. Chinitsu followed behind Tanjiro and gasped slightly, but his eyes were still clear and clear. After escaping all the way from the foot of the Vine Attack Mountain to the foot of the narrow Fog Mountain, the two stopped, and it was already the night of the moon rising. Maybe we can go home and have dinner now. Kyungzia looked at the moon with his head held high, and roughly calculated the current time. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, dusk had just faded, and in the village houses passing by, they had already smelled all kinds of smells with their noses, and the two of them were not particularly hungry, mainly hungry, after all, in the end, they only ate coarse grains to fill their hunger in the past few days. Chinitsu and Tanjiro walked slowly up the mountain, and the inside of the log cabin where Taki lived was already lit up in sight. Chinitsu walked to the door and stretched out his hand and knocked lightly. While Tanjiro next to him opened his mouth and shouted, "Master Taki is us, we are back." Before Tanjiro's voice fell, a series of hurried footsteps came from inside the wooden house, and the door opened, and a dango rushed out from the inside and hugged Chinitsu outside the door. Woohoo! Oh! Chapter 16. The bean with a bamboo tube in his mouth nestled in Chinata's arms, and Tanjiro next to him shed tears with excitement, because the bean was finally awake. Kyungzia looked down at the bean in her arms. At this moment bean was immersed in Kyungzia's arms. Kyungzia, they have not seen the awake bean for 2 years, and although bean has been sleeping for the past 2 years, she can also faintly feel the outside world. And after she woke up, she didn't see Chinitsu and Tanjiro, and despite the presence of Taki, there would still be a sense of unease when her family was not around, which felt the breath of the two and was the first to react and rushed out of the house quickly. Chinitsu for the situation in front of him. Unexpectedly, there was no feeling of overwhelm. When his father died early due to physical problems, the burden of the family fell on his mother and eldest son, Tanjiro, who often left the house, and Chinitsu, who took care of her young children at home, often played the role of mother. God-level skill mothers love, get. Kyungzia reached out and touched the head of bean, and said gently, it's okay, we're back." Tanjiro looked at this scene, and his eyes couldn't help but think of the scene from his childhood, when everyone in his family was still alive. Tanjiro couldn't help but shed tears when he thought of this. Taki in the room also walked out after him. He saw that Chinitsu and Tanjiro came back. They were old, and this tear duct could not be controlled. He quickly trotted to the two of them, and held Chinitsuo Tanjiro and Yubin in his arms. "It's good to come back, it's good to come back, you're not hurt, are you?" Taki hugged them and said movingly. Every disciple cultivated did not survive the final selection, like a terrible curse, and at this moment this terrible curse was broken along with Takaji's heart knot. Taki was absolutely unhappy, and if you untied the Utengu mask on his face, you could definitely see the tears dripping down his cheeks. Inside the wooden house, Taki presented Chinitsuo and Tanjiro with a full bowl of miso soup, and after Chinitsuo and Tanjiro took the miso soup, they didn't care about the temperature, and immediately snorted and drank it. "Tanjiro, it's delicious." "Chinitsuo, cool." Chinitsuo felt that she had finally come to life, and after drinking a bowl, she smiled and handed the empty bowl back to Taki again. "One more bowl." Taki naturally does not refuse, but it is a good thing to be able to eat. "Alien ghosts. You've wiped out that alien ghost," Taki said as he served miso soup to Chinitsuo. "Well, we not only eliminated the alien ghosts, but also most of the ghosts on the Vine Attack Mountain." Tanjiro simply said it out of his mouth, and Taki didn't feel his body tremble, and he almost spilled out the bowl full of miso soup in his hand. "So many have been wiped out." Taki laughed, and there were a lot of emotions in this laugh. First, when Rabbit went up the mountain, he told him that he would pass the assessment perfectly and eliminate the 100 ghosts in the mountain, and Chinitsuo and Tanjiro were to some extent able to complete Rabbit's goal. The second is that the ghosts on the Vine Attack Mountain are all caught by the pillars or A-level swordsmen in the ghost-killing team, and the disappearance of a large number of ghosts on this wave of Vine Attack Mountains, they are going to catch ghosts and fill them again. Some of them are busy when he was still a pillar. He felt troubled about catching ghosts and then sending them to the Vine Attack Mountain. This wave of swordsmen of the new generation can feel their original distress. This wave is a small schadenfreude. Taki then chatted a lot with Chinitsuo and Tanjiro, such as the diversity of ghosts and the special ability of certain high-level ghosts called Blood Ghost Jutsu. However, Taki no longer worries about the two, and has mastered the genius of concentrated Chongzhong in the novice village, breaking the hope of the death curse of his disciples. If it is them, they will be fine, they will definitely survive and become the pillars of the new generation. And when the three of them were talking, Yubin, who could not speak because he had a bamboo tube in his mouth, sat quietly next to him, and Kyungzia looked at Yubin looking strange and pitiful, so he stretched out a finger and offered to let Yubin take off the bamboo tube. "Master Taki, although you still can't rule out the possibility of Yubin's running away, but you are the original pillar, and we are no longer the original Little Mensin, we will not be easily injured by ghosts. Now Yubin still have self-awareness. Let her take off the bamboo tube first, and then bring it when there are many people outside." As soon as Chinitsuo's words came out, both Tanjiro and Yuduko looked at Taki with wide, watery eyes in anticipation. This Tanjiro is just that. Yubin's watery gaze with expectation is really difficult to refuse. Chinitsuo thinks so, but Chinitsuo feels that Taki should be similar to himself. Under the gaze of the two, Taki also agreed to this proposal, and Yubin's mouth finally broke out, and the whole person was full of energy, and happily spread his arms and hugged Kyungzia next to him again. "Sister." Tanjiro sat next to the two and watched them, with a somewhat subtle expression that extended a finger and poked at himself. "Yubin, me, and me." Taki looked at this scene that could be called a world-famous painting lightly, his mouth slightly pursed a taste of soup, and he exhaled a mouthful of white heat. The relationship between the three of them is really good. After the brothers and sisters chatted for a long time, Yubin lay down again and fell asleep. According to Taki's speculation, as a ghost, Yubin cannot recover his physical strength like a normal ghost because he does not eat people, so he chooses to use sleep to restore his physical strength. And Kyungzia, who listened to this speculation, had a conjecture of his own in his heart. Yubins are not ghosts, so slow physical recovery, can only choose sleep to maintain low physical consumption, so as to restore physical strength a little bit, then they are easy to get tired. Will it be the same principle? However, this speculation was quickly overturned by Chinitsu herself, because she did not have bloodthirsty desires at all, although her physical exertion was fast, but she also recovered quickly, and did not need to use sleep to restore her physical strength like Yu Bin. Chinitsu looked at Yuduzi who was sleeping on the bed and fell silent. In the original work, Yuduzi is one of the few people who have a happy ending, and they will not die early without disability. But if there is no misery, she will have a better family. Wuxian claims to be a natural disaster, so there is no need to care. But even if it is a natural disaster, people will still vent their injustice to heaven, not to mention that he is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. Chapter 17. Day 2, Morning. Chinitsu and Tanjiro got up early as usual, although he and they passed the final selection of the ghost-killing team themselves. The selected jade steel is still being built at the moment, and even if it is completed, it will be specially sent over, which will take about half a month. This time naturally can't be wasted like this, but it is already difficult to improve the strength of simple slashing training, so Kyungzia proposed 2 cultivation plans. 1. Go out and kill ghosts. 2nd, the 2 people trained in real combat, and the weapons were replaced with wooden knives. Strictly speaking, the first plan was more effective, but considering that the ghost was difficult to find, so it was ruled out, and Tanjiro resolutely chose the latter. By the way, Tanjiro and Chinitsu also had a very short sparring practice, because it was a short sparring exercise, so there was no talk of winning or losing, but in this short period of time alone, all of them were dominated by Chinata. Outside the wooden house, Chinitsu and Tanjiro distanced themselves by about 10 meters, looking at each other with training knives in hand. Because it was taught by the same master, under normal circumstances, neither of them can break each other's moves, so both want to attack with unexpected moves from the other. Tanjiro took a deep breath and then adjusted the power of Mizuno's breath to the maximum. The breath of water, the shape of picking, the flow of life. The blade in Tanjiro's hand instantly bloomed with a strong ripple of water, and the first move was the strongest move of breath of water. Did he want to attack quickly? No, it shouldn't be. Chinitsu discovered in an instant that this step in Tanjiro's tactics was just an illusion, and as Tanjiro's speed approached, the water dragon condensed in his blade actually hit the ground in front of Chinata. Bang! With the effect similar to pick-up type raw flow, Chinitsu's front was obstructed by the wave-like ripple sword chi, and behind this water wave that obstructed the line of sight, Tanjiro decisively and quickly switched his breathing, and the flames appeared on the blade. Forcibly switching breathing can put a severe load on the body, but it is also a powerful attack in battle, catching enemies by surprise. It's a pity that most of the Ghost Killer squad only master one breath, because just refining a breathing method is already very time-consuming. Because Lianzu was once Yanzu's stepson, he mastered the imperfect breath of Yan, and then because he could not use it as freely as Yanzu, he finally modified it into the breath of love. However, this breathing method that masters plural numbers is not much different from breathing without multiple numbers, but Chinitsu and Tanjiro are different, at least at this stage. Water breath, low consumption, comprehensive sword skills. Kagura, the god of fire, high consumption, ultimate output. After switching to Kagura, the god of fire, Tanjiro uses the body of the wooden sword to make a one-shaped round dance, and he wants to determine the victory with one move. And at the moment when Tanjiro felt that his blow could definitely hit Chinata's transcendent reaction nerves and physical qualities showed his sense of existence. Chinitsu had already jumped before Tanjiro's blade swung over, and the height of this jump exceeded the height of Tanjiro's blade. Just like that, Tanjiro's sword flew into the air. And Chinitsu's subsequent blow easily ended the duel. Sister, your jump is too high. The corner of Tanjiro's mouth twitched slightly, thinking back to the jump that Chinitsu had just made. If it was a power jump, he could also do it. He estimated that he could even jump on the wooden roof with a charge of power. But the problem is that just now Chinitsu did not charge his strength, and after Tanjiro switched from water to fire god Kagura and swung this knife, the process was quite short, which meant that Chinitsu's reaction time and the body's reaction time were even shorter. A quick jump without a charge is very different from a charged jump. At least Tanjiro thinks that he can't make such a fast jump just now by putting himself in the position of Chinitsu. Is this the ability of my sister to absorb ghost blood? Your bean has become a ghost, and his physical fitness has also been greatly improved, and Tanjiro still remembers that when Yu Bean lost consciousness and attacked him at the beginning, the quiet and weak sister of the original text suppressed him like a beast, a woodcutter, and his sister's situation was even worse than that of Yu Bean. Tanjiro looked down at his own knife in his hand. He gripped the handle harder, thinking that he would have to work harder, and there would definitely be more powerful ghosts in the future, and he would not only be able to drag down his sister but also be able to contribute his part. Sister, we'll come back later. Feel free to accompany you. Chinitsu and Tanjiro trained from morning until noon, until Taki came out of the wooden house after making lunch, and called the two of them back to eat like an old mother, and the two of them stopped. The two responded and turned their heads to look at the wooden house. The first thing they saw was Taki at the second time, and the second time they saw Yu Bean standing in the wooden house, carefully sticking their head towards them. Because the identity of the ghost cannot bask in the sun, even if you are awake, you can only nest in the wooden house, afraid of being exposed to direct sunlight, so you must be careful even when looking out from inside the house. But in fact, your bean is an exception. Your bean has the ability to resist sunlight, which is not available to the Ghost King, but now Yu Bean is not conscious of his own ability. In the original work, your bean was hurt at the beginning of contact with sunlight, but this injury suddenly took a sharp turn, and your bean was immune. Of course, even if Kyungzia knew this, he couldn't say it now, and now was not the time to say it. Chinitsu and Tanjiro walked into the house from outside the house, where you don't need to wear a bamboo tube. She happily ran to the two of them and said, "Sister, brother, you are so good, is this the breathing method taught by Mr. Taki? Well, the breath of water in our family heirloom Kagura, the god of fire, we have become very strong, and we will definitely find a way to make you turn back into a human in the future. Trust us." Kyungzia said while touching the head of your bean. "Your bean is really too cute, like a kitten. I really want to take it home and raise it." "Well? It seems to have been home." Chinitsu touched your bean's head. Your bean had a look of enjoyment, and Taki was already sitting in the living room, serving them the meal, and muttering softly in his mouth why they hadn't come over yet. Just as he was about to go to the living room in the wooden house after touching the head of your bean, Chinitsu suddenly had a whim, and an idea flashed out. "You Bean, do you want to learn breathing?" Chapter 18. Breathing. Yu Bean listened to Chinata's words first slightly stunned, and then her eyes lit up. Which girl has never had the idea of becoming handsome in her heart? Even a little cutie like Yu Bean has also had, and after seeing the sword confrontation between Chinitsu and Tanjiro in the morning, she made her even more ignite this thought in her heart. "No. But can I really learn? Can I learn?" Yu Bean lowered his head a little unconfidently and said softly. "Of course you can, we can both learn it." "Yu Bean, you can't learn it, Tanjiro, what do you say?" As he spoke, Chinitsu turned his head to look at Tanjiro, and when Tanjiro saw that Chinitsu handed the microphone to himself, he hurriedly said, "Of course, you Beans will definitely be able to. Let you Beans have more means of self-preservation." How could Tanjiro disagree? Yu Bean listened to the words of the two, and both eyes of happiness turned into beanie eyes, and they turned in circles in place. At this moment, the wooden house living room scales were still sitting quietly in their seats, waiting for them to take their seats. "It's really slow." 10 minutes later, Kyungzia and the others came to the living room. Even if Taki was still wearing a Utengu mask, Chinata and the others could feel the strong dissatisfied aura on Taki, as if using the aura to say, "How can you be so intoxicating? The food is going to be cold, you know." Chinitsu and Tanjiro bowed their heads awkwardly, and Chinata's feelings were the most delicate, as she remembered that she had said something similar at home. Then Shinichiro and Tanjiro told Taki about wanting Yubin to learn the breathing method, and Taki, who originally lifted the mask slightly up to reveal half of his face and drank miso soup, was stunned on the spot, and almost spewed out the miso soup in his mouth. Ghost. Ghosts learn breathing? The physical fitness and regenerative ability of ghosts far exceed that of humans, and humans can fight ghosts by relying on the Nikawa knife and breathing method, which the ghost learns the breathing method, and Taki has never thought about it, and he has never seen any ghost use the breathing method. At this moment, two thoughts flew out of Taki in his head. 1. Can ghosts really learn breathing? 2. How strong does the ghost have to be after learning the breathing method? Perhaps you can try it. After thinking about it, Taki agreed to their idea, and was even very interested in it. Thou beans learn breathing with the body of a ghost. After eating lunch, Taki began to teach you the breath of bean water himself, and in the field of teaching, it was Taki who personally took the best shot. Because Yubin is a ghost, she can't go outside to practice, she can only study inside the house. In the process of learning, Taki once said that he finally felt what it was like to teach a normal student again. Your beans have no foundation in swordsmanship, and because the body of the ghost causes a long proportion of sleep time, so it is impossible to learn for a long time, but your bean's willingness to learn is very high, so the progress is not particularly slow. Half a month later, a man wearing a cloak came step by step from afar, and at this moment Shinichiro and Tanjiro were practicing against each other, so they were outside the door. Wait a minute, it looks like someone is coming. People? Who? Could it be that the Nikawa knife is finally ready? Tanjiro immediately turned his head in the direction that Shinichiro was looking in excitedly, and saw that the man who was walking was not only wearing a cloak on his head, but also wearing a strange mask on his face. Looking at this mask, both of them immediately thought of the mask on Taki face, and secretly sighed that Master Taki Scale's mask was too high. Of course, after complaining, Tanjiro still politely walked over quickly to greet the person who arrived. Excuse me, are you the one who came to deliver the knife? Tanjiro asked politely, and the man stopped and nodded. His name is Steel Tsukasa, and he is a craftsman who makes the Nikki knife, and behind him is two cloth sticks, in which the Nikki knives of Shinichiro and Tanjiro are placed. Tanjiro happily invited Izuka into his home, removed and untied the two cloth sticks behind him, and handed the two original versions of the Nikki knife to Shinichiro and Tanjiro respectively. Judging by the color of your brothers and sisters' eyes and hair, you must have come from a family that does firework, so that your knives are likely to turn red. What a hope! Iron Tsukasa said with his hands on his chest expectantly, and when he said this, Shinichiri's eyebrows were obviously raised, and the corners of his calm mouth were slightly unbearable. That's not necessarily. Shinichiro and Tanjiro are learning the breath of water, and the probability that the color of awakening is blue is also very high. Taki, who was sitting dignified next to him, said in a serious tone. The Nikki knife, also known as the color-changing knife, changes color according to the owner, and the factors that affect the color change may be personality or family factors, but the probability of synchronously representing the color of the breathing method learned is the largest. The breath of water is blue. The breath of flame is fiery red. The breath of the wind is green. Iwa's breath is earth ash. Thunder's breath is golden light. Under the gaze of Taki and Izuka, the two began to change the color of their own Nikkeku knife. The Nikki knife in Tanjiro's hand turned black under everyone's gaze, and both of their eyes showed a surprised expression. Black! Black! What an unexpected change! In the history of the past few hundred years, there is no person who became famous with the black sword, let alone the top pillar. Even the swordsmen of the A and B levels have not been born, and most of them have lost their lives in the fight with ghosts. Facing this strange gaze of the two, Tanjiro looked at the black knife in his hand but did not have any disgust. He felt that this black knife was very appetizing to him. After Tanjiro changed color, everyone looked at Chinata's side, thinking that if Tanjiro was black, then Chinitsu might also be black. Under everyone's gaze, the Nikki knife in Chinitsu's hand became a color that everyone and even herself expected. Blue. The very clear blue color makes people feel how beautiful this knife is. One of the answers to choose one of the two normal answers, Taki and Iron Tsuka, are relieved. The user of water breath, blue is normal. Only Tanjiro and Chinitsu were still surprised, especially Chinitsu. She looked at the blue blade in her hand, her eyes slightly wrinkled. Why is my knife blue? Is it because I don't match Kagura, the god of fire, and God thinks I should take the proper breath of water? It's really weird. Chapter 19. The blue blade is very good. Looking at the purity of this color, Kyungzia, your future attainment in water breath may surpass Tomioka. Taki, this is only to say that Tomioka Yoshiyuki thinks that he is inferior to Rabbit in terms of talent, and Chinitsu and Tanjiro's talent is still above Rabbit. However, Tomioka Yoshiyuki created the 11th type of water breath, which is also a manifestation of Tomioka's talent, the name of the strongest water column for hundreds of years, and this title Tomioka Yoshiyuki wears well. And Kyungzia, who listened to Taki's words, wanted to spit on the purity in his mouth. It turns out that the color of the Nikki knife can still have a purity difference. The immediacy of the next door cutting and teeth set is coming to you. The strongest creature on the surface, your purity is too low. Chinitsu, you ran the wrong set. Chinitsu shook her head violently. She held the Nikawa knife in her hand, and carefully felt and observed. Forehead. I have to say, this blue one is very beautiful. Suddenly, there was a crow's sound outside the wooden house, and a few seconds later, the crow flew into the wooden house from outside, and the crow just wanted to land but felt the presence of Kyungzia, and a sudden break in the air stopped and flapped its wings to distance itself from Kyungzia. Tanjiro. Thousand Summers. I will convey the instructions. Head to the village to the northwest, where the girl is disappearing. Every night, the girl is disappearing. Find the hidden ghosts, fight them, please be safe. This is your initial mission to become a ghost slayer. After saying this, the crow flapped its wings and immediately turned around and flew out of the window. Because Chinitsu did not pass on the crow, so he could only let Tanjiro's crows transmit orders together, which was regarded as a team mode sharing task. Sister, our work is coming. Well, try to fight as quickly as possible. Chinitsu reinserted the Nikawa knife into the scabbard, and she didn't remember this part of the task very well, because it was the Spider Mountain chapter that made her interested in the Ghost Slayer blade, and the previous plot was relatively thin, and Chinitsu only remembered that it seemed to be a ghost with blood demon arts who liked to eat girls. But this is not a problem, that ghost is not strong, Tanjiro can easily brush alone, not to mention the two-person team mode. Oh no, Yu Bin also followed, that's the three-person team mode. At this moment, unlike the room that Chinitsu Tanjiro was in, Yudoko, who was in another room, heard their conversation with the extraordinary hearing of the ghost. She clenched her fists and lowered her head to cheer herself up, even though she was feeling a little sleepy now. As Chinitsu and Tanjiro got up and looked like they were ready to leave, Taki coughed softly and said lightly, there is a special wooden box in the room on the left, which is lighter and stronger than ordinary wooden boxes, and you can use this wooden box to store some things. Because Iron Tomb is present, regarding the fact that your bean is a ghost, it is better not to expose it or not to expose it. Chinitsu and Tanjiro nodded and immediately heard what Taki meant. After going to the room on the left to get the wooden box, Yu Bin shrunk his body and held a wooden sword for training and got into the wooden box, and Tanjiro carried the wooden box and prepared to leave. Chinitsu/Tanjiro. Then here we go. After 15 days, they left Taki again, and Taki stood outside the wooden house and watched them go. Take care. After the two of them left Takaji's line of sight, Chinitsu finally reached out and pulled out his blue Nikawa knife from its scabbard. Sister, why did you suddenly pull out the knife? Tanjiro hurriedly looked around nervously, because they were now coming down from the mountain by themselves, and they were not much away from the inhabited town. The world line of the Demon Slayer blade is derived from Taisho, which is the name of the year before Showa, and in this era samurai sabers have been banned, and such a sharp Nikoi knife will definitely cause considerable panic if seen by ordinary people. Don't worry, I just want to do an experiment, it will be fine soon, and it will not be seen. Kyungzia looked at the Nikawa knife with blue ripples in his hand, and during the time he went down the mountain, Kyungzia thought left and right and finally thought of a magical possibility, and now Kyungzia is ready to test this possibility. Shinichiro and Tanjiro maintained a full concentration of low-consumption water breathing throughout the day, and at this moment Shinichiro stopped the breathing method of water breath and entered the breathing method of Kagura, the god of fire. The originally calm body instantly felt that the blood was boiling, and the body temperature also increased significantly by 1 degree, and the blue Nikki knife held in Chinata's hand first sent a tingling pain to Kyungzia's palm, and then the color of the Nikawa knife changed. From the bottom up, the blue blade actually turned black, and Shinichiro gripped the Nikki knife in place and used a round dance, which showed much more power than Shinichiro and Tanjiro imagined. Sister, your knife has become the same as mine. As I guessed, my knife can also change color as my breathing method changes, which is a real color-changing blade. Shinichiro nodded in satisfaction. As long as it is not God who locked her root in the breath of water, after all, she can use the god of fire Kagura to fight injuries in the later stage, who breathes with water. Kyungzia is still waiting for the future to replicate a wave of succession in front of the miserable. What do you think of life? Shinichiro couldn't help but blurt out, and the Tanjiro next to him gave a question mark. What? What brings life to life? What? Shinichiro coughed his throat in embarrassment and waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care about this. Go ahead, try to fight as quickly as possible. The two of them went all the way and soon came to the town where there were people. Of course, this was not the destination town, but walking through the inside of the town helped Kyungzia a lot to understand this era, and the Taisho era before Showa was not as backward as imagined. Also, after all, there were trains in the Taisho era, and the armed forces had a musket in their hands, and the lord of the ghost-killing team used a large amount of black powder to detonate at one point, causing a lot of damage to the Ghost King at close range. Shinichiro and Tanjiro traveled all the way, through one town after another, and finally came to the town in the Raven River newspaper. And just came to this town, Tanjiro suddenly felt the extraordinary of this town with his fully concentrated perception and sense of smell beyond dogs. There is a ghost smell. Tanjiro's eyebrows wrinkled slightly, although the smell was very mixed, it was not difficult for him to judge the direction now. Okay, Tanjiro, let's go. Chapter 20. If it comes to the body is different from ordinary people, then Tanjiro is definitely not much worse than Shinichiro. His brain case is hard enough that ghosts will personally complain, and the nose is a big killer in the early stage, can smell the smell of ghosts and even smell the emotions mixed in the smell. With the motto "Close the door," put Tanjiro. Shinichiro followed behind Tanjiro, whose nose was full of fire, and with his sense of smell, he began to look for the evil ghost hiding in the town. On the left. Right. Front. It's nearby. Tanjiro runs around the town with Shinichiro's brisk pace, and in the original book, Tanjiro needs to find someone to ask for directions to confirm the approximate area, but now he doesn't need to. After determining the approximate location, Shinichiro and Tanjiro decide to wait for night to fall, because ghosts will not appear during the day, and it is easy for ghosts to detect them if they continue to move around the area. The normal thing should be this. But just after deciding to do this, Shinichiro suddenly looked at the nearby mansion, heard a woman's voice from the mansion, and an interesting idea suddenly appeared in her mind, and a smile that could not be suppressed for a while appeared on her face. Tanjiro, I have an interesting idea at night, in a room in the big mansion. A young girl slowly walked in from outside the room, she removed her coat and only the clothes she wore when she slept, lay down on the bed quilt on the floor, and closed her eyes peacefully. And a few seconds after she closed her eyes, the room was suddenly engulfed in swamp-like darkness, and two hands reached out from this swamp-like darkness, trying to drag the girl lying on the bed into the darkness. After the two hands were straightened, they quickly grabbed towards the girl, and at the moment when they were about to touch the girl's body, the girl's hands in the futon suddenly came out, snap. The ghost's hands were grabbed deadly. What? The ghost's shocked voice came from this darkness, and what surprised it even more was that it found that the hands that were caught could not break free, and the strength of the other party was not inferior to itself. How is this possible? I'm a ghost. How can I be a weak girl? No, she wasn't my original goal. At first, it didn't pay much attention, but in a state of shock, it noticed that its goal had changed. The wig on the head of the girl who grabbed the ghost's arms with her backhand gradually fell off, and the girl who was originally targeted was pure black hair, and under the black wig at this moment was a dazzling red hair. Who is this person? Of course it's China Shuk. Since he was preparing to guard the plant, it was better to go deeper to guard the plant, and after determining the target of the ghost, Chinitsu went to the mansion to negotiate with the girl. Because she didn't want to create panic, Chinitsu didn't mention the ghost creature, but replaced it with a rogue criminal who specializes in women. Chinitsu and Tanjiro quickly gained each other's trust with their extraordinary temperament and outstanding appearance, and as night fell, the girl changed rooms to rest, while Chinitsu wore a black wig to replace the girl's original trajectory and came to the room, waiting for the arrival of the ghost. Finally found out? Your ghost eyes are not very good, it looks like even if you don't wear a wig, you may be able to deceive you abominable girl. Let go of my hand for me. The evil ghost's head emerged from the swampy darkness, and it originally wanted to scare Kyungzia with its hideous cheeks, and even if it was not good, it would attack Kyungzia with its own mouth, but he did not know that its outcrop gave them the opportunity to take a headshot. As the demon's head was exposed, the door to this room slammed. Tanjiro, who had already prepared a powerful blow, came in from outside the door with a kick, aiming at the evil spirit's head and stabbing him quickly. Water breath, Kizi type, Shizuka ripple stab. The fastest stabbing technique in Mizuno's breath, Tanjiro's Nikki knife was sharply inserted into the devil's brain case, and with Tanjiro's lateral flick, although the devil's neck was not cut off, the brain was cut into pieces. But the ghost does not bleed, but not particularly bloody. This evil ghost is a type with blood ghost art, can dive the body into the darkness, and even can conjure a doppelganger. In the ordinary ghost is considered to be the upper middle level, but unfortunately ran into Chinitsu and Tanjiro, a high level but still wandering around the novice village, although this was killed in seconds but not wronged. After solving the evil ghost, Tanjiro let out a breath in his mouth. To be honest, this kind of second kill can't have the effect of exercise at all, but the wave still can't wave. This ghost has killed dozens of girls, and the crime is deep. But then again, sister, you are still too dangerous like this. What if the strength of this ghost exceeds our expectations, and my sister is dragged into the darkness by this ghost? Okay, I'll pay attention. Kyungzia waved her hand with a big grin, although she decided to play so much because she knew that this ghost was not strong, but she couldn't say that. Because it was night, and this farce did not cause much noise except for Tanjiro kicking the door open. Chinitsu left a piece of paper that said the prisoner has been caught, and then the two quickly left the mansion. It was only 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and there were still many vendors on the street setting up stalls, and many shops were open. Also because it was night, your beans also jumped out of the wooden box, but with a bamboo tube in their mouths. Going to eat noodles. It's okay, there's no shortage of money anyway. After joining the ghost killer team, they are paid, and after they pass the final selection, they get a lot of initial funds, plus they also have money to get for completing tasks, so under normal circumstances, they don't have to worry about financial resources. The three of them walked on the road looking for what to eat, and if they couldn't find it, they ate noodles and made do. Suddenly, Kyungzia saw a small stall selling jinping candy from the roadside stall, and within a few seconds, Yu Bin also found this stall, and the mouth sealed by the bamboo tube was dripping drool. Yu Bin's like to eat miso soup, snacks like to eat jinping candy, which is a star-shaped colored candy with the meaning of lucky star. Qingxia looked at Yu Bin's hungry look and smiled faintly. She walked to the small stall selling jinping candy, and stretched out a finger to point to a bottle full of jinping candy. Please give me a bottle of jinping candy, thank you. With one hand of money and one hand of delivery, the shopkeeper smiled and handed the jinping sugar bottle to Chinata's hand. And Qingxia handed the bottle to Yuduza's hand. Yu Bin happily held the bottle containing jinping candy and her whole body swayed. If it weren't for the street, she would want to go around in circles. Thou Bin, woohoo! Thanks sister. Qingxia, small meaning. Chapter 21. Because it was a quick brush side boss, Chinatsu's side had a period of free time, and Yu Bin followed behind Chinatsu and Tanjiro, and the three of them walked on the street, attracting the attention of a large number of people around. Outstanding looking Chinata. Tanjiro with a scar on his forehead. A bean in your mouth. These three people walk together, it is really difficult to keep a low profile. But fortunately, the three people are not social fears, although Qingxia once called her social fear, but this social fear is not a normal social fear, her social fear is called social terrorist, is a level of terrorist creatures higher than self-cooking. The characteristics are completely do not care about the eyes of others and the air atmosphere. And Tanjiro is also a sunny and cheerful big boy, although he cares about the gaze and atmosphere, he will not be engulfed by these, and his sense of existence changes back and forth between strong and not strong. As for Yu Bin's, she lowered her head and followed behind Chinatsu and Tanjiro, her gaze? Atmosphere? She just looked intently at the jinping candy she was holding in her hand, thinking of quickly walking to no one's place and taking some bamboo tube in her mouth and eating it comfortably. In the end, they walked around and finally chose to go to the roadside stall and ate a bowl of noodles each, but it was also the first time that the task was successfully completed. If only eating vegetarian noodles is a little too shabby, so. Boss, add an egg and root sausage to every bowl of noodles. Understood. The boss was making noodles, and the noodles with sausages and eggs were held out by the boss. This combination is the most classic style, and before coming to this world, Qingxia often ordered this when he went to eat noodles at a noodle restaurant. Egg noodles, shiitake noodles, vegetarian noodles, large noodles, seafood noodles. Chinatsu and Tanjiro ate the noodles in their hands, and the boss quietly watched the two people eating noodles and Yu Bin sitting next to him holding a bottle. It doesn't look like the clothes are from ordinary people, and they are pinned to their waist is model knives, right? In this era, samurai games are still played, and it seems that they come from rich and noble families. The boss looked at them and thought so, because now there is a ban on swords in the Taisho era, and the samurai profession that was originally a human superior was gradually suppressed after the appearance of the ban on swords, and it didn't take many years for the samurai to disappear. Of course, even after so many years of banning the knife, there will still be some children who think that the saber is handsome, so they will tie a model knife to their bodies, and the scabbard is mostly wooden or plastic. Therefore, the noodle stall owner did not care too much about the situation of the saber of Chinatsu and Tanjiro. As long as the knife was not pulled out to expose the metal blade, the problem was not big, except for some special occasions, such as the train station or something. It's not too early now, you guys go home quickly after eating. If you are traveling here, then it is best to find an inn to live in early, especially the young lady here. There have been women missing in this area recently. It must be the hand of some rogue pervert. I hope the police can quickly catch that guy. The owner of the noodle stall said while starting to clean up the stall, even if he is a big man, but with the frequent disappearance of women at night, so the customer flow at this point in time is almost equal to zero. If not for Qingxia they came, under normal circumstances, he packed up the stall and arrived home. Didn't. Nothing, thing, from tomorrow. There will be no more women missing in the beginning. Shinichiro said while snorting noodles. If that's really the case, then it's good the noodle stall owner didn't think so, but simply regarded Kyungzia's words as a beautiful fantasy of the little girl's family. Kyungzia does not refute either, but concentrates on his face. He can't say that he is a ghost hunter, nor can he say that he is a policeman. The ghost is a kind of unseen light, and the ghost hunter who contends with it is also unable to see the light. Boss, the noodles you made are so delicious. Thank you, miss, for your compliment. Miss, you are so beautiful. Let me guess, the little brother next to you is your boyfriend or your brother? It should be the older brother, right? The noodle stall owner smiled, thinking that he had guessed correctly, but the moment he finished speaking, Kyungzia couldn't help but fold the chopsticks in his hand into two with one hand. Tanjiro hurriedly said when he saw it, "This is my sister, 2 years older than me." Sister? The noodle stall owner was stunned for a while. He really didn't expect that he actually guessed wrong, not only older, but also 2 years older. This year, Tanjiro is 15 years old, Yubin is 14 years old, and Shinichiro is 17 years old. As the eldest sister of our family, it is normal to be 2 years older, it is impossible to be 1 year older, and you have to give the old mother of the stove family time to rest. This has been done more than once for age judgment errors, and anywhere Kyungzia can endure regression, but this point must not be retreated. I'm full. Shinichiro got up from the seat of the noodle stall a little angrily, and Tanjiro followed closely to put the noodle bowl down. Sister, are we going back to Master Taki next? Tanjiro walked up to Shinichiro's side and asked. No, let's find an inn to rest for the night first, there is no hurry. Kyungzia also reached out and covered her mouth a little sleepily. 2. Tanjiro nodded. If he went back to the Taki wooden house now, I am afraid that he would have to stay up all night. Although I can't decide what to eat, it's still easy to decide where to live, how much money you have on your phone, and then go to the best inn as possible. In a town that is considered to be a good inn, 2 houses are opened, and Shinichiro and Yudoko live in one, and Tanjiro lives in one. After returning to the room, Uduza held the training wooden sword in his hand and indicated that he wanted to practice the breathing method and sword art that Taki had taught him. But because of the problem of drowsiness, she didn't practice for a long time and couldn't open her eyes and fell asleep, and she didn't let her take the bamboo tube when she slept. After all, there is Kyungzia. If she goes crazy, Kyungzia can also stop it in the first time. Of course, Kyungzia knows that Yubin will not go crazy, unless someone sends thin blood to her eyes. Kyungzia Pan sat on the bed, although she resisted the inner roll, but she found that if she rolled up a little bit, just follow the previous plot, her strength is still not enough to change the future tragedy. Because the fault line in the strength of the Ghost Slayer blade is too serious, just as the Ghost Slayer team has a class, the Ghost also has a class. 6 on the top and 6 on the bottom string. Upper winding pillar, lower string, ordinary ghost/ordinary swordsman. In the chapter of the Infinite Train, Yanzhu, who has the strength to easily kill the lower string ghost, meets the upper string 3, and the scene is absolutely completely suppressed, facing the upper string third who wants to persuade the Yan pillar on the side. The Yanzhu tried his best and even burned his life, but the result is still. If this growth rate came to the Infinite Train chapter, Kyungzia thought that he could really prevent the tragedy of Yanzhu's death instead of one more corpse trying to resist. Chapter 22. In the world of Ghost Slayer Blade, there are 3 types of plugins that can greatly increase their strength. Marking that can improve physical fitness in all aspects. Transparent world that hides breath and enhances perception. Hiss word that increases damage and weakens the regeneration of ghosts. These are the 3 major plugins of the Ghost Slayer Blade, and the ghost hunters in the Warring States period are not unfamiliar with these 3 major plugins, and they have more or less mastered 1 or 2 of them, and even some people have mastered all 3 major plugins. It is precisely because of this that in the Warring States period, the battle between ghost hunters and ghosts turned out to be that people suppressed ghosts, but because they failed to eliminate the Ghost King without misery, under the long river of time, these 3 major plugins were gradually buried. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Chinitsu switched the constant of water breathing to Kagura, the god of fire, training her endurance while her brain pondered how to increase her growth rate. Let's not talk about knocking down the third of the upper winding in the Infinite Train chapter, but taking the rescue of the Yanzu as the primary goal, then the most effective of the three major plugins is Transparent World. The three Shangxian uses fists as a weapon to master a variety of powerful fighting techniques, but the core of which is the skill called Luo Needle. This skill will accurately perceive the opponent's fighting chi like a compass, so that its attacks and dodges become as accurate and forceful as magnet adsorption, and this effect is more obvious for people with stronger fighting spirit. And the hidden aura of Transparent World can restrain Luo Needle, which is an ability that must be mastered in order to defeat the nest seat. Then the problem comes out. The Transparent World is the most difficult of the three major plugins. Basically the people who open the Transparent World, the other two plugins are also opened. It's too mysterious, or else. Try? Chinitsu closed her eyes and tried to turn off most of her perception and focus all her energy on perception. Time passed minute by minute, and Chinitsu didn't know how long had passed, because she fell asleep. The first attempt to penetrate the world ended in failure. Morning. Chinitsu sat on the chair in front of the mirror with a depressed face, and her whole face seemed to be condemning herself for how she fell asleep. The transparent world looks a little mysterious for a short time, so can you only choose markings or hejiao? Although it sounds quite tempting to improve the physical fitness of the markings, the problem is that as soon as this thing is opened, the life expectancy is directly shortened to 25 years old, and it is also like the plague, people with markings around, others are easier to open markings, you are short-lived, I am short-lived, everyone is short-lived. After thinking about it, it seems that the headao is the easiest to open, and there are two ways to open the header. First, use the grip strength to warm up the Japanese wheel knife, but generally people who have not opened the markings do not have this grip strength. Second, the use of a series of collisions between weapons to make the temperature of the Nikki knife reach the extreme, which is a little more reliable, but the general collision is not enough to achieve this condition. And the current level of Chinitsu and Tanjiro before is Euler, and it is impossible to reach this level of temperature. Chinitsu looked at herself in the mirror and kept thinking about how she should become stronger now, and the final result was just to continue to exercise the breath of Kagura, the god of fire, every night and try to enter the transparent world, and Tanjiro continued to fight the sword to improve his strength, and then went to the headquarters of the Ghost Killer team to have a high-intensity battle with a pillar, borrowing the hand of a pillar-level powerhouse to open the sword. It's a long road. Kyungzia let out a breath in her mouth. She suddenly felt that her small markings and small regeneration body hanging was not fragrant at all. It was better to let me awaken the world at the beginning. Chinitsu slowed down and devoted herself to the real world, and she looked at herself in the mirror and was suddenly stunned. I saw that my hair in the mirror was now combed to the side and braided into a loose braid. This hairstyle is called side ponytail, which is another name in the anime industry. Wife hairstyle. This hairstyle is full of intellectual beauty, often appearing in the image of big sisters or people with wives and mothers, and because this type of character in anime often gets bento boxes due to various things, this hairstyle is also known as death hairstyle. I saw that Yubin behind Kyungzia was happily holding a comb to sort out the hairstyle for Kyungzia. As the representative of needlework in the Stove family, her understanding of hairstyle is not weak. In order not to go to the barbershop expenses, and even sometimes cutting hair is handled by Yubin. Hee sister, I see that you are still a little confused. I helped my sister sort out the hairstyle. How about it, sister? My craft has not regressed. Yubin looked at Kyungzia's hairstyle now with great satisfaction. Indeed, it is very perfect. Even if you go to be a barber, I am afraid that you can mix a world, but this hairstyle. It would be nice if there was no such flag. Of course, it is impossible for Kyungzia to sweep away the nature of your beans. This hairstyle is this hairstyle. Yubin, it's almost time for us to get ready to go out. Yu Bin obediently took the bamboo tube in his hand, and the wooden box of the portable family was also ready to be placed at the door, and soon Tanjiro appeared outside the door of the room and knocked lightly on the door. Boom! 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 Sister? Thou Beans? Are you awake? A few seconds later, the door opened from the inside, and Tanjiro walked in, then walked out with Chinitsu carrying a wooden box and came to the counter of the inn. The lady in charge of today's work at the counter watched Chinitsu and Tanjiro walk out. Although they didn't know each other, they still smiled politely. The two are brothers and sisters. It seems that the two have a good relationship. It really makes me envious. In fact, I have a younger brother. He often makes me very distressed. The daily greetings of the counter lady. For an inn, even the passengers who leave cannot be neglected, because these are customers who may come again in the future. For the content of the counter lady's greeting, Chinitsu didn't care, but the point was that the counter lady actually said the relationship between her and Tanjiro correctly. Not brothers and sisters, but brothers and sisters. The corners of Chinitsu's happy mouth squirmed, her eyes were filled with joy, and at the same time, she probably guessed the reason for this change. Her gaze slanted slightly to look at herself. The bean had just combed the ponytail, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. At the same time, a black crow appeared outside the inn, and in Japan the crow is one of the national birds and the embodiment of the divine bird, so it does not cause any adverse psychological reactions. The raven flew around in the air anxiously, wondering how Chinitsu and Tanjiro hadn't come out yet, and with so many people around, it couldn't speak. Chapter 23. When Chinitsu and Tanjiro walked out of the inn, the crow flapped its wings happily, and under its chirping, they came to a no-man's corner, and the crow opened its mouth and spat out human words. Next is Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture, where there are rumors of ghosts lurking. After saying that, it quickly flapped its wings and left, not giving Tanjiro a chance to communicate with it at all. It's amazing, sister. How did you say that the Ghost Killer Squad headquarters trained such a crow that can speak human language? Tanjiro looked at the distant crow in the air and muttered curiously. Who knows, there are many outrageous places in this world. Chinitsu replied faintly. She turned to look in the direction the raven said. The next place to go is amazing. According to the development of the original plot, they will meet the Ghost King disguised as a human in Tokyo. This fight cannot be fought. Although this Ghost King is very crumbly, it is indeed the strongest after the Second National Yuanyi, and all the pillars in this period will be easily beaten by him when dealing with Wu Miao. Tanjiro, let's go. Chinitsu and Tanjiro embarked on the road to Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture. Fortunately, Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture is not far from here. In the original book, Tanjiro leaves in the morning and arrives at night, and at this moment, under the footsteps of the two, the genius came to Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture with a little dark. The first feeling when you come to this place is shock. Compared with here, the small town under the mountain of the stove cannot be described as a country in the countryside. There is a sense of sight that has spanned hundreds of years at once. Although it was not completely dark, the electric lights on the street had been turned on, the twinkling lights shone on the town, and the trains advancing along the above-ground tracks appeared from time to time, and Tanjiro looked at the scene in front of him, and these two eyes were about to pop out, which really made him charcoal. Now the city. Towns and cities are all fading. Has it developed into this? Tanjiro muttered softly in his stunned mouth. Tanjiro really wants Yu Bin to see the scene in front of him, but unfortunately it is not completely dark yet, and Yu Bin seems to be sleeping now. The smell in the city is very mixed, and Tanjiro thought that it would be very difficult to smell the ghosts, but he simply tried it, but this wave of attempts brought Tanjiro a harvest. Sister. I smell ghosts. Big. Probably? I'm not sure, but it's the smell of ghosts. Tanjiro muttered uncertainly. It was the first time he had this kind of uncertainty, and generally the smell he smelled would not be unjudgeable, not to mention that the smell of ghosts seemed so special compared to the smell of other things. For Tanjiro's reaction, Chinitsu next to him was a little surprised. Tanjiro actually smelled the smell of that ghost, which was beyond Chinitsu's expectations. Rightly or wrongly, just go and see first. Well, that's right. Tanjiro nodded. If his nose smelled wrong, then he would just go to the place where the smell came from to check it. Chinitsu and Tanjiro set out immediately. It was difficult to speed up in this dense crowd, and there was a risk that they might be dragged and interrogated by the patrolling policemen. Under the squeeze and twisting, the two came to the door of a pharmacy. Tanjiro's eyes were slightly wrinkled. And he said solemnly, "This is it, although it is mixed with a lot of medicinal smell, it is not the reason why I judge and doubt." Tanjiro said that his nose would not fail because of the smell of medicinal herbs, and the smell of ghosts he smelled was really very special. Chinitsu nodded, and then walked into the pharmacy from outside the door, and the target appeared in the sight of Chinitsu and Tanjiro. A very elegant lady who looked 15 or 16 years old and a very serious-looking teenager were buying medicine. And as Chinitsu and Tanjiro's gaze looked at the two of them, they also quickly noticed and turned their heads to look at Chinitsu and Tanjiro. It's a ghost. It's the group of ghost killer team. Tanjiro was sure that the two in front of him were ghosts, and the serious boy also recognized the scabbard of the Nikiwa knife pinned to the waist of Chinitsu and Tanjiro. For a while, both sides became nervous. Only Chinitsu next to Tanjiro and the girl next to the irascible boy still looked calm. "Wait, Yoshiro, they're not the same as ordinary ghost hunters." The girl swung her arm and stopped Yoshiro, who was ready to dry at any time. The girl's empty eyes looked at Kyungzia, and she felt a very special smell from Kyungzia, a bit like a ghost, but the proportion of people was greater. "Are you similar?" "Wrong. The box behind this teenager is the same kind, right?" the girl said lightly. "Because it is now out of pharmacies, and there are ordinary people, the word ghost cannot be directly said." Tanjiro looked at the two in front of him vigilantly. He had no idea what the female ghost in front of him was thinking now. If Yoshiro next to her did not exude a considerable degree of hostility, maybe Tanjiro would have calmed down and talked to her. "It's not easy to chat here. If you can you two come to our residence? I think the two of you should not suffer." The girl's voice was very soft, and her words and deeds were full of a lady's aura, which was not agreed at all with the fake lady of Kyungzia. Tanjiro showed a hesitant expression when he heard that he was going to the ghost's residence, and he turned his head to look at Chinitsu beside him, wanting to see what his sister's point of view was, but he saw that Chinita's face was expressionless, making people unable to see through. "Tanjiro, what was my sister thinking?" "Yoshiro, this woman." "Wrong. Kyungzia, the development is so fast. I was still thinking about how to establish a friendly relationship with Zhu Xi and them, but I didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to apply for a friend position. Nice on the surface." Kyungzia smiled faintly and said, "Then please lead the way. My brother also said that I smelled a different aura from you than ordinary ghosts, so I am also very interested in you." "Unusual smell?" Suzuo and Yoshiro turned their heads in surprise and confusion to look at Tanjiro beside Chinitsu, thinking that the breath on their bodies could actually be smelled with their noses. What kind of nose did this have to be? Suzuo then politely leads Chinitsu and Tanjiro to her residence, and along the way, Yoshiro, who is in charge of the position of attendant, looks at Chinitsu and Tanjiro with fierce eyes. After passing through a wall of illusion, the two followed Zhu Xi to her residence, a large 3-story mansion. "Forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhu Xi, this kid's name is Yoshiro, although we are all ghosts. We have escaped the shackles of misery, and now we are evading the miserable search and looking for a way to defeat misery." Chapter 24. Zhu Xi, hundreds of years ago, was tricked into becoming a ghost at the age of 19, and after becoming a ghost, he fell into a rampage and killed his husband and young children with his own hands. Under the resentment of Wuxian and her own strong spirit, she got rid of the shackles of Wuxian for a short time and carried out medical experiments and transformation on herself, thereby reducing her desire for human blood, and now she can maintain her sanity by donating blood to replenish a little blood bag blood for a certain period of time for the project. And Yoshiro next to him is a person who has successfully assimilated into a ghost with his own blood in 200 years, and he also uses the blood of the blood bag to eat and fill his hunger. After hearing Suzuo's explanation, Tanjiro showed an expression of realization, and sucked blood without harming people, so they didn't smell like normal ghosts. Miss Kyungzia, I see that you are not a ghost, but there is a faint smell of ghosts on your body, and the girl over here is a ghost, but the smell of ghosts is lighter than ours. Please tell me, what happened to you? Zhu Shi said very seriously. If it weren't for Yoshiro's stop next to him, Zhu Shi would have given Chinitsuo and Tanjiro a wave of dirt seats on the spot. Under normal circumstances, it is very rude for one person to let another person wake up previous sad memories, but Chinitsuo is fine, because about this memory she often appears in dreams, she has long adapted. Then Chinitsuo spoke about the tragedy that happened in the stove house at that time, and the details of this part of the story were unknown even to Tanjiro, who listened quietly beside him. Perhaps because Chinitsuo remembers this part too deeply, in the process of telling, Tanjiro and Suzuo are immersed in the scene and feel the original sense of powerlessness. There is no power to resist at all, the other party is a ghost king, a person standing on the ceiling of this world, this level of people slaughtering the mother of the stove and a group of minors who are not even as good as normal adult men, just thinking about it makes people despair. Tanjiro clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, his already red eyes becoming even redder. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Zhu Shi on the side also pursed her lips, and compared to Tanjiro, her resentment towards Wuxian was not much worse. After understanding each other's situation, the two sides shook hands and became friends. Zhu Shi is a doctor, has been studying drugs that can kill Wu Miserable. Don't feel that Zhu Shi is useless. You must know that Wu Shi was not born as a ghost king. In fact, Wu Miserable was originally a human being, until he met the most outrageous existence of the Ghost Slayer Blade, a doctor. With the doctor's operation, he successfully turned a weak human into a cold-blooded ghost king. That 1,000 summers? Can you give me a little of your blood? And the blood of your beans, I want a little bit. I want to do some research. Thank you so much. Kyungzia took the prop for taking blood from Zushi's hand and drew some blood and handed it back to Zushi, who looked at the blood and looked at it seriously, and on the surface, he did not see anything unusual from ordinary people. But this blood is not visible, see that Kyungzia did not pass the test, this because of the blood to be taken so cut out a little wound has begun to scab. Although it is not comparable to the regeneration speed of the ghost, but it is also impossible for normal people to reach the speed. It's unbelievable. Yu Shilang next to him couldn't help but complain when he looked at the speed of Kyungzia's wound recovery. After taking blood from your bean's side, Zhu Shi said that if he had the opportunity, he hoped to help her collect some high-level ghost blood, which would help the progress of her experiment. In order to be able to turn his sister back into a human sooner, Tanjiro took the quick blood-drawing knife given by Yoshiro and nodded seriously to Suzuo. And just when Tanjiro opened his mouth and thought about asking if Zhu Shi had any opinion about the situation of your bean, he was suddenly stunned. A peculiar smell wafted into his nose from a distance, and despite the distance, he smelled it. He smelled this smell for the second time, and the last time he smelled it was when his home was extinguished. No misery! No misery! No misery! Tanjiro's gasping suddenly became unusually frequent, and he clenched his fists and stood up from his sitting position, turning his head to look in the direction where the smell came from. This smell he will definitely not judge wrong, the strange smell that comes out of the house when the door is extinguished. The Ghost King is not miserable. Tanjiro subconsciously raised his foot and prepared to rush in the direction where the smell came from, but just as he was about to rush out, Chinitsu, who was also standing up, reached out and grabbed Tanjiro's shoulder. Tanjiro, calm down. Sister. That's nothing miserable. That's not miserable. Even if it's not miserable, do you think you can take revenge now? It seems that because you haven't encountered a stronger ghost, you have a wrong assessment of your strength. Chinitsu looked at Tanjiro and said calmly. The original owner of the body actually felt the oppression of Wojiro's strength, and Chinitsu knew the intensity of Wojiro in the plot, which in the original book Wuxi met Tanjiro and finally gave into a wave of misery, and after fleeing the scene, he sent 2 ghosts under his hand to test Tanjiro. But not afraid of 10,000, just in case, this strength gap is too big, in case there is no misery, directly come to test the strength of Tanjiro. I am afraid that this is not directly 1 seconds. Now is not the time, let's precipitate for a while, this revenge must be repaid, definitely. Chinitsu's words gradually calmed Tanjiro, who took a deep breath and sat down on the ground again. You're right, sister, that's the Ghost King, even if the teacher can't deal with the opponent, we have no chance of winning now. Tanjiro lowered his head and muttered softly. But, sister, I've never seen that ghost called Misery, what does he look like? Tanjiro asked again after a moment of silence. Kyungzia was only stunned for a second or two, and then almost blurted out, Michael Jackson? Hey! Not only Tanjiro, but even Suzushi and Yoshiro beside him showed a puzzled expression. Michael is... Zhu Shi said that he had lived for so long, he had never heard of the name Michael Jackson, was it someone or relative they knew? Kyungzia coughed his throat in embarrassment, don't say that this is an empty worldview, even if this is a world with completely equal culture, Michael Jackson was only born in 1958, and now he is not born in the Taisho era. Chapter 25. That's not the point, anyway, it's a man with black hair, a tall figure, a pale complexion like paper, and red eyes, well, it is enough to remember these physical features. Chinitsu awkwardly stretched out a finger and quickly diverted the topic. Tanjiro and Suzu did not think much about it, and the appearance characteristics described by Kyungzia were basically the same as the miserable image in Suzu's heart. He can change his appearance, but his appearance will not change much, and I heard that he has even appeared as a woman. Zhu Shi said what he knew. As a pearl who has lived for hundreds of years, she tutored Tanjiro a lot of lessons about ghosts, so that Tanjiro had a basic understanding of the combat power of the 12 Ghost Moon, and there would be no more embarrassing situations like seeing a high-level ghost in the original book and saying that it might be the 12 Ghost Moon. The strength of the 12 Ghost Moons is strong. Fortunately, the pillars of this era heard that the strength is much stronger than previous generations. Most of them rely on killing the lower string rising column instead of killing 50 ghosts by merit, but the strength of the upper string is several times that of the lower string, and there has been no record of being defeated for more than 100 years. Suzuo said lightly, until Tanjiro's unusually sharp nose smelled the smell of ghosts again. Unlike the light smell of ghosts like Yubin and Miss Suzuo, nor the disgusting smell of blood like Misery, what Tanjiro smelled at this moment was the breath of a normal ghost emitted by a normal ghost. The stench emitted by the ghosts who eat people. Sister. Chinitsu and Tanjiro got up from the ground and prepared to leave immediately. Yubin is still sleeping, so you can only ask Suzuo to help take care of it. It's okay, it'll be over soon. We'll be back soon. The two left this sentence and turned around and rushed out of Sasei's mansion, with Tanjiro in front and Chinitsu behind, and quickly rushed to the place where the ghost appeared. At this moment, Misery is playing a normal human life in this city, and when they come here, because the crow says that there are ghosts here. What the crow said is definitely not without Misery. If the crow can find the whereabouts of the miserable, the ghost killing team headquarters has to offer the crow as a treasure. The crow or the ghost discovered by the intelligence department of the ghost killing team is actually Wu Misery's accompanying subordinates, and it is a ghost who came to this city with Wu Miser's microservice private visit. If the ghosts under the lower string are distinguished by low-level ghosts, medium-level ghosts, and high-level ghosts, then the owner of the ghost smell that Tanjiro smelled at this moment has definitely entered the category of high-level ghosts. In the shadows of the city, two people were as if eating a buffet. one of them pinched a human thigh in his hand, and Sven nodded. So idle, so idle, so idle, close your mouth and eat quietly. Shut up, how else can I eat? Are you an idiot? Two ghosts gnawed at human flesh and blood, a man and a woman. The woman's name was Cinnabar Maru, and the man's name was Yawayu. They were miserable companions. Their status was lower than that of Xiastring, but they were above the rest of the ordinary ghosts. And both of them were played as children by Wu Wu, causing the two to always think that they were one of the 12 ghost moons. Sometimes I really don't know what Master Wu Miserable thinks, and he has actually played with humans. Lord Wu Miserable must have his own intentions in doing this. Don't guess what Master Wu Miserable thinks behind his back. Hee, I'm not disrespecting Lord Wu Miserable, I'm praising Lord Wu Miserable. The two ghosts chatted leisurely, completely unaware of the approach of the two people. Water breath is the softest of all breathing methods, the most comprehensive direction of practice. Silent footsteps are the basic operation, although it will not completely disappear its breath like through the world, but it is also more refined than other breathing method users control the breath. It wasn't until the two came 3 or 4 meters behind the two ghosts that the two ghosts noticed that something was moving around them. They turned their heads sharply and looked behind them, only to see that Chinitsuo and Tanjiro's Nikki knives had already swung at their necks, and in a matter of seconds, the two of them had their necks cut by 2/3, barely avoiding the blow that almost killed them in seconds. Ghost Killer Team. The two ghosts didn't have time to think, and the others hurriedly entered the battle stance. Handball Ghost, Akaza Maru. The Arrow Pattern Ghost, Yawayu. It's a pity, the sneak attack failed, and the frontal speed was solved. Okay. Chinitsuo and Tanjiro didn't have the idea of dragging it down, and the two ghosts on the opposite side heard that Chinitsuo wanted to solve them quickly, and their expressions instantly became calm. You're looking down on me. Akaza Maru grew 4 arms again on the spot, and each of the 6 palms condensed a handball one by one, throwing towards Chinitsuo and Tanjiro with amazing power. Yawayu opened his palm, and he was able to conjure a large number of arrow patterns that ordinary people could not see, through which he was able to manipulate the direction trajectory of objects. With the cooperation of pairs, this sharp flying handball flies around at high speed in the air without reducing its strength, and it is difficult for ordinary people to capture its direction trajectory with the naked eye. How? This is the strength of the 12 Ghost Moon. Akaza Maru laughed maniacally. In her opinion, the two people surrounded by handball at this moment had become the so-called turtles in the urn, and she could take down their names at any time. But the two people surrounded by handballs did not show a heavy look, but only lightly raised their heads to observe these handballs. Tanjiro, what do you think? These handballs? I feel like I should be able to cut it off. Tanjiro looked at these handballs and clenched the Nikawa knife in his hand to show his confidence. But Chinitsuo was not very satisfied with Tanjiro's answer, and shook his head faintly. What do you do with handball? These handballs, as you said, are no threat to us at all, so we don't have to worry about them. Chinitsuo didn't look up at these handballs flying around, but locked his eyes on the ghosts in front of him. Kagura Phantom Rainbow, God of Fire. In the sight of the ghost, Chinata's figure suddenly disappeared from the encirclement line of the handball, and Akaza Maru looked around anxiously, trying to find Chinitsuo who was hiding. It's just that Chinitsuo is not hiding, but leaving an afterimage close to the ghost at a speed that is difficult to capture with the naked eye. Just listen to Ugh. With a sound, the bright red fire cut an arc in the air, and Akaza Maru's head and body separated and flew into the air, and at the same time, a long sword mark was left on the wall not far behind Akaza Maru. In the face of mages who use skills, giving priority to attacking the body is the right way, and fools understand the truth. Kyungzia said lightly and swung the Nikawa knife to the ground, and the blood of the ghost was scattered on the ground. Chapter 26. It is rumored that when a first-class ghost swordsman kills ghosts, his Nikawa sword will not even be stained with blood. Kyungzia looked at the pool of ghost blood thrown out by himself on the ground and understood that his sword skills were still far behind, but simply under the blessing of the breathing method, the sword skills had a strong attack power, and there was still cultivation in pure sword skills. Tanjiro watched as Chinitsuo instantly killed a ghost, and he was not stunned, except that he did not use Kagura, the god of fire, like Chinata, but continued to use the breath of water. But in fact, there is not much difference, anyway, whether it is facing the fire god Kagura or the breath of water in full concentration, it is obviously overflowing in terms of damage. Water breath, water droplets and water surface slash. Tanjiro used 2 sword types in a row, of which the water droplets were a body-type sword technique. Yawa used 2 eyes trembled, he tried to lock Tanjiro's figure but could not succeed, until he was struck by Tanjiro and cut off his head sharply. Tanjiro let out a breath in his mouth, although he could feel that the strength of the 2 ghosts just now was much stronger than that on the Vine Attack Mountain, but it was still in the instantaneous range. This is the strength that can be exerted by completing the concentrated Chongzhong stage, although it is not enough to become the pillar of the standard of this era, but if you push the era forward a few generations, the ghost hunter who has mastered the concentrated Chongzhong is enough to be named a pillar. Because, the pillars of this era are the strongest batch after the Warring States period. After solving these 2 ghosts, Chinitsu and Tanjiro quickly turned around and left, returning to Suzuo's mansion. And after aka Zamaru and Yawayu are solved by Chinitsu and Tanjiro, at the moment, he is holding the little girl pretending to be the father of the model worker among the human beings, and senses the killing of his direct subordinates. If it was just an ordinary imp who was killed, he wouldn't have reacted a little, but aka Zamaru and Yawayu were his direct subordinates, and they came to this city with him, and the range of activities was not far from him. His own subordinates were killed by ghost hunters not far away, and he could not be indifferent no matter how much he was. Dad? Father? What's wrong? The little girl in Wu Miserable's arms looked at Wu Miserable suspiciously, and Wu Miserable's face immediately pretended to have a gentle smile, and said to the little girl, Dad suddenly thought that there was still some work to be dealt with, and he needed to go over immediately. You follow your mother to go home first. Ah, okay, then Daddy has to come back early. The little girl and her mother were sent to a car by Misery, and left this generation under the eyes of Misery, and with their departure, the expression on Misery's face changed in an instant, and he turned solemnly and walked into the alley in the street, and his figure flashed, and came to the place where aka Zamaru and Yawayu were eliminated. After a preliminary glance, Wu Mi deduced that 2 members of the ghost-killing team had come here and fought with aka Zamaru and Yawayu. Did you lose 2 against 2, what 2 useless guys? Wuxian whispered a little unpleasantly. Although it was not himself who lost, these 2 good villains were also their direct subordinates. And their direct subordinates were killed by the ghost-killing team in their vicinity, and this shame was not ordinary. Wu Miao's expression was quite solemn. He was ready to investigate which 2 little guys from the ghost-killing team had attacked his subordinates, and then personally come to avenge for his subordinates. And just when Wuxian was thinking so, he saw the sword marks that Kyungzia had cut off with the god of fire Kagura on the wall next to him, but in an instant, his originally solemn cheeks suddenly became quite pale. Oh no, no, perhaps more aptly described as miserable. This sword mark. This is the... Wu Miserable's eyes widened, and under the subconscious reaction that he didn't even feel, his 2 palms were trembling faintly. The fire god Kagura was originally called Breath of the Sun, and this breathing method is also called Origin Breath, that is, the strongest breathing method in the beginning. Mu Mi once met a swordsman who used this breathing method, just a face. The swordsman suppressed Mu Miserable, and finally had to let Mu Miserable split the meat piece and flee in a hurry. If Wu Miserable is the sealing powerhouse of the Ghost Slayer blade, then that swordsman is the supreme one standing on the roof. Because of his existence, the ghost in the Warring States period was suppressed by the human side, until this person died of old age like an ordinary human, and the ghost side blew the horn to fight back. No tragedy, Ji Koyuan Yi finally died. After the death of Ji Koyuan, Wu Wu was happy, and also because of the psychological shadow, he spent a lot of time specifically slaughtering people related to origin breath, which led to the fact that now, except for the Purgatory family, no one knows the existence of origin breath. Looking at the sword marks on this wall, Wu Miser's presbyopia was a crime, and this seemed to be the terrifying man in front of him, holding a black-red sunwheel knife, looking at Wu Miserable like a devil. What do you think of your life? Wu Miao's body trembled, and while lowering his head, his fists were clenched, and his teeth were clenched tightly. How is this possible? Is this a warning to me that there is actually a successor of the inheritor of the inheritance of the kingdom and killing my subordinates in front of me? Wu Mi was very crumb and stunned, but this was all because he was beaten out by that man in the first place, and he understood that the successor of the successor should not be strong enough to be able to compete with himself, but in case. What if the other party explodes? Even if only one of the 100,000 possibilities is that the other party will cut himself over, he doesn't want to try. Wu Wu came to this wall with sword marks, he reached out and pressed a wall, but in an instant this wall turned into fragmented powder. Abominable! Then the Infinite City Conference was urgently convened without tragedy, and it was the kind that made all the winders come, and under normal circumstances, this level of meeting only symbolized the possibility that someone died at the hands of the ghost hunters in the windings. The three-nest seat of the upper string, who came to the Infinite City, opened his eyes solemnly thought about why he was teleported here, and after thinking about it, the Zoe nest seat blurted out with a wide eye, could it be that Tong Mo that guy was killed by the ghost hunter? Hey, I don't say that. I'm not so easy to kill. Shangqian Tanma appeared behind Raiza and said with a smile. One of the windings, Black Death Mao. The second winding, Tong Mo. The third winding, the Hype Nest. Winding 4, Half-Day Dog. Winding 5, Jade Pot. Winding 6, Prostitute Taro. After the winding ghosts gathered, it was their boss in front of them, and the ghost dance Suji was not miserable. Chapter 27. In the face of the sudden emergency meeting without tragedy, the most doubtful and nervous is not others, it is one of the strongest ghosts after Wu Miserable, Black Death Mao. When you act in the future, if you see earrings with flower-like patterns on their ears and holding a red and black sunwheel knife in their hands, hit me with all your strength, and then take off that person's head and give it to me. Yes. All the ghosts knelt down and nodded, although the other ghosts were a little unclear, but since it was the boss's request, they would definitely go all out. Only Black Death Mao's eyes trembled slightly at this moment, he raised his head and looked at Wu Miserable, the eyes of the two sides collided together, and he instantly received the fear in Wu Miserable's eyes. Wouldn't it be? Chinitsuo and Tanjiro quickly walked back, and because the speed was too fast, both Suzuo and Yoshiro showed shocked expressions. So soon? Well, because those two ghosts are not very strong. It's 10 o'clock at night, Yotoko is still sleeping, and Chinitsuo and Tanjiro Soyoki are staying here for one night. After returning to the room, Chinitsuo continued to sit cross-legged on the bed as usual, switched the breathing method to Kagura, the god of fire, began to cultivate and continue to practice, and tried to enter the state of transparent world again. You must quickly master the power of the three major plugins. If you really can't penetrate the world, then you can only try markings. Although markings can lead to a loss of life to 25 years old, it is better than dying a lot in the ending of the original book. This night, Kyungzia fell asleep again without accident, and Kyungzia lay on the bed in a very magical position, and saliva flowed out without fighting. Boom! 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 Who? Ugly girl, the sun is going to dry your ass, get up quickly. Before Yoshiro outside the door finished speaking, Kyungzia, who was in a state of confusion in her sleep, almost subconsciously picked up the Nikki knife that was still in the scabbard, and threw it towards the door with the scabbard. Just listen to click. With a sound, the door was stabbed out of a hole by the scabbard, and the scabbard stuck in this hole in the door, and its scabbard was less than 5 centimeters away from Yoshiro's head outside the door. Yoshiro stiffened his body, and the sound swallowed with a grunt was very clear, and Tanjiro, who rushed behind him, happened to hear Yoshiro's impolite name, which was just about to correct Yoshiro's name, and the next moment was also frightened in place by Chinitsu's throwing scabbard. It's terrible. 10 minutes later. Sorry, I was sleepy at that time. Chinitsu put her palms together apologetically, and said with her head bowed in its scabbard. It's okay, it's just a small hole, not to mention that this is Yoshiro's rudeness. Yoshiro, you also apologize to Miss Kyungzia. Zhu Shi gently patted the back of Yu Shilang next to him. Yu Shilang looked at Kyungzia's face, his body involuntarily trembled, bent down and apologized. Yes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you ugly. Kyungzia waved her hand indifferently. This is actually not a big deal, she knows about Yoshiro's situation. Yoshiro fell in love at first sight with his lifesaver, Zhu Shi. In his eyes, women outside Zhu Shi are ugly women, and they have no good attitude towards women outside Zhu Shi. Simply put, I'm not targeting you. I mean everyone present is ugly women. Summary, pure mouth odor, but can be changed. Then we will go first. If we defeat some powerful ghost, we will collect blood for you. Kyungzia and the others said goodbye to Zhu Shi, and not long after they went out, the crow who purely wanted to make people 996 reappeared. This work task is one after another, this is even worse than 996. The moment Kyungzia saw this crow, his body emitted a strong negative energy aura, and the crow was afraid to approach. Next target. Target. Southeast, south. After saying that, the crow flew away non-stop, in sharp contrast to the appearance in the original book that stuck to Tanjiro after shouting 1,800 times. Subsequently, Chinitsu and the others stepped on the penultimate copy before the death level dungeon, Drum Mansion. Today's sun is surprisingly dazzling, and Chinitsu and Tanjiro bought a black coat to drape over their bodies, although it is not enough, mainly because they are afraid that the sun is too dazzling, and the wooden box where your beans lie cannot be completely covered. The two walked slowly, because they had performed 2 tasks in a row. Even Tanjiro was a little tired and did not want to run over. The two walked forward, predicting that they should be able to reach their destination before dark. From morning to noon, it was not surprising that I met the yellow-haired boy who appeared during the final selection on the road. My wife is good. Please. 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 Please marry me. It's not surprising when I die in this line of work. I don't want to die without a wife. My wife, Shanyi, was almost kneeling, on the ground, reaching out and dragging a passerby girl on the side. This girl was not used to him, and on the spot came a wave of Fujiwara chick-alike series of slaps to my wife Zenji, and Tanjiro quickly reached out and grabbed the girl when he saw it, otherwise my wife Zenji would definitely be beaten into slag by her. Don't do it, beating is kissing or scolding is love, this girl likes me. When did I say I liked you? I just saw that you were not feeling well, so I came over and greeted you a few words. My wife Shanyi suddenly showed an expression like she had been struck by lightning, and the whole person collapsed on the ground. The girl huffed and puffed out her cheeks and turned away, Tanjiro's head covered with black question marks. To be honest, he didn't quite understand what was going on in front of him. My wife Shanyi raised her head slightly to look at the two people in front of her, because both of them were wearing black cloaks, and they couldn't see their faces, but Chinata's side ponytail was exposed, and it was clear that Chinitsu was a woman. My wife Shanyi's dream is to marry an ordinary woman, and for this dream, my wife Shanyi has already dated 7 women before, including beautiful women, cute girls, shop ladies, and even Mayhem. But because of my wife Shanyi's personality, she didn't even hold hands a few times, she was called like a slave, and she was cheated out of a lot of money. It's easy to die after joining the ghost killer team, and my wife Shanyi really wants to taste the beauty of interacting with ordinary women, so she fell into this state of close to demons. My wife Shanyi climbed the pickup truck from the ground, quickly came to Kyungzia, and said nervously and loudly, "Please ask this young lady to have sex with me on the premise of marriage." To catch up with the progress, this side began to try a one-day double change. Chapter 28. Kyungzia very decisively refused and gave Shanyi a hand knife with his backhand. Shanyi suddenly felt that another thunderbolt hit his body. Don't think that Shanyi is too exaggerated. Shanyi was really hit by a thunderbolt. It was this metaphysical thunder that split his black hair into gold on the spot. 4. Why? Wait, your voice is somewhat familiar. Are you? As if remembering something, Shanyi immediately stretched out a finger and pointed at Kyungzia, who was wearing a black cloak. This voice he had an impression, the one at the time of the final selection. Kyungzia lifted down the black cloak, and her cold eyes fell on Shanyi's body, and Shanyi immediately recalled the scene of the final selection. You two are the swordsman who chased the ghost to kill during the final selection. Zenji quickly rubbed backwards several times as he sat on the ground in fright, putting a distance between Chinitsuo and Tanjiro. Just as he wanted to turn around and escape, the little sparrow he delivered after passing the final selection immediately flew in front of him and poked his forehead wildly with his own mouth. Boom! 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 It hurts, what are you doing? Are you bullying me too? Woo woo, I'm too miserable. Chinitsuo and Tanjiro stood on the side quietly admiring the world-famous paintings of people being bullied by little sparrows, and couldn't help but complain. Tanjiro, this person is stupid? Chinitsu, well, obviously stupid. Later, through the miraculous operation of Tanjiro being able to understand what the little sparrow said, I learned what was going on, and it turned out that my wife Zenji was also on the way to fight the ghost, and she received the same copy as Chinitsu Tanjiro. And after Shanyi calmed down, he also began to confide in the situation on his side little by little. It turned out that the reason why he became a member of the ghost-killing team was that he was cheated out of money by a previous girlfriend, and a cultivator of the ghost-killing team repaid him, thus becoming a disciple of the cultivator to learn the breath of thunder in the basic breathing method, and was a geek who could only use one trick in the breath of thunder. Tanjiro, you must protect me. Oh. Then shouldn't you get closer to my sister? My sister is much stronger than mine. Hey? That's not okay. I'll whisper to you, I'm a little afraid of her. I always feel that if I lean over, your sister will lift my heavenly spirit cover. How so? Replied Tanjiro with some embarrassment, although her sister was sometimes quite terrible, but most of the time she was quite gentle. Listening to Tanjiro's words, Zenjiro is 10,000 people don't believe it. He thinks that Tanjiro is very good. If Tanjiro is a girl, he will definitely pursue Tanjiro madly. The wife attribute is bursting, okay. Along the way, they soon came to a large mansion, and outside the mansion, a young girl and a teenager were hugging each other, shivering. The three of you look at me and I look at you, and finally pushed Tanjiro out and let him be in charge of negotiation, and the effect was immediate. Under Tanjiro's powerful olfactory system, he smelled a strong ghost smell in this large mansion, and the level should be similar to the Akazamaru and Yawayu he encountered before, both high-level ghosts. The Shanyi next to him trembled with fear. The high-level ghost he did not have confidence. He did not know how he passed when he was finally selected, he only remembered that he ran around inside, and even lost consciousness for a while, and it was really luck not to be eaten by the ghost. Chinitsuo estimates the estimated time, and in the original book, just as Tanjiro and their conversation were taking place, a teenager flew out of the mansion and died of excessive blood loss in front of them. But now this situation has not yet appeared, it seems that there should still be time, maybe the teenager can still be saved. Tanjiro, you stay where you are, I'll come alone this time. Kyungzia grabbed the scabbard around his waist and walked towards the big mansion step by step. Although Tanjiro also wanted to go with him, he thought that the ghosts in this mansion were not very dangerous for his sister, and the two people next to him also needed protection, so he nodded and just said that his sister should be careful. Tanjiro. You. It's too dangerous for my sister to go alone. Or you go with me, I'll protect these two children, I should be able to do it. Shan Yi said with some unease. Tanjiro immediately changed his opinion of Zenji when he listened to Zenai's words, but he did not accept Zenai's proposal, but replied with a smile, "It's okay, I said it before, my sister is even stronger than me." Shan Yi knows that Kyungzia is very strong, but he doesn't know how strong it is. The proportion of women in the ghost-killing team is very large, especially in the main battle troops. Most of the women in the ghost-killing team are in the logistics unit, and the ratio of the main battle troops can even reach 1:9. None of his junior brothers had a senior sister or junior sister, otherwise he would have chosen to digest internally. Don't worry, my sister is the strongest. Tanjiro is full of confidence in his sister, and Chinitsu, who enters the mansion, is racing against time. She does not have a sharp nose like Tanjiro, and she cannot accurately smell the location of ghosts. But this mansion is so big, even if you really can't find it, you can let the ghost come to her. After all, there is that ghost who will allow others to destroy their territory without authorization. The slight drumming sound came from unknown direction, and as the drum sounded, Chinitsu could feel that the room structure of the mansion had changed. It was too wasteful of time to shuttle back and forth in this corridor, and Kyungzia's eyes froze, and he launched the strongest move of water breath. The breath of water, the shape of picking, the flow of life. Kyungzia held the Nikki blade that condensed the water dragon sword chi and rushed to a wall quickly. She chose to ignore the wall and gouge the wall directly to make a way. Bang! 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 The walls were shattered one by one, and the roar was clearly audible even to Tanjiro and Zenai outside the mansion. "Hair, what's going on?" Shan Yi covered his ears with both hands and said in surprise. A certain young man with a pig's head cover in the mansion was stunned, and he turned his head to look in the direction where the voice came from. After a few seconds, the wall he was looking at banged. With a slash, a water dragon swept in, breaking through the wall behind him in front of him, and then continued straight forward, breaking through several walls in a row until it completely disappeared from his sight. That? What kind of thing is that? The boy's eyes under the pig's head hood blinked dumbly, and he asked a question dully. Chapter 29. What sound? The ghosts in the mansion heard this strange agitation and suddenly turned their heads to look in the direction where the voice came from, and not long after, the water dragon rushed out of the wall and rushed straight towards him. Good luck, guessed the right direction. Kyungzia clenched the Nikki knife in his hand and slashed at the ghost in front of him, and the water dragon, who no longer knew how many layers of layers, opened its mouth, as if it let out a fierce roar. The flow of life in the breath of water is a killing skill, which can be stacked by rotation, and the power and speed are constantly increasing, which is a move that can compete with the purgatory in the breath of fire. In front of the stacked water dragon, the evil ghost on the opposite side widened his eyes and hurriedly twisted his body to dodge, although the body was torn apart by more than half, but finally let it survive. Stopping Kyungzia, he quickly turned around and looked at the evil ghost whose body had been opened into a big hole. The drum ghost, once the weakest sixth of the 12 ghost months, but its potential as a ghost is limited, although after becoming a ghost at the beginning, the strength improvement quickly became the lower string, but the stamina was insufficient, and was eliminated from the 12 ghost moons by Wu Miao, becoming the status that is more than enough than the top and the bottom. You? Who are you? The drum ghost gritted his teeth and shouted at Chinada. His body was gradually regenerating and recovering, although the speed was not very fast, and it seemed a little difficult. Big brother, look at my knife, am there any other possibility for me besides being a member of the ghost-killing team? While complaining, Chinitsu turned his head to look at the corner of the room, where a teenager covered in wounds was nestled in horror. It's good, people haven't hung up yet. Kyungzia breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then looked at the ghost in front of him again, only to see him muttering madly with his head lowered and his devilish mouth. my blood ghost technique is very powerful. My vampire art is very powerful. I'm awesome. I'm awesome. He reached out and slapped the drum that grew on his body, and let out a bang. 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 Every time there was a drumming sound, the structure of the room under Chinata's feet rotated, but fortunately, Kyungzia had already known this move, so he did not fall on his head. Your vampire art is able to assimilate the surrounding buildings and make the surroundings its own domain, and from this point of view, your vampire art is not weak and has great potential. Kyungzia said lightly. The drum ghost on the opposite side heard Kyungzia's praise and involuntarily stopped drumming. He worked so hard to be able to feel the appreciation of Lord Wuxia, although it is not miserable to praise himself now, but it also makes him very happy. And at the moment of his joy, the ripples of clear water swept through his neck. Punch out, swing, shake, retract. The head of the drum ghost fell to the ground, and Chinatsu didn't look at him much and shouted at the wounded teenager. Can you still walk on your own? But... Yes, thank you, there are other children in this mansion. Don't worry, the ghosts have been killed, it's already safe here, I'll bring someone in later. Kyungzia waved his hand at the teenager and asked him to follow. Now he was ready to go out. It is said that the blood demon technique of this drum ghost does have potential, but if the potential is not displayed, it is useless. Now the least that can make her feel the real feeling of battle is the lower string, and this ghost below the lower string is even no match for the original full-force Tanjiro. After the roar stopped, Kyungzia was ready to walk out of the mansion, but before she could come out, a young man wearing a boar hood ran out quickly and blocked in front of Kyungzia. You robbed me of my prey. Kyungzia looked at him blankly for a few seconds, and then directly ignored him and continued to walk outside. You actually ignored me. The pig-headed boy directly came to a wave of wild boar flying to try to throw Kyungzia to the ground, only to see Kyungzia's body tilted slightly. This pig-headed boy not only failed to pounce on Kyungzia, but came into close contact with the earth. Just as the boar boy tried to get up from the ground, Chinatsu pulled him up by his clothes like a chicken boy. You! How can you have so much strength? What did you eat as a woman and grew up? Cannibal grew up. Kyungzia scared the boar boy, but it was obvious that this wave of scare did not work. Kyungzia pouted a little unpleasantly, and after approaching the door of the mansion, Kyungzia directly threw him out. The boar boy experienced a perfect parabola in the air, fell to the ground with a clatter, and his body rotated 720 degrees. Are you all right? Tanjiro rushed over to check the pig-headed boy's injuries, but before Tanjiro could make a move, the pig-headed boy got up from the ground by himself. His mental state was in a good state, and after getting up from the ground, he yelled at the mansion. And Kyungzia quickly walked out of the mansion, as well as Kyungzia and the injured boy. Sister! Tanjiro, there may still be wounded people in this house, you go in and look for them. Chinatsu said to Tanjiro. Tanjiro's nose is very smart, this is not a special attack on ghosts, this is also a number one to find people. Tanjiro immediately prepared to leave as soon as he heard this, and this Zenjiro and the young girl also followed together, because they had a feeling that this place was about to become a more dangerous place than in the mansion. Hit me! The pig-headed boy holds a Nikawa knife in both hands, and its appearance is different from the Volkswagen's Nikkeku knife, and the back part of the knife has a groove-like serration. This is the pig-headed boy with a stone hard against his own Reiwa knife to smash out. The material of the Riki knife is special, if combined with breathing methods and superb sword skills, the Riki knife can be extremely hard and sharp, but if the Riki knife from the blunt point of view, it will also be smashed out of the hole by the stone. Kyungzia looked at the pig-headed boy and calmly took out his Nikki knife, which was a clear blue Nikawa knife. The pig-headed boy clenched his double knives excitedly, he liked to challenge the strong. Just now the drum ghost was originally prepared to solve it himself, but now it was solved by Kyungzia, so he changed his goal to challenge Kyungzia. I won't show mercy. Breath of the beast, Fang, slash. With a shout, the pig-headed boy leaped up and delivered a rather unpretentious blow to Kyungzia. Beast breath is not a basic breathing method, but an original breathing method that can be classified as wind breath. And from this point alone, the pig-headed boy in front of him is indeed a genius. Merely genius? Sorry, who isn't? Chinitsuo exhaled casually, all of which were concentrated breaths, and she held the Nikawa knife and slashed at the oncoming pig-headed boy. Chapter 31. As Kyungzia's words came out, everyone didn't know what to say for a while, because Kyungzia's words were too powerful. Shanyi, good. So handsome. Inashuk, that's the momentum. Big sister. Tanjiro, no misery. I will definitely kill you with my sister in this account. Hearing Kyungzia's words, the young man who originally wanted to join the ghost-killing team finally chose to give up, saying that he would silently pray for everyone, and everyone accepted this intention. Because the hour was not early, at the invitation of the young girls, everyone stayed in their house for one night, because their home was not large, so naturally it was impossible to have one room per person. So Tanjiro and the others nestled in one room, while Chinata came to another room with a wooden box containing ear beans. After coming to the room and closing the door, the wooden box was pushed open from the inside, and Yu Bean slowly crawled out of it, looking like it could finally come out, and with a pop, he spread out and lay on the ground. It's really wrong that Yu Bean, who has not spoken for so long and has to be unable to move freely in such a small area as a wooden box. Kyungzia looked at Yu Bean lying on the ground and stretched her limbs to her heart's content, thinking that she had to find an opportunity for Yu Bean to try to overcome the Sunday. Yu Bean, do you want to practice breathing and swordsmanship? Well. As soon as Yu Bean heard this, he immediately got up from the ground and sat upright on the ground excitedly, revealing the demeanor of a good student who was enough to make the school teachers happy. Yu Bean's learning of the breath of water is not high, and it is still far from being able to produce special effects. It's just that considering that Yu Bean has only been cultivating for half a month now, this level is normal, but if Yu Bean really wants to put the breath of water into actual combat in the future, it may be too late. In the room that was not empty, Chinitsu taught you the breath of bean water, and the room on Tanjiro's side was narrower because the three people were tied together. Give me some. I'm already crowded here, okay. Inashuk is on the left and Zenji is on the right. Tanjiro is in the middle. Under the squeeze of the two, Tanjiro in the middle was not woken up, quietly maintained soft breathing, and fell asleep. Tanjiro is also too good at sleeping. This guy. His breathing is not quite the same as ours. Please, isn't it normal for that person to have a different breathing rate? No, don't you feel it? Tanjiro's breathing state now? Hey! Zenji listened to Inashuk's words, and also kept an eye on it, got up from the lying position, and carefully observed Tanjiro who was sleeping. A few seconds passed, and Chanyi's originally calm face suddenly became uncalm, even mixed with convulsions. Wait! 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 Whole! Fully concentrated breathing. Tanjiro is breathing in full concentration now, can I be mistaken, is Tanjiro faking sleep now? Shanyi said in shock. Inashuk next to him looked at the sleeping Tanjiro blankly, and then coldly reached out to cover Tanjiro's mouth and nose. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Tanjiro opened his eyes sharply and got up from his lying position. What are you doing? Tanjiro, to be honest with us, you were just faking sleep, right? How come? I really fell asleep just now. Tanjiro blinked his eyes in confusion, until he learned the reason for the doubts between the two. Tanjiro couldn't help but laugh softly. What are you laughing at? It's okay, I really didn't fake sleep just now, but my sister and I have cultivated to be able to breathe fully intensively 24 hours a day, which is why my sister and I can be so strong. Tanjiro explained with a smile. 24 hours a day. Zenji and Inashuk's whole body is stupid, if they don't think that Tanjiro can't lie, and they do see Tanjiro sleeping, and they are also breathing intensively, otherwise they would never believe it. Concentrated breathing is very tiring, and if you maintain more than 10 minutes of fighting, you will stop tired and become breathless, so that you can maintain 24 hours and passively maintain it when sleeping. Tanjiro, you and your sister are really too ruthless, said Shenyi with a dripping cold sweat on his face. Inashuk next to him shone brightly and said, that is to say, as long as I can concentrate all day, I can defeat the eldest sister, right? Oh. The gap will at least shorten, that's for sure. Tanjiro replied after thinking for a while. In fact, he really wants to say that even if he masters Quanji Chongzhong, it will be difficult to compete with his sister. After all, he has mastered it himself, but he is still pressed to death by his sister when he really fights. Chinada's special physique has brought her a strong physical fitness, and she can make many movements that ordinary people can't do, and after practicing against each other so many times, Tanjiro has not won Senatsu once. Needless to say, it's good to be motivated. If you want to learn, I can teach you, although I don't know if I have the talent to teach. Tanjiro said thoughtfully. Zenji and Inashuk, you look at me and I look at you. Inashuk did not hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement, and Zenai hesitated for a while and then said that he could try. However, Inashuk and Zenai soon regretted it, forcing themselves to use fully concentrated breathing that exceeded the load of their bodies, making their bodies feel like they were beaten and their lungs were on fire. It hurts. Tanjiro, how the hell did you do it? Shanyi was lying on the futon, and the whole person was like a worm that was wriggling. Inashuk is not much better, his basic skills are the worst of the three, but his body is strong enough, and he lasts even less than Zenai. Tanjiro sat on the ground, looked at the two who were a little twisted and smiled and said, it's normal, just practice more, everyone was like this at the beginning. Just practice more. Inashuk and Zenai suddenly felt how comfortable it was to sleep peacefully. Day 2, morning. Zenji and Inashuk in the boys' room stumbled out of it sorely, apparently their bodies had not yet recovered due to the overload of fully concentrated breathing. Kyungzia also walked out of the room carrying a wooden box with your beans, smiling and looking refreshed. Although she tried to penetrate the world and failed again, she was used to it, and last night's breathing method of your bean improved a lot, which is why Kyungzia is happy. The crow that notifies the next task flies outside the house, and the next quest is the last copy before the dead quest. Not a spider mountain. Chapter 32. This crow had actually come over last night, but seeing that Kyungzia was already lying in bed, it didn't quack in the middle of the night. After all, Kyungzia has also performed so many tasks in a row, this rest time must be given, it means that he is also a well-bred and prepared crow. After Kyungzia pushed open the door of the house, the crow couldn't wait to rush in, but at the same moment the crow felt that it was Kyungzia who opened the door, and for a while the crow wanted to charge and flap its wings to retreat, which caused the crow's movements to become quite twisted, like a twisted song. As Chinada came out, Tanjiro and the others also walked out of the house one after another, as did the young girls. They looked at the crow flying in the air, and said excitedly while waving, "Is this the crow that Big Brother and Big Sister said? It's so powerful, it's worthy of being a divine bird." The crow listened to the praise of the young girl and became a little fluttery for a while. If it were not for its professional ethics, it would want to play with these children. Ahem. Support. Support. Northeast North. Northeast North. Spider Mountain has applied for a support request. The crow spat human words announcing the mission. These children were even more excited when they heard the crow really spit out human words. They really lived for a long time and could meet anything, although they are only teenagers now, but this does not indicate that they can meet more new and curious things in the future. When Chenyi heard that there was a new task, he lowered his head and let out a big breath, and complained softly, "Again. This is not killed by the ghost, but also tired to death." As we all know, before the Ghost Slayer blade had the nickname Pillar Destroying Blade, the first title it received was Social Animal Blade. Support? That should be urgent, we have to hurry up. Tanjiro exudes the temperament of Miyoshi employees all over his body, which is obviously different from the aura of several people around him, and even faintly has the effect of infecting others. After a moment of pleasantries, everyone said goodbye to the people in the house, and quickly rushed to the direction that the crow was pointing. Not a spider mountain, on this mountain lurks a lower string. Shinichiro and Tanjiro ran in the front, Inosuke in the middle, and Zanai followed behind. Obviously the breath was already unstable, and he also divided his breath to complain about how the few people in front ran so fast. Soon, everyone came to the Spider Mountain area, where a gang-level ghost-killing team powerhouse named Murata was nesting in the grass, watching the surroundings vigilantly. It is said that this Murata is not an ordinary person, he is called Passerby King and Lucky Star in the play. He has encountered danger many times but escaped from death, although he is only at the gang level now, but in the full upgrade stage of Armageddon, he also reached the level of close to the column, fought with the lower string ghost, and survived after the Armageddon, and did not even lack hands and feet. Murata looked at a group of normal teammates and immediately asked, "What level are you?" "I'm Aoi." "Aoi, what's wrong?" "Uncle Ben is Aoi. Look what I do, they're all Aoi, and so am I." Murata listened to the crowd of people who came are actually the lowest level Aoi level swordsman. He is a little collapsed, he gang level feels powerless. What is the use of a bunch of Aoi level? What about the column, shouldn't it be the column that should come? How? Are you looking down on me? Inosuke grabbed Murata by the collar on the spot and pulled him up. Murata hurriedly replied in a cold sweat, "No, no, no, how can I look down on the swordsmen of my own army, but it's really too dangerous here." As he spoke, a figure wearing a ghost-killing team system appeared not far away, and Murata recognized this person as his partner at a glance, but before he could open his mouth to call him, this person turned stiffly and ran quickly, and the Nikki knife he was holding was still swinging chaotically towards the front. A big red exclamation mark immediately appeared above everyone's heads, and at the moment of the attack, Kyungzia had already come to him, raised his foot and kicked him to the ground, and let her face be pressed to the ground. And Tanjiro quickly used the Nikki knife to cut off the spider silk wrapped around the man and manipulated him, and the process was quite sharp and fast. There are ghosts who are manipulating others with spider silk, and if you can't cut off the spider silk, then find a way to control the manipulators. Tanjiro said keenly. In this plot, Shinichiro did not remind Tanjiro, but he still detected Chinata's movements for the first time and found the spider silk wrapped around the man. It's really grown. Murata watched the two of them move, he blinked his eyes blankly, to be honest, he didn't even react. Why did you press people to the ground and rub them? How did you find spider silk on people? How did you cut off such a thin filament? It's outrageous, you guys. Murata looked at them dumbfounded, grunted, and swallowed a mouthful of saliva before repeating the previous question. You guys. What is the level? Aoi. Oh. Oh, you are a fart of Aoi. Murata smiled a little hard. He had already judged in his heart that the two people in front of him were disguised as high-level swordsmen disguised as Aoi level, probably first-class swordsmen. Among the regular levels of the ghost-killing team, Grade A is the highest level, with combat power that can defeat any ghost under the 12 ghost moons. In Murata's shock, Zenyi next to him couldn't help but reach out and pat Murata's shoulder, and said seriously, "Normal, normal. The two of them don't need to be evaluated by normal logic." Listening to this, Murata turned his head to look at Shanyi who spoke, and he suddenly found that this yellow hair in front of him was actually breathing in full concentration now, and now he was not fighting. What was he breathing in full concentration? As if he had thought of something, he turned his head to look to the other side, and the man in the pig's hood seemed to be breathing in full concentration. Wait. It won't be all episodes, Changzhong, I've heard of this technique, but it seems to be a skill mastered by Zukai. Murata, Serial shock. In fact, Zenji and Inashuk are only trying to cultivate, and now they can maintain fully concentrated breathing for no more than 20 minutes, but in Murata's mind, Zanai and Inashuk next to him are also Class A swordsmen with hidden identities like Shinitsuo and Tanjiro. Murata said that these thighs are determined by themselves, as long as they are dead and hungry, they will definitely be able to survive this mountain. Chapter 33. Hug your thighs. Be sure to cuddle your thighs. Murata is determined to hug the thighs of these big guys around him, not to soar into the sky, but at least to survive in this mountain. Although Chinitsuo and Tanjiro cut off the spider thread on the manipulated person, they were entangled again a few seconds later, and Chinitsuo cut it off almost the moment it was entangled. There are ghosts manipulating these spider silks, you have to kill the ghosts behind them, let's act separately, and solve the abnormal situation in this area as soon as possible. Well, sister should also be more careful. Tanjiro and Chinitsuo decide to separate and solve the surrounding ghosts as quickly as possible. And looking at Chinitsuo and Tanjiro as if they were about to separate, Inashuk and Zanayashi, who were next to Murata, hurried over, saying that they didn't want to leave the two of them behind. In the end, Zanai followed behind Tanjiro, while Inashuk followed Chinitsuo, and the duo began to clean the surrounding area, leaving only a confused Murata. He originally wanted to follow the past, but the movements of Kyungzia and the others were too fast, and this Murata just reacted that Kyungzia and the others had already run to a distance that he could not catch up with anyway. Murata shivered and held the Nikki knife and looked around, watching the surroundings warily, afraid that someone would come and stab him later. Tanjiro, on his side, followed closely behind Tanjiro, who keenly sensed the smell of the ghost with his external nose, and soon caught the ghost who manipulated the silk thread to control people. Tanjiro, found. Shanyi, find. Got it? Where? Where? I saw Tanjiro jumping quickly, using the tree as a support to jump continuously, and came to the female ghost on the branch of a large tree at an amazing speed. A blow to the surface of the water slashed horizontally, an unpretentious blow, the unpretentious head fell. This female ghost did not react at all. If she had raised 100% of the spirit at the beginning, she might still be able to call it a 1.5 move, but she was still too underestimated Tanjiro. As the female ghost's head fell, the spider silk that manipulated the nearby generation was loose on the spot, and one person after another lay on the ground with a handful of soil in their mouths. And Chinata's side saw this. Originally Inashuk was also ready to start solving a manipulated ghost-killing team member in front of him, and this knife just raised and touched this scene like touching porcelain, which startled Inashuk. Hey! I haven't cut it down yet. It seems that Tanjiro's side has succeeded. Kyungzia looked around and said that her side also had to progress a little faster, and her goal was not the little ghost on this mountain, but the 12 ghost moons, the 5th tired of the next string. He is the actual ruler of this mountain, although he is only the 5th in the lower string, but he has considerable potential and has received no miserable attention, and if he is allowed to develop for a period of time, he may be able to grow to the strength of one of the lower strings. So Chinitsuo decided to use him to test what level he was now. Said Cao arrived, Kyungzia just thought so. Suddenly a sharp silk thread flew from afar. Fortunately, Kyungzia's reaction was beyond ordinary people, otherwise this silk thread would have to hang a color on Kyungzia's cheeks. Don't hinder our family's life. But depending on your level, my mother should not be able to kill you, then I can only take action personally. As the sound came from a distance, Tired appeared in mid-air, and under his feet were straight silk threads, which allowed him to stay in mid-air. Inashuk saw that there was such a pretend person in this world, and he jumped up on the spot to give this pretend person 2 swords. I saw that Li, who was standing on the silk thread, glanced at the pig-headed boy faintly, his eyes widened, and the pig-headed boy suddenly stopped, and was stuck in mid-air by spider silk coming from all directions. Who are you? Tired flicked his hand with the back of a very pretentious hand, bang. The sound knocked Inashuk out, rolling on the ground 30 or 40 times before barely stopping, and he lay on the ground and coughed heavily several times. Good. So strong. Inashuk's eyes widened as he was under the pig's hood. He had met several ghosts since he came out of the mountain, and none of those ghosts could compare to the one in front of him. This sense of oppression. Big sister head. Inashuk barely got up from the ground. He forced himself to endure the severe pain and turned his head to look at Chinata, and the tiredness who watched this scene showed a slightly surprised look. The blow just now he hit with the purpose of breaking Inashuk's chest bone, let alone get up. Now he should not be able to move and be in pain. And when he was tired of wondering why this pig-headed boy's body was so hard, Kyungzia had already reached out and pulled out the Nikawa knife pinned to his waist again. The clear blue Nikawa knife. With the pull out of this Nikawa knife, tired attention was pulled back from the pig-headed boy back to Chinata. Water breath is the most popular breathing method of the ghost killer team, and he has seen too many blue sunwheel knives paired with it, but none of them are better than the one in front of him. Beautiful. It can be used as a collectible. Tired lifted both palms, and the flexible and sharp silk threads quickly formed and wrapped around his palms. Chinatsu breathed calmly, and instead of switching her breath to Kagura, the god of fire, she responded using the breath of water. Tired is still confident. He doesn't think that Kyungzia can defeat him. He can only be regarded as a baby in the ghost world. He has never seen the high-end combat power of the ghost-killing team, and the people in the ghost-killing team are weak people who will die with their own casual slap and pull their own silk thread. Kyungzia stepped on his feet, tired watching this scene also enter the battle state. He spread out his two hands, and countless silk threads rushed towards Kyungzia. And when Kyungzia stepped on the footsteps and should jump under normal circumstances, Kyungzia did not jump abnormally, but endured it, and even closed his eyes. Inashuk, a pig-headed boy sitting on the ground in the distance, watched Chinatsu's action, and his face under the pig's head hood became very exaggerated, and he drove his arm to wave uncontrollably, shouting in his mouth, "Open your eyes! What the hell does she want to do? Don't want to live, looking for death? How is it possible? Kyungzia just wants to simply carry out a wave of experiments, try to see if the tired spider silk attack can stimulate his potential and make himself enter the transparent world, even if it is just to let himself touch that realm a little. Good. Then start experimenting." Facing Kyungzia with his eyes closed, the spider silk swept over, approaching Kyungzia at great speed. Chapter 34. As the oncoming spider silk got closer and closer, Kyungzia chose to flash to the right quickly, dodging the tired spider silk by a millimeter. Is this through the world? Obviously, it is not. Kyungzia just used his extraordinary sensory warning to choose to dodge at the last moment when the spider silk attacked him. It's not a world of transparency. For example, to see through the world is to close your eyes and sense the movements in all directions and hide your breath. And just now, his own dodge just sensed that there was danger ahead, so he quickly dodged to a place where there was no danger, which is essentially different from the transparent world. After dodging the tired spider silk, Chinatsu tried to turn off his ability that was tentatively designated as Beast Intuition, trying to use the tired spider silk to force out his potential, but the final result was a continuous failure. And Tired watched his spider silk being dodged several times in a row, and at the same time that he was puzzled, this anger also followed. Why? Why can't it hit? Is this woman a monkey? Tired gritted his teeth and manipulated the spider silk, although his spider silk was cut like mud, but if it didn't hit, it wouldn't make the slightest sense. Inashuk, who was watching the battle, was already speechless in shock, and Chinatsu's movements now were all too familiar to a person who lived in the mountains all year round. Beast. Living in the mountains, he has been accompanied by wild beasts all year round, and the process of this companionship will naturally not be a friendly relationship between the two sides, and fighting is inevitable. The beast does not have the same wisdom as a human, but its physical quality is far beyond ordinary people, and the most important thing is the intuition of the beast. Inashuk has tried to sneak up on the beast countless times, Obviously he has lowered his footsteps and is not in the sight of the beast, but there will still be some keen beasts that subconsciously react at the moment when they are about to win and avoid the fatal blow. And Inashuk and Chinata, who watched tiredly, frowned slightly. Several failures made her a little bored, and she didn't brow at all through the world, but gained a deeper understanding of the ability of beast intuition. 1. Perceive danger, somewhat similar to spider sensing. 2. Risk judgment, in the face of danger, the body will subconsciously make the best solution of the avoidance action. 3. The desire to fight back, after dodging dangerous attacks, you can't help but blow the horn of counterattack, and want to launch a counterattack immediately. Tut! Kyungzia couldn't help but smack her mouth, and when another spider silk rushed towards her, she did not choose to dodge this time but directly slashed over, cutting the spider silk into pieces. She suddenly opened and closed her eyes and said, "Don't do it." After Kyungzia cut off the spider silk, she raised her head and looked at Tired, and the aura on her body changed instantly. Obviously it was known for her gentle water breath, but her body erupted with a strong sense of oppression. The beast intuition of one's own body is too strong, and to penetrate the world is to concentrate the mind, abandon superfluous perceptions, and make the body enter the realm of selflessness. But the beast intuition strengthens Kyungzia's senses, making Kyungzia's senses far beyond ordinary people. And Kyungzia tried to suppress his senses but ended in failure. And after the actual combat experiment just now, Kyungzia was convinced of a little. Beast intuition clashes with transparent world. If you want to master the transparent world, you must give up beast intuition, but this cannot be abandoned. Kyungzia clenched the Nikki knife in his hand, and a fierce water dragon had already condensed. Tired looked at Kyungzia, who had a completely different momentum, and without him noticing it, cold sweat dripped out on his face. The originally white spider silk was pulled hard by him for a while, and the spider silk turned blood red, and the hardness and sharpness rose another notch. The surrounding trees were affected, leaving wide and long cutting marks with a slight stroke. As long as you think about it, these thick trees can really be easily put down with a shake of your hand. Vampire technique, Eye Killer. The tired hands were like weaving a special spider web like a flower rope, and at the moment when the spider web formed, a large amount of blood-red spider silk suddenly appeared with Kyungzia as the center, trapping Kyungzia in all aspects and quickly contracting, trying to strangle Kyungzia inside. Although Chinitsu will not be the 11th type of water breath created by Tomioka Yoshiyuki, this level of silk thread cannot help her. The clear water splashed, and the blood-red spider silk was chopped into pieces. It is worthy of being the 5th of the next string, and it really cannot be generalized with other ghosts. Kyungzia, who chopped the tired high-hardness bloodshot to pieces, said such a sentence lightly, although Kyungzia did not mean to mock at all, but this word fell in the tired ears, which was full of mockery. Damn it! Vampire magic, thread rotation. Tired increased the hardness of his bloodshot to the maximum, and this bloodshot intertwined rushed towards Kyungzia like a whirlpool. Kyungzia perfectly circulates the breath of water, and does not try to penetrate the world, and then try to use the breath of water to solve the next chord in front of you. Kyungzia held the azure Nikki knife and rushed towards Li without fear, and for a while began a battle that surprised the pig-headed boy next to him and did not know what to say. And with the fight between Kyungzia and Tired, the ghosts of the entire Spider Mountain were sensed, and the fierce battle reaction generated in that place made Tanjiro and them all noticed. Tired, who are you fighting this with? So intense. Who is my sister fighting with, so fierce? Both sides felt incredible. The ghost side was well aware of the strength of Tired, and they submitted to his men because of their strong force value. Tanjiro nervously broke out in a cold sweat. He knew his sister's strength. Ordinary ghosts were not his sister's opponents at all, and they could fight so fiercely. Could it be that the other party is the 12 Ghost Moon? Tanjiro's eyes widened, and his expression was a little panicked. Although he had defeated many ghosts, none of these ghosts were the 12 Ghost Moon, and the strength of the 12 Ghost Moon was unknown. Although Tanjiro is confident in his sister, he has to worry about it. Shanyi, we'll rush over now. As soon as Tanjiro said this, a huge and muscular ghost banged from a distance. He jumped in front of Tanjiro and Zanai. Tanjiro believes in his sister, and these ghosts also trust Tired's strength. So they will definitely not let others interfere with Tired's battle. This is for exhaustion, but also for themselves. Because if they are tired and unhappy, these ghosts who are called family will be very decisively eliminated by tiredness, tied up their limbs and exposed to the sun and killed. Chapter 35. Tired is a ghost who is very attached to the family, and plays the status of last son in this Spider Mountain, but he is actually the real ruler of the Spider Mountain family. There is no blood relationship between the family and the family, all of them were forcibly captured by Tired, just to satisfy his obsession and play a family game. No matter what happens, parents have to protect their children, and older siblings must protect younger siblings, even if it costs their lives. This is Tired belief, and it is also an obsession. Tired's family and subordinates stand in front of Tanjiro and Zanai and try to kill them here, but how can Tanjiro be at their mercy? Tanjiro lowered his head to keep his breathing fully concentrated, and the Nikki knife in his hand faintly reflected in the night light. Spider Daddy, Spider Brother, Spider Sister. Papa Spider took the lead, his physique far beyond the conventional ghost, and he clenched his fist and swung it towards Tanjiro quickly. This punch carries a strong punch wind, and if it hits a tree, it must be able to directly smash a hole. Bang! Tanjiro! Zenyi shouted in fright, his mind was over, Tanjiro was beaten into meat sauce. But a few seconds later, as everyone calmed down, they realized that the truth was not what they thought, and Father Spider's fist did not smash Tanjiro into meat sauce, but was blocked by his Nikkawa knife. The indestructible Nikkoro knife was firmly holding the pressure of Spider Daddy's fist at this moment, and this scene fell in Zenji's eyes, and he understood how high Tanjiro's breathing method level was, because the hardness of the Nikkoro knife was linked to the breathing method level. Sister Spider saw that her father's attack was blocked, and she hurriedly rushed over, wanting to take advantage of your illness to kill you. Sister Spider came behind Tanjiro and wanted to take off Tanjiro's head like a ghost killer squad cutting ghost heads, but at this moment Tanjiro was carrying a wooden box. Moved. Bang! The wooden box opened, and a cute beast rushed out of the box, and hit Spider's sister who had not yet reacted, hitting her stomach with a flying kick. For a while, Sister Spider's mouth spat out a large ball of saliva, and her eyes were trembling. Sister Spider was shot away, and the cute beast landed on the ground. And at the moment of landing, Yu Bin consciously brought back the bamboo tube that was originally taken off in order to relax. After all, there is still Shanyi, there are others, then you must bring the bamboo tube. This is the agreement between Yu Bin and teacher Taki Taki. With the appearance of Yu Bin, Shanyi first froze, then widened his eyes, and the whole person's soul was sucked away by Yu Bin. Mrs. is so cute. Although Yu Bin and Kyungzia are very similar as sisters, under the influence of temperament, Shanyi really can't think a little bit of non-criticism. But Yu Bin's are different. This gentle and lovely temperament is like Kupiatra, the god of love, shooting arrows with a bow, and Shanyi feels that he has been pierced by an arrow. The same as Tanjiro's sense of smell is different from ordinary people, and Shanyi's hearing is also different from ordinary people, so Zenji has already detected that the box behind Tanjiro contains a living form, and it is still a ghost. But Shanyi didn't expect this ghost to be so cute. Shanyi was excited and didn't pay attention to the surroundings for a while, and Brother Spider threw a big circle behind Shanyi, seizing the opportunity to prepare to solve the weakest of these people first. In the battlefield, you need to capture the thief and capture the king first. However, in battles with a fairly small number of people, it is best to prioritize those with low defenses. Brother Spider, got it. Thou Bin, Hugh. Thou Bin stepped and rushed again, but this time instead of using her fists or feet, she used a training wooden sword that was shorter than a regular sword. Water breath, 1 type, water surface slash. A very rough blow, but it can indeed be called a breathing sword technique, coupled with the strength of your being far beyond ordinary people. A wide wound was cut on Brother Spider's body. If the blow just now had hit him in the neck, maybe Yu Bin would have been able to take the first head in a daze. Oh no, it's a ghost head. A swordsman with a ghost on his back. A ghost who can breathe. And an even scarier old sister. Shan Yi had a little headache, thinking what kind of combination he had encountered, and the configuration of any of these 3 people should not be casual, right? If Qingxia was present, she would definitely hold her hands to her chest and complain so precisely. Boy, in the future, you will also meet a ghost hunter with a musket, a Buddhist monk with a meteor hammer, and a cherry blossom girl with 8 times the muscle density of a normal person. Tanjiro and Yu Bin watched their surroundings back to back, and although Yu Bin wanted to show off to Tanjiro about the sword skills she had just made, she also knew that now was not the time. The priority now is to solve these ghosts around you. Ghost Killer Squad Headquarters. Righteousness, forbearance, the next step is up to you. Understood. With the order of the leader of the ghost killing team, the 2 swordsmen who hold the title of the strongest ghost killer team are ready to go to Spider Mountain for reinforcements. Water Column, Tomioka Yoshiyuki. Pillar of Worm, Butterfly Ninja. One is a genius who developed the 11th type of water breath, and is currently the strongest breath of water. One is an expert in poison, and her poison can be poisoned even if it is a lower string. The 2 set out because they got the news that Spider Mountain may have 12 ghost moons, and in fact Spider Mountain does have 12 ghost moons, although it is only the next string. It's just that their speed is a little faster. If it is slower, let alone reinforcements, they may not see a single ghost. Tanjiro's side is in full swing to exterminate ghosts, and Chinitsu's side is naturally the same, and the battle with Tired is even more affected. Although he did not use Kagura, the god of fire, Chinitsu did not fall into the downwind in the face of the 5th of the lower string, and even fell into the downwind in the face of the 5th of the lower string. Qingxia's beast intuition avoided all the fatal injuries, and those small injuries that were not fatal were fortunately ignored. Anyway, they would heal quickly. It was this force that made the ghosts feel fearful, and while he was manipulating the highest level silk thread to rush towards Qingxia, he was already constantly retreating, and several times Qingxia's azure blue Nikawa knife passed near his neck, scaring him unclear. What the hell are you guy? Is it really human? Tired shouted at Chinitsu through gritted teeth. Qingxia is silent. Calm down in Qingxia. Even in the cold gaze, she quickly and sharply swung the Nikki knife, and faced Li Li with a deadly threat, although the victory or defeat was not yet scored, but it was only a matter of time. Chapter 36. Hey, you said that people and ghosts can understand each other and get along with each other well, Mr. Tomioka, what do you think? It's impossible. As long as the ghost is still eating people, it's impossible to get along with each other. Butterfly Shinobu and Tomioka Yoshiyuki quickly went to Spider Mountain, both of them far faster than Usain Bolt. Tomioka Yoshiyuki is 2 feet as if installed with an electric small motor. Butterfly Shinobu is in a straight line with Tomioka Yoshiyuki with a novel-like light skill. For columns like them, it is not difficult to carry out tasks from one location to another, and it is better to trust their legs than to resort to transportation. The speed of the 2 was like a gust of wind in the eyes of pedestrians. Oh! Then he appeared. Oh! The air conditioner disappeared. Both of them want to get to Spider Mountain quickly. It is one person who can save one more person. In recent generations, the number of members of the ghost killing team is showing a decreasing trend. The average strength is also declining, and there are fewer and fewer people who can take on the responsibility of exterminating ghosts, so each member cannot give up at will. In the hearts of Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Butterfly Shinobu, Spider Mountain should already be a mess now. After arriving at Spider Mountain, Butterfly Shinobu is mainly prepared to deal with the injured ghost killing team members. Tomioka Yoshiyuki solves the ghosts of Spider Mountain. The two soon came to the foot of Spider Mountain, thinking that they should soon meet a ghost, even if it was just a small ghost, but the problem was that they did not meet a ghost. Although there are no ghosts, there are obvious traces of fighting. Mr. Tomioka, it seems to be the sword marks left by your faction. Butterfly Shinobu stretched out a finger and pointed to the sword marks left on a large tree, and said leisurely. A high-level swordsman can tell what kind of sword technique is left by just by the sword marks. Tomioka Yoshiyuki looked at this sword mark and raised his eyebrows slightly. He could see that the level of the swordsman who left this sword mark was not low. It should be the level of a first-class swordsman. Was it a first-class swordsman who solved all the ghosts in the nearby area? Tomioka Yoshiyuki continued to look while thinking, and he found many sword marks that did not belong to the grade A swordsman. There are people who are not highly skilled, but their sword skills are strange, and there are people who also breathe water and have superb sword skills. At least 2 grade A members are here. They are just a pillar, so the speed of rushing is just that. Is the speed of grade A so fast now? If it is a young person, maybe he can become a pillar in the future. And just as the two were thinking, there was a sudden violent sound of trees being cut down to the ground in the distant forest. Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Butterfly Shinobu quickly turned their heads to look over there, and they all raised their feet and rushed towards that side. Under the gallop of the two gradually appeared in the sight of the two. Oh no, it should be the figure of 3 people. Tomioka Yoshiyuki's eyes accelerated again, and he came to the front of several people with a big jump, and these people in front were the Tanjiro people who solved the spider family. I want to ask about the situation. Tomioka Yoshiyuki said succinctly. And the butterfly Shinobu quickly ran over. I have to say that from the perspective of passers-by alone, Butterfly Shinobu is indeed more likely to have a sense of closeness, and more passers-by. However, Tanjiro knew Tomioka Yoshiyuki. After all, it was Tomioka Yoshiyuki who recommended him to study at Taki in the first place. Mr. Tomioka. It's me. Tanjiro. Tanjiro looked at Tomioka Yoshiyuki, who had not been seen for a long time, patted his chest with one of his excited hands, and said. Tomioka Yoshiyuki then reacted to who the people in front of him were, and Butterfly Shinobu locked his gaze on Yudug Beans next to Tanjiro. She. Is it a ghost? Butterfly Shinobu squinted and smiled and raised her Nikawa knife, although Butterfly Shinobu often said whether she could be friends with ghosts, but because of the shadow caused by her sister being killed by a ghost, she was actually in a state of anger all the time, and getting along with ghosts was her sister's dream, not hers. She just pretended to live like her own sister. As Butterfly Shinobu raised the Nikawa knife, this sudden action startled Tomioka Yoshiyuki on the side, and he also hurriedly reached out to pull out the Nikawa knife to help resist, but pulled out the blade from the scabbard and swung it. Too late. Only listening to the sound of metal clashing slowed everyone down, and I saw Tanjiro next to Yubin holding a Nikki knife to block this blow from Butterfly Shinobu. Yubin is definitely not a bad ghost. She has not eaten a single person so far, and now is not the time to discuss this. My sister may be fighting with the 12 Ghost Moon right now. Tanjiro gritted his teeth and said loudly. Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Butterfly Shinobu instantly revealed a serious meaning when they heard the 4 words 12 Ghost Moon. Even if it was just a string ghost, it was not a joke. Go help first, and we'll talk about this later. Well, I agree with you. Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Butterfly Shinobu nodded, and continued to run towards the place where the loud noise had just been made. Although after Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Butterfly Shinobu took off, Tanjiro and they also hurried to follow, they could not catch up with the 2 people in front anyway, and the distance was pulled more and more. This is the strongest person who transcends the conventional rank. Post. It was only a moment of effort, and the 2 came to the area where the loud noise had just been made. One by one, the trees were cut and fell to the ground, and the ground can be described in 2 words. For the first time, their eyes fell on the body of the ghost, and the word Wu was engraved in the pupils, which symbolized the proof that he was one of the 12 ghost moons. And in the next moment, the two of them moved their gazes up slightly, and a scene they had never thought of fell in their pupils. A young girl holding an azure Nikawa knife stepped on the body of the Oni with one foot, and the Nikawa knife was next to the ghost's neck, and her original hairstyle had become quite messy at the moment, swinging in the wind. Her body was stained with some blood, but she seemed to have no blood at all, there was not the slightest sign of weakness, and all she had to say was that she was slowly breathing now. Tired, that's all. Tomioka Yoshiyuki looked at Chinitsu's appearance, and the cold cheeks like Poker's face were also forcibly shattered, revealing a surprised expression. He opened his mouth in surprise and joy and said, "It's really amazing, she actually beat a lower string." And the butterfly ninja next to him is also similar to the mood swing. The condition for becoming a pillar is to kill 50 ghosts or defeat a lower string. According to this rule, they have witnessed the birth of a pillar. Chapter 37. Impossible, 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 why are you so strong? I accept the ghost of the adult's strength, human beings. Tired lying on the ground could not accept the reality of his defeat. Kyungzia shook his head slightly in the face of such a tiredness, interrupted him and said, "This world is very big, you just live on a hill, do you still want to be invincible?" Chinitsu wouldn't be as kind to the poor Oni as Tanjiro did before killing him, and if he was really pitiful, it shouldn't be her who was merciful. It is God's work to judge your sins. And my duty is to send you to God. Chinitsu will not use the dry heavenly rain to give him a blow to tired kindness, but he will not use Kagura, the god of fire, to give him pain that is worse than death. Just listen to Ugh. With a sound, under the sharp slash, the tired head separated, the head rolled twice on the ground, and finally his eyes looked directly at the sky. Lost. Lost completely. Chinitsu held the Nikawa knife and looked at him a few times, then turned her head and stopped looking at him, and then she found Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Butterfly Shinobu who were already standing not far away at the moment. "You are?" Chinitsu pretended to be confused and asked. Butterfly Shinobu just wanted to speak, and everyone behind Tanjiro finally arrived at this moment. "Sister. Are you okay?" Tanjiro came to Chinata's side in a hurry, as if he wanted to perform a wave of full-body examinations on Chinata. "It's okay, you either don't know my body, it's just a small injury, it's just... well... somewhat tired. I'm still a little sleepy," Kyungzia said while taking a breath, reaching out and rubbing her eyes. Tanjiro thought about his sister's resilience, and then he was slightly relieved. Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Butterfly Shinobu stood on the side, both with a question mark on their faces, especially Tomioka Yoshiyuki. Tanjiro and this ghost sister, Tomioka Yoshiyuki said that he knew each other, but this sister wasn't the only two brothers and sisters left in the Stove family who were slaughtered without tragedy. There were too many questions, but looking at the harmonious atmosphere of their siblings, some didn't know how to interject. Fortunately, there was also the atmosphere group Zanai, and after more than 10 seconds after Tanjiro and Yubin arrived, he finally ran over breathlessly. You guys run. Running too fast. Wait for me." Zanai ran to Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Butterfly Shinobu. He bent down and lowered his head, covered his knees with his hands, and gasped for air. And when he raised his head and saw Butterfly Shinobu appear in front of him, she squinted at Shanyi, smiled and said, "That can you introduce them to us?" she said while stretching out a finger and pointing to Kyungzia and the others in that direction. The corners of Shanyi's mouth twitched slightly. "If you want to talk about a few of them, where can you talk about it?" Then, Shanyi told the two in front of him in as concise language as possible from the final selection to what happened after the recent encounter. The two geniuses at the final selection, Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Shinobu Butterfly, had heard about this, and after hearing that the two had mastered total concentration Tsunyaka, their expressions obviously changed. Such a talent will definitely become a pillar in the future. Now one person has become a column. Tomioka Yoshiyuki said lightly. With the scene they had just witnessed, when they returned to the headquarters and told the Lord about it, the name of this pillar would fall 100%. Butterfly Shinobu looked at the few people over there with a subtle expression, especially Yu Bin. It is indeed a ghost, but it is also true that there is no sign of hurting people. Is it really a ghost that does not eat people? Does this kind of ghost really exist? Butterfly Shinobu lowered his head slightly, and his heart was a little tangled. Tomioka Yoshiyuki slowly walked in front of Kyungzia and the others, and everyone also turned their heads to look at Tomioka Yoshiyuki, looking like the two were waiting for each other to speak. This wait was a minute. Finally, after a minute of silence, Tomioka Yoshiyuki finally opened his mouth and broke the silence. You guys! Come back to our headquarters. Chinitsuo and Tanjiro will definitely become the core combat power of the ghost-killing team in the future. Since this is the case, then the fact that Yu Bin is a ghost cannot continue to be concealed, and you have to go back and run in with the Lord and the other pillars. The reaction of the other columns should not be particularly large, especially the love column, but the wind column. Okay, then let's go to the headquarters. Chinitsuo agreed to Tomioka's request, and Tanjiro and Yutoko naturally did not choose to refuse. Go to the headquarters of the Ghost Killer Squad to verify the identity of your bean, so that your bean can be recognized by more people. Shanyi said very much. Lying on the side as if. Oh no, it's really ignored. Inashuk said more, he just didn't speak, don't be my non-existent ahe. After a little tidying up, everyone went to the headquarters of the ghost-killing team, and before going, the situation in this Spider Mountain was reported to the headquarters through the crow. The master of the ghost-killing team who received this crow information had a happy smile on his face, and although he coughed heavily afterwards, it was not in the way. Defeated the down string. Another new star, perhaps without tragedy, can be ended in this era. No, it must be ended in this era, it can't be dragged on any longer. Ghost Mai Suji is not miserable, the scum of our family. Ghost Dance Suji is not miserable, belongs to the same family as the master of the ghost-killing team. Thousands of years ago, Wu Miserable was a seriously ill young man in the family, many doctors could not cure it, only a special doctor did not give up to continue to treat Wu Miserable. But in the process, Wu Miao killed the doctor, and after killing the doctor, Wu Miao found that he had turned into a ghost, and after rummaging through the doctor's notes, he found that it turned out to be a special potion developed by the doctor. This potion makes Misery a ghost and has great powers, but it also makes Misery fear the sun and thirsty for blood. In the end, he found that the potion was not complete, and if he could find something called blue flower, he would be able to overcome the sun. After Wu Miserable became a ghost and slaughtered human beings, everyone in the Wu Miserable family was cursed by heaven, and this curse was suspended under the ancestors who swore to do their best to kill Wu Miserable and take the priesthood every generation to marry their daughters, but still no one can live to be 25 years old. And must be successfully killed without tragedy to truly disappear. The Lord sat weakly on the ground panting heavily, and his face had a large burn-like injury. This generation. Have to. It must be. Chapter 38. The headquarters of the Ghost Killer team is located in seclusion, and among the major facilities of the Ghost Killing team, only the degree of concealment of the Swordsmith village can be compared. The only people who can move in the headquarters are the superior swordsman and the logistics unit of the Ghost Killing team, and Chinitsu and the others followed Tomioka Yoshiyuki and Butterfly Shinobu to the Ghost Killer team headquarters with defeat the 12 Oni Moon and Yu Bin as a ghost as an opportunity. As soon as he came to the headquarters, all the pillars of the Ghost Killing team appeared in front of everyone, and their eyes were solemnly looking at Yu Bin in the team, especially the wind pillar Immortal Kawashia. What a ghost! Do not eat human flesh and drink blood. Joke. Immortal Chuan gritted his teeth and said, if it wasn't for the Lord's explanation to them, otherwise he would want to pull out his sword and kill Yu Bin on the spot now. Most of the people who joined the ghost killing team had a direct hatred of ghosts, and the wind pillar also stood out among these people. He has 3 long scars on his face, white hair like a hedgehog, and white haori with the word kill on his body. Immortal was born into a very ordinary family with 7 siblings, and he is the eldest son in the family. His father was a man of bad behavior, and after his father was killed by his enemies, he took on the mission of protecting his family. One day his mother was delayed from a trip, and he told the second son in the family to let him protect the rest of the family. He went out to look for it, but he did not find his mother outside, and when he returned home after his loss, he saw that his family was being slaughtered by a ghost, and he rushed forward to fight the ghost. This battle was fought from night to dawn, and as a faint light appeared, Immortal Chuan finally saw the face of the ghost who was fighting with him, and this ghost was his mother. The mother who turned into a ghost gradually disappeared under the sun, and the young second son who arrived saw this scene and thought that the undead river was a murderer. In this battle, Immortal River broke down and decided to go to the path of destroying ghosts, and although several years have passed, this hatred has not diminished in the slightest, because he has seen more tragedies caused by ghosts in the course of his mission. Immortal Chuan stared fiercely at Yu Bin. Yu Bin eyes hid behind Qingxia. Qingxia raised his head slightly to feel the brightness of feeling now, feeling that it should be almost dawn, and then let Yu Bin go back to the wooden box first. Yu Bin nodded and climbed back into the wooden box, temporarily avoiding everyone's gaze. In front of the pillars, they entered the headquarters of the ghost-killing team. The pillars present were Yan Pillar Purgatory Kyo's Hero, Pillar of Sound Chalcedony Tian Yuan, Kashumigamai is not a single Aro Love Pillar Ganlo Temple Honey Glass, Snake Pillar Ihei Xiao Bane, Wind Pillar Immortal Kawamiya, and the Water Pillar Tomioka Yoshiyuki, and the Bug Pillar Butterfly Shinobu next to Chinitsu Tanjiro. The strongest people in the ghost-killing team are also the strongest generation after the first pillar of the Warring States period. As they arrived inside the headquarters of the ghost-killing team, the leader of the ghost-killing team slowly walked out. And such a man surprised Tanjiro. Master! The pillars routinely bent down and knelt on one knee, and Qingxia followed suit. Kneeling on one knee is not kneeling on both knees and not sitting on the soil. This is a kind of etiquette to respect the other party, and for the lord who introduced Wu Miserable into his home in the original book and used a large amount of black powder explosion to try to die with Wu Miserable, Qingxia really respects him. Tanjiro saw that everyone around him was hurrying like this, but it was only 2 or 3 seconds after Tanjiro did this, and the lord asked everyone to hurry up. Everyone should know the situation of your beans. I hope you can trust your beans. The former water column sent me a letter. The former water column and the current water column both vouch for your bean with their lives. When everyone heard that Tomioka Yoshiyuki actually used his life as a guarantee, they all turned their heads to look at Tomioka Yoshiyuki, and their faces were full of shock. Master, I still can't trust her. Just let me try her. With gritted teeth, Immortal Chuan pulled out the Nikki knife from its scabbard, and swiped lightly at his arm, slicing a wound dripping with blood. The blood of the Immortal River is thin blood. For the ghost, a thin blood is equal to the nutrition of ordinary 50 people, and the undead river is still the thin blood in the thin blood. Ordinary ghosts will be drunk when they smell this blood and lose their rationality, and the ghosts will be drunk in a trance. Even the upper string ghosts will be drunk. As this drop of blood fell, the bean in the wooden box subconsciously secreted saliva from his mouth. You fellow, give me the wooden box. Immortal River stretched out his hand and waved at Tanjiro, asking Tanjiro to give the wooden box to himself. He was ready to use his own blood to lure Yu Bin to attack him, and if necessary, he also thought of stabbing Yu Bin twice, so that your bean would enter a weak state and thirst for blood even more. But how could Tanjiro give the beans in the wooden box to the Immortal River? His impression of the Immortal River is not good. Just when Immortal River tried to forcibly take the wooden box down by himself, Qingxia came behind Immortal River and reached out and held Undead River's shoulder. Just lure with blood, don't do the rest. Qingxia's strength is higher than ordinary people, and this pinch obviously makes Immortal Chuan feel Qingxia's power. Immortal Chuan's expression was subtle, thinking that this power was almost a fight with the love pillar with 8 times the muscle density, and now there are so many muscle women? Immortal River, simply lure with blood, Everyone knows the special degree of your blood. The Lord Gong looked at this scene and also echoed, which made Immortal Chuan put down his careful thoughts. After all, although he was short-tempered, he respected the Lord very much. Tanjiro then placed the wooden box in the building, and Imuragawa raised his arm above the wooden box, allowing the blood from his arm wound to drip onto the wooden box. Blood seeped into the wooden box through the gap in the air circulating in the wooden box, which was originally very unbearable to smell from a distance, and at this moment this blood even dripped on your Bean's face. This nutritional level of at least 100 people's super thin blood makes your Bean very unbearable, although her saliva has dripped to the ground. But in the end it was endured by your Bean. Yu Bean can do this not only because of her particularity as a ghost, but also because of her strong spirit. When everyone saw the scene where Yu Bean endured the super blood of the immortal river, they couldn't help but show a shocked look. In the shock of everyone, Kyungzia in the team had a somewhat subtle look, and her mouth also secreted some saliva. Fortunately, there were not many. It is worthy of being super thin-blooded, a little fierce. Chapter 39. Seeing that your Bean actually resisted the temptation of his own blood, Immortal Chuan smacked his lips. Although he was a little reluctant, he still recognized your Bean. Before he joined the Ghost Slayer, he didn't even get the Nikawa blade, he just drunk ordinary ghosts with his super blood, and then tied them up until dawn to kill them with the sun's rays. This trick has been tried and tried, so he has great confidence in the effect of his blood on ghosts, and Yu Bean actually endured it, then he also believed in Yu Bean this time. In the finale after killing No Tragedy in the original work, Immortal Chuan apologized to Yu Bean, who turned back into a human, and Yu Bean said that he had long forgotten to let Undead River not care, and in the years that he was still alive after he turned on the markings, Undead River became friends with Yu Bean. The Lord narrowed his eyes and smiled, as the only man present who had the ability to play the circle and tear off the topic, he stretched out his hands and patted them gently. By the way, Yoshi and Shinobu said in the letter that this young lady defeated the next string army alone, and according to the rules of our ghost-killing team, it is obvious that she has the qualifications to become pillar. The content of the Lord's words was unknown to the pillars before, and everyone's eyes changed instantly when they looked at Kyungzia. Yansu, what a great girl! Otoku, it's gorgeous! Liansu, so handsome! Snake Pillar, although it's just a chord, it's still okay. Wind Pillar, did you beat the lower string? No wonder. Kyungzia could clearly feel the special gaze of everyone around him, and to be honest, it was not good. Kyungzia himself is not very fond of people who pay too much attention to themselves, as it was before crossing, and so was the original owner, which is one of the reasons why the original owner likes to stay at home to deal with internal affairs. The Lord smiled and continued, it seems that everyone has no objections. Since this is the case, then seal the pillar. I didn't expect that there are already 9 pillars in our era, and now we can still welcome the 10th pillar, and even look forward to the 11th pillar in the future. Now we are in the worst era but also the golden age. The more the Lord spoke, the more excited he became, and his body almost coughed up dried blood when he couldn't bear it. Why is this the worst era? Because the average strength of the members of the ghost-killing team is getting lower and lower, showing a straight downward trend, and the ghosts on the wind have not killed one for hundreds of years, and even some people in the ghost-killing team headquarters whispered that the ghost-killing team lasted for a short time. And why is it a golden age? Because although the average is declining, this generation has surprisingly given birth to 9 columns, most of which were promoted by killing ghosts, and in this grade of columns, the ghost-killing team has shown its peak second only to the Warring States period. This generation must kill Wu Miserable, the Lord thought, because if this generation has such a powerful pillar cannot solve Wu Miserable, then the average level is getting lower and lower, and the number of ghost-killing teams is getting smaller and smaller, will definitely gradually decay, until they are easily killed by ghosts. Kyungzia, it's called this name, you use the breath of water. But the water column already has it, you can take a title yourself. The Lord said to Chinada. Kyungzia was stunned when he heard this, Title? Oops, she hadn't thought about it at all. Water column, this one does not work. Pillar of fire? Yangzhu? Daybar? 8,000 columns? Xiazhu? For a while, a large number of sloppy titles flashed in Qingzia's mind, but without exception, they were all denied by Qingzia one by one. And the lord who watched this scene smiled lightly and said, "No need to answer now, keep it for the time being, and it's okay to determine it after a while." At the end of the lord, this time the trouble of the ghost-killing team headquarters soon came to an end. Chinitsuo and the others were assigned to live in a small mansion within the headquarters, which was the same as the other pillars, except that the other pillars had other people serving or stepsons similar to apprentices, while Chinitsuo had only Tanjiro, Yotoko, and Zenji and Inashuk. Then again, why did you come with me? Chinitsuo looked at Zenji and Inashuk with subtle eyes, and said, Zenyi, who had been staring at Yubin, was immediately frightened back by such a sentence, and the reason why he came with him was actually very simple, that is, simple subconscious. Subconsciously followed, no one else said anything, so they followed here in a daze. But I can't answer that now. I'm learning from Tanjiro now, and I want to become stronger too. Shanyi clenched his fists and suddenly said loudly with high morale. This scrappy shout, Qingzia really almost believed it, just a little. Zenji saw that his declaration seemed to be a little bit worse, and he quickly squeezed his eyes to Tanjiro and Inashuk next to him, asking for support. Tanjiro, sister, Zenji is really learning Zenji Tsunika, and I am teaching them. Inashuk, what are you guys doing all the time, getting trachoma? Looking at the appearance of several people in front of him, Qingzia laughed softly in fun. In fact, it is the same whether it is explained or not, and Qingzia may drive them away like a demon. Then you should work hard to learn, if there is Tanjiro, I believe you will be able to learn. Chinitsuo said as she let out a soft breath. I'm a little tired, so let's get some sleep. After waking up, I went to find a few other columns, not far from the plot of the infinite train, and then I had to think of how to save the Yan pillar. After saying hello to everyone, Qingzia turned around and went to the room in the mansion, and immediately fell asleep after lying down. And as Qingzia returned to the room, Shanyi covered his chest with one hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Tanjiro. What to say, I'm just telling the truth. Tanjiro narrowed his eyes and smiled at Zenjiro and Inashuk in front of him. Zenjiro understood that Tanjiro was serious, although Tanjiro was squinting now, but if you opened your eyes wider, the eyes were absolutely full of flames called drive. Yubin was sitting next to him at this moment fiddling with his training wooden sword, and Shanyi was squeaking in his heart, because he knew that if he chose to escape now, his impression in Yubin's heart would definitely fall wildly. Fight it! Zenai clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and was ready to make another declaration with a backbone to let Yubin know how strong his motivation was, and at this moment, Inashuk behind him kicked Zenai to the ground. Excitedly holding two knives and shouting, Come! Come! Uncle Ben must master what is that? Chapter 40. Early in the morning, Qingzia got up from the bed in a daze, looking at the wisps of light that seeped in. Qingzia understood that she had slept for 12 hours to start. I really feel that I don't sleep enough the more I sleep. Chinitsuo took a few breaths and stretched a big lazy waist. She walked out of the room, and saw Tanjiro, Inashuk, Zenai, and Yotoko all lying on the floor of the house and sleeping. What did they do last night? Chinitsuo squatted down in confusion and looked at Tanjiro who was sleeping. Originally Chinitsuo wanted to pat Tanjiro's face with his hand, but after thinking about it, forget it. Disturbing the sleep of such hard workers is a rather impolite thing. Compare the heart to the heart. If someone dares to slap me in the face while I sleep to wake me up, I am afraid that it is not without thinking about it, and a move of Lushan Shenglong Ba will be swung out. Come on, now increase the basic value more. Can you not open the markings, or don't open it? Chinitsuo whispered twice to Tanjiro, who was lying on the ground snorting and sleeping, then turned and walked out of the mansion. Marking, the three major plugins of the ghost destruction world. To put it simply, it is to increase all the basic values of the whole body by folding life, and basically everyone opens it in the later stage, which leads to even if they survive the final battle, they will not have a few years of stable life in the end. If only the physical improvement brought about by the markings could be made up for by simply doubling the exercise. Kyungzia thought in her heart, but compared to these, the next part of the plot of the Infinite Train Yanzu was obviously more imminent, which made her anxious. In this battle, the opponent Yanzhu has to face is winding, and it is not an ordinary winding, it is the third winding. If the markings cannot be opened, they will not open. Compared to the ethereal transparent world, it is really better to find a way to open the Hideo first. While thinking, Kyungzia wandered around the headquarters of the ghost-killing team looking for the figure of Yanzu Purgatory Kyo's hero. This Yanzu was not found, but ran into the love pillar. I saw Yanzu sitting on a wide stone bench, quietly enjoying the pink cherry cakes placed on his legs. Whoosh woo it's really not tired of eating, it's so delicious. Honey Lee of the love pillar Ganluyi temple made a moan that she knew she was enjoying now while eating cherry cakes. Because her moaning may be intoxicated and dispelled, Kyungzia did not bear to interrupt her dry state for a while, but stood quietly in place. If Mary can take the initiative to find out that she is the best, if she can't find it, then wait for her to finish eating. Anyway, she will bite these cherry cakes one by one, and the few cherry cakes on her legs will not take long. In just a minute or so, the cherry blossom cakes on Mary's legs were eaten clean, and Kyungzia saw this scene and was ready to walk over to say hello, but the next moment Mary's actions made her feet that had just stepped out stopped in midair. You eating a few cherry cakes a day will really make people feel happy. The appetizer dessert is ready, it's time for dinner. Mary smiled and took out a giant lunch box that was obviously 3 stories high from the corner of Kyungzia's field of vision. A layer of sticky rice. A layer of pork chops. A layer of various char siu pork. In Honey's voice, I'm going to start. Under that, Mi Li quickly ate the layers of lunch boxes in her hand with the momentum of the wind and clouds, and it took almost 5 minutes. Mi Li ate the lunch box clean, and it was only after she really ate that she noticed Kyungzia, who was standing not far away. Hey? When were you here? I wasn't scared, my rice is indeed a little big. Mary lowered her head a little shyly. Kyungzia looked at this scene and hurriedly waved her hand and said, there is a little surprise, but you don't need to explain to me, what's wrong with a larger meal. My rice is actually very large, if I let go of my stomach to eat, the 2 brothers are not as good as me. Kyungzia, this is not simply comforting Mary, her meal is indeed very large, because of her current body, while bringing her strong physical fitness, it also brings Kyungzia a very intense physical exertion speed. And if you want to replenish your physical strength, there are naturally only 2 ways, either eat or sleep, and Kyungzia, who eats with an open stomach in terms of meal amount, neither of the 2 Tanjiro can be equated with her. Mi Li suddenly raised her head when she heard the lowered head, and the word excited was written on her innocent face. Although everyone in the ghost-killing team did not discriminate against her for a large amount of food, but it was best to meet the same kind. Mary is different from the rest of the ghost-killer team, she does not have a deep blood feud with the ghost-killer, and her purpose in coming to the ghost-killing team is only to find a good husband who is stronger than herself and can protect herself. This reason seems thin, but in the original work, Mary is still at the forefront of killing ghosts, and there has not been a trace of cowardice in her heart. Kyungzia could clearly feel that the relationship between herself and Mary was brought closer, and Mary smiled and reached out to pat the stone bench space beside her, signaling Kyungzia to stop standing and come and sit. This can sit. Kyungzia naturally does not like to stand, she sat next to Mi Li. This turned her head to look at Mi Li, just wanted to speak, but her gaze was stuck on Mi Li's bare chest. The direction before was not obvious, but now this distance plus direction, the white rabbit with the exposed part of the white flower on the honey glass chest is really quite a sense of existence. Mary's Ghost Squad uniform is different from the others. After she joined the Ghost Squad, she was given a satyr tailor, Other people's uniforms are normal styles, just hers is an open chest suit, showing part of her chest from the middle. At first, Miri thought that this was the official clothing of the female members of the Ghost Killer team, until she saw the clothes of Butterfly Shinobu. She reacted that she was being tidy, but she didn't care, so she kept wearing it. Looking at Miri's dress, even if Kyungzia did not have the will in this regard, she still fantasized for a moment what the scene would be like when she wore this dress. And the result? Appalling. Kyungzia coughed her throat in embarrassment, and Miri thought that Kyungzia had an uncomfortable throat, and she didn't know where to quickly take out a bottle full of miso soup and handed it to Kyungzia. Kyungzia waved his hand to indicate that he didn't have to, and at the same time sighed in his heart that Miri's wife's strength was really high. The two then chatted a lot. And the intimacy between Miri and Kyungzia soared upwards like a rocket. 10 minutes later, the two left the stone bench and came to a stone table. One person left, one right, both of them pulled up their sleeves and pressed their elbows on the stone table, and their outstretched hands were held together. It's pretty obvious what they're going to do. A muscular woman with 8 times the muscle density of ordinary people. One is a supergirl fused with the blood of a ghost. The wrist break between the two is about to explode. Chapter 41. 3, 2, 1, begin. The two weak women who seemed to be quiet on the surface instantly began to exert their strength, and Kyungzia's eyes widened sharply while exerting her own strength. Miri, she. Force. I saw her muscles tense, and the perfect muscle lines that shocked countless fitness men were exposed from Miri's small body. Kyungzia even had a vision hallucination for a while, as if the person in front of him was not honey glass at all, but a climbing boulder that was 100 feet high. It's outrageous. Kyungzia's arm was soft and almost killed by Miri on the spot, but fortunately it was stabilized by Kyungzia at the last moment, otherwise the power on this side would have been killed in seconds before it was raised, which would be too humiliating. And seeing Kyungzia sending out the power to compete with herself at the moment of the attack, Mi Li showed an excited expression after a pause. Eat as much as you eat, and have the same strength. Sure enough, it's the same kind of. Mi Li was excited and then added strength again, but after stabilizing, Kyungzia also began to add strength, and the originally one-sided hands gradually approached the middle, and after colliding for a minute or so, the two fell into a stalemate, and neither of them could get the other's hand closer to the stone table by even a centimeter. Miri, that's awesome. I've done my best. Chinitsu, 8 times muscle density. It's terrifying, this is just the power obtained purely by talent. If she uses this talent to carry out targeted training of strength, I am afraid that no one in the ghost killing team except the rock pillar can be defeated. In terms of wrist strength, in fact, honey glass with 8 times the muscle density is not the strongest, but only the intermediate level. Because Mi Li is a girl who loves beauty after all, she even inferiorized herself to her powerful power in her early years, and now she can have such strength really by pure talent, and she has not carried out any targeted exercise in strength. Looking at the palm that she couldn't go further with all her strength, Kyungzia was also secretly happy. After all, she and Tanjiro broke their wrists in a few seconds, and at this moment there was a person with close strength, and Kyungzia felt that her blood was boiling. Own strength. Not yet at the limit. Kyungzia's eyes seemed to burn with fire, and Miri could clearly feel that the power exerted on her from Kyungzia's side was improving. Mi Li pursed her lips, closed her eyes, and did not admit defeat with Afterburner. Both sides are afterburning, neither wants to lose to the other, and in the case of Afterburner on both sides, an ending that makes both of them very helpless appeared. The stone table under their elbows. It cracked. Bang! The stone table was pressed out of dense cracks by the elbows of the two, and after reaching the limit of bearing, it shattered on the spot, turning into countless stones, and Kyungzia and Miri, who had no force support point, were both physically shaking, taking a step forward, and their heads collided. The two people are strong, this brain case is not as hard as Tanjiro, this head is clanging, and the two people make a sound in pain. They sat on the ground with their buttocks, and they all stretched out their hands to cover the place where their heads had just been hit, and they looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Qingxia, you are so powerful, such a big power. Your meal is bigger than me. Next time we have the opportunity to eat out together. I heard that recently there is a shop in the city that can eat unlimited for a certain period of time as long as you pay a certain amount of money. Mary's eyes were bubbling with little stars, and Chinitsu said next time, next time. The two got up from the ground and reached out to pat the dust on their clothes, although the stone table was broken, but to this extent, it was enough to report it, and the Lord would not blame such a trifle. In the wrist break just now, Qingxia and Mary both broke through the limit, even if only a little. Sure enough, competing with the strong helps to improve strength. It is not that he looks down on Tanjiro. Tanjiro has also mastered the fully concentrated breathing, Changzhong, and also knows the two major breathing methods of water breathing and fire god Kagura. The configuration is the same, and the two are more different from the basic values. It stands to reason that even if the two can't break through the limit at once, both sides will have a good improvement for a long time, but the result is that Qingxia fell into a bottleneck period. The answer is that Tanjiro is too gentle. If you kill a ghost, Tanjiro can still exert his full strength, but for people, Tanjiro subconsciously retracts his strength, which leads to the sparring between them often ending with Senatsu instant killing Tanjiro. If you just do basic training and everyone works together for a goal, Tanjiro is qualified as a training partner, and his cheerful personality will be inspiring. But if it is a collision of real knives and guns, the effect is the opposite. Qingxia thought about it and couldn't help but fall into silence for a short time, and at this time, it happened that Yanzu Purgatory Kyo's hero passed by. Qingxia lowered her head and thought so she didn't notice it, but Mary next to her smiled and raised her arm to greet Kyo's hero. Purgatory Master. Kyo's hero heard Mary's voice, and then turned his head and noticed Mary and Chinitsu not far away. He stopped, changed directions, and strode over. Meili, I said it before, we are all pillars now, so I don't need to use the words master. Kyo's hero said with a smile. Hee, although. But. Sometimes I still can't help it. Mary stuck out her tongue and replied playfully. Before Meili became a love pillar, she was once a disciple of Yan Zhu and learned the breath of Yan, but she did not have the talent to learn the breath of Yan, and finally used Yan breath as a model to create her own breath of love, and after becoming a pillar, she was named Love Pillar. As Kyo's hero came to Chinata's side, Qingxia's thoughts were instantly interrupted, and she raised her head in surprise to look at Purgatory Kyojuro standing on her left, her eyes trembling slightly. Yanzu Purgatory Kyo's hero, 20 years old, height 177, Yanzi breath user, no one to teach, only relying on books to teach himself, extremely prestigious within the ghost-killing team and also very strong. His fighting spirit generated during his battle was evaluated by Shangqian-san as close to the supreme realm. Qingxia's gaze couldn't help but look a little hot, and this fiery gaze naturally fell on Kyojiro's eyes. Mr. Purgatory. Are you free now? Although there are still some trivial matters to deal with, if you want to compete with me, those trivial things can be pushed back. Kyo's hero smiled faintly and reached out to hold the Nikawa scabbard pinned to his waist. He could feel the intention of the girl in front of him, and he would not refuse the girl's intention, and he also wanted to see the strength of the girl in front of him who defeated the ghost of the next string. He had a slight premonition that Qingxia might give himself and even the entire ghost-killing team headquarters a huge surprise. Chapter 42. Ghost Killer Team Headquarters, Training Ground. Chinitsuo and Kyo's hero stood on either side of the training ground and looked at each other, and at this moment the Nikki knife in the scabbard on their waist had been drawn, and a blue and clear Nikawa knife and a fiery red Nikeko were exposed to the air. Kyo's hero looked at the azure and clear Nikoro knife in Chinata's hand, and couldn't help but praise, good knife. The Nikoro knife was originally a colorless knife, and it would change color when held in the hands of a person who mastered the breathing method, and there was also a gap between this color and the color. In the eyes of Kyo's hero, Chinata's azure and clear Nikki knife was also a symbol of strength. Chinatsu breathed rhythmically, her eyes were seriously looking at Kyo's hero. She wanted to face the battle with the breath of water first, and see how many moves she could take under the breath of water. Mary stood on the edge of the training ground. She leisurely looked at the state of both sides and raised one of her arms high, and after taking a deep breath to drum her cheeks and drumming up, she opened her mouth and shouted. Start! As Mary's voice fell, both of them widened their eyes, stepped on their feet, and quickly rushed towards each other. The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded in the training ground, and even the residential area some distance away from the training ground faintly heard this collision between the Nikki knife and the Nikki knife. This blow did not use sword skills, a very pure collision. Kyungzia's side splashed a little water droplet, Kyo's hero side burned a raging fire. The Nikki knife is colliding. The sword chi is also colliding. Kyojiro's wrist trembled slightly in surprise, and he was surprised by Kyungzia's strength, and at this time, Mary outside the field opened his mouth and said loudly, Purgatory Master, you have to be careful, Kyungzia's strength is not weaker than mine. The two looked at each other, and without words, their Nikkeku collided several times, emitting countless metal clashes that were slightly lighter than the previous one. The Yanji breath, led by the attack, became a defender at this moment, and resisted the attack of Kyungzia's side. This is not that Kyungzia suppressed Kyo's hero, but Kyojuro showed his solid level of sword skills. Even if it was not his strongest defense field, he could prevent Kyungzia's all-out attack. Purgatory Kyojuro really. But this has long been known by Kyungzia, and if he is not strong, he will not stand here and fight him. The breath of water is the equilibrium school in the basic breath, and the equilibrium faction can be described as all-powerful when it is strong, and mediocre if it is weak. Thunder breathes, the fastest. The breath of the wind, the attack is the most fierce. The breath of flame is the most powerful attack. Iwa's breath is the most domineering in power. Although Taki believes that Chinata's talent in water breath can even surpass Tomioka Yoshiyuki, that is also the future, and now Chinatsu's attainment in water breath is far from the extent of creating a strongest defensive sword technique like Tomioka Yoshiyuki. Chinatsu used several sword techniques in a row to launch a fierce attack on Kyo's hero, but all of them ended in being steadily blocked by Kyo's hero. Chinatsu jumped back and gasped, while Kyo's hero on the opposite side looked down to feel his Nikawa knife and trembling wrist. Looked up and smiled and gave his own evaluation. Kyungzia, your strength is really strong, your sword skills are also very skillful, not pure force. In the field of water breath I can't give you advice on how to improve, you can ask Tomioka, don't look at his usual face, but you go to ask him, he will definitely teach you seriously. I believe that your strength will definitely improve in the near future, you have this potential. In the face of Kyojiro's evaluation, Kyungzia naturally took it cheerfully, but Kyungzia still wanted to say that it was still a little too early to say the evaluation now. Chinatsu lowered her head to stabilize her breathing rate, while Kyo's hero found that Chinata's fully concentrated breathing, Tsunika that had been maintained had been turned off. Is it exhausted so that it can't be sustained? No, it's just a few moves. Kyo's hero was a little puzzled, and the next moment the azure and clear Nikki knife in Chinatsu's hand faded even more, turning into a colorless Nikki knife that had just been built. Fade. The faded? Kyo's hero and Miri, who was not far away, were shocked, but in the next moment after the next moment, something more surprising happened to them. The azure clear Nikawa blade turned into a colorless knife, and this colorless knife gradually emerged black from the handle after a few seconds, until it engulfed the entire blade. Black blade. Miri covered her mouth with her hands in surprise, she had never heard that the Nikawa blade could fade back after changing color. Kyungzia held the black Nikawa knife in one hand, and the breathing pattern in his mouth also changed, and his black Nikkeku actually burned with flames that looked like but not the breath of Yan. Kyojuro's face had doubt, surprise, shock, hesitation, but as Chinatsu opened his eyes, his body erupted with a fighting spirit that was not at all the same level as before, and Kyojuro was more joyful and excited. He didn't immediately ask Kyungzia what breathing method he was using at the moment. He just wanted to devote himself to fighting the strong man in front of him. After Chinitsu switched his breathing state from water breath to Kagura, the god of fire, he was like transforming into a Super Saiyan, and his whole body values were improved by leaps and bounds. The second stage. Kyungzia also held the burning Nikawa knife in his hand with both hands, and said a word softly. Kagura, the god of fire. Rainbow. In Kyojuro's line of sight, Chinitsu suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Even if Kyojuro was quite confident in his dynamic vision, he couldn't detect where Chinitsu was going for a moment. Left? Right? Overhead? Behind? Kyohiro turned around sharply after making sure that there was no trace of Chinita in the previous directions, but at the moment when Kyohiro turned to look behind him, Kyungzia. Not the left, not the right, not the top of the head, not the front of the head. After Kyojuro turned around now. After Kyohiro turned around, the original front and now behind him, Chinitsu with red eyes appeared. She clenched the burning Nikki knife in her hand with both hands and slashed at Kyohiro from top to bottom. Kagura no Kagura, god of fire, Shiki Yunko. The fire on the Nikwe blade evaporated, and the flames rolled towards Kyohiro as if they were alive. Bang! Chapter 43. A steaming flame explosion fell, and the entire headquarters of the ghost-killing team boiled with it. In Chinita's temporary residence, Inashuk and Zanai, whose eyes were covered by a black cloth, sat cross-legged on the ground and tried to maintain fully concentrated breathing. Tanjiro walked around them, deliberately disturbing the two with footsteps, and even harassing the two more directly from time to time. For example, touch your head. Another example is reaching out and scratching the solace of their feet. For this direct interference with Inashuk, it is good to say that Zanai basically breaks the gong once at a time, and the whole person is about to collapse by Tanjiro. For this reason, Tanjiro reached out and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. This training method was not his own creation. Originally, when they were still practicing under Master Takagi, Master Taki just said to let the two of them calm down and keep fully focused breathing, but whoever interrupted his fully concentrated breathing, the mallet in his hand would swing fiercely. Tanjiro was stunned when he listened, and his heart recalled the blow power of Taki-sensei's mallet, and his body couldn't help but tremble. And just as Master Taki finished speaking, Chinitsu, who was sitting next to Tanjiro, raised his arm with a serious face. Master Takagi, I don't think this is very good. Taki suddenly showed a puzzled expression on his face, and then waved his hand at Chinita, motioning for Chinita to continue. Tanjiro originally thought that his sister was afraid of Master Taki like himself, but after listening to what Chinitsu said next, he realized that he really thought too much. Master Taki is definitely not an overnight kung fu in our studies. You can beat us in ordinary life, but what to do when you sleep? Do you stay up all night day by day to watch us? Chinita's words were very firm, and Taki also reacted, and then he couldn't help but lower his head and smile bitterly twice. If you have a teaching assistant around. No, even if there is one more disciple around him who does not need to practice Changzhong to change shifts in turn, the plan he is talking about now is feasible. It's a pity that he has no teaching assistants and no other disciples. Looking at Taki showing a lonely expression, Chinitsu continued, So, Master Takig, this concentrated breathing still allows the two of us to supervise each other by ourselves. We are still young, it is still no problem to take turns to watch the night shift. Hearing Chinita's good intentions for Taki, Tanjiro felt a little ashamed in his heart. He couldn't detect this at the first time, thinking that it was good that his sister reacted. Yes, Master Taki, let us do it ourselves, urge each other, we will definitely not be lazy, said Tanjiro as he looked at Taki seriously. Taki felt a burst of emotion in his heart, thinking so much about the master. Taki finally agreed to Chinita's proposal, so all concentrated Tsunika, Taki just told them the concept of this technique and some slightly useful auxiliary tips, which were all completed by Chinitsuo and Tanjiro independently. Recalling the scene when he was practicing total concentrated breathing Changzhong when his sister supervised him, Tanjiro shook his head helplessly, if he didn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of the two of them to work hard. He really wanted to say that what you two are experiencing now is really gentle compared to his original experience. Come on, everyone, the time you can maintain has improved significantly, and I believe it won't take long for you to learn, said Tanjiro with a smile as he clapped his hands. A trace of retreat had welled up in Zenji and Inashuk's hearts, and if it were just a hard practice, they might have stopped doing it a long time ago. But they are now two people, each has become the pressure of each other, thinking that the other party has not given up. How can they give up? It is in this way that under this benign involvement, the progress of the two is still very obvious, and from waking up in the morning to now, their fully concentrated breathing has not been broken. Until Izusuk and Zenji Meng in the room shook their tiger bodies, and the fully concentrated breath that had been relatively stable was gone, and both of them fell backwards to the floor with a pop. Tanjiro! Tanjiro! What happened? Because his eyes were still covered with black cloth, the two people couldn't see what was happening at the first time, but they didn't get a response from Tanjiro under the questioning of the two. The two hurriedly reached out to untie the black cloth on their foreheads that blocked their vision, but this Tanjiro was really tied too tightly, and it took a lot of time to solve this sightless situation by feeling hard. When the two took off the black cloth covering their eyes and swept around, there was still Tanjiro's figure around, but the restless sound from the distance still made the two understand how to solve the doubts in their hearts. The two picked up their Nikawa knives and rushed quickly in the direction where the agitation came from, and Tanjiro naturally arrived at the scene earlier. Tanjiro's sense of smell is very sensitive, let alone subtle smells, even emotions he can smell, Tanjiro noticed before the explosion sounded. Tanjiro was a little puzzled, and as soon as he muttered in his heart, the explosion came out immediately after, and the direction where the sound came out was exactly where Chinitsu was. Tanjiro's heart tightened, this turned around and ran. When Zenji and Inashuk shouted Tanjiro, Tanjiro had already left the neighborhood, and at this moment, when Zenjiro and Inashuk just started running, Tanjiro had already arrived at the training ground. I saw that there was still a burst of black smoke in the training ground, and Kyungzia was standing in the center of the training ground with the Nikawa saber, and the edge of the training ground was the pillar of the training ground. Purgatory Kyojuro was driving the Nikki knife to maintain a defensive posture. Kyungzia's blow just now, Kyo's hero blocked it in a single shot. He gasped slightly, and the wrist holding the Nikki knife trembled slightly. Compared with the attack power when using water breath in the first round, it is not a level at all. It is obviously all flame sword chi, but there is no doubt that Kyungzia's flame is more advanced than mine. Purgatory Kyojuro thought and slowly withdrew from the defensive posture, holding the hilt of the Nikawa knife with both hands and entering the battle stance again. His heart was only filled with excitement and admiration for Chinitsu. The eyes of the two looked at each other, and neither of them finished speaking, and almost at the same time. The two stepped on the footsteps and rushed over again. The two of them's Nikki knives slashed at each other at a fairly fast frequency, and the rippled sword chi that sputtered fell to the ground, causing one small explosion after another. Under the high-frequency fighting, the two people's nick and blade parts gradually glowed red. Chapter 44 Flame Breath Flame Tiger Fire God Kagura Sun Halo Dragon. The fire dragon and the flame tiger collided fiercely. This time the flames did not explode but merged with each other, and finally collapsed and scattered on the ground everywhere like water. The ground under the feet of Chinitsuo and Kyo's hero is already ridiculously hot, and if anyone has a raw egg in their hands now, they may also try using this ground as an iron pan to fry eggs, ensuring that the eggs make a zilla zilla frying sound as soon as they land. And the two of them on this high-temperature battlefield gasped for breath, sweaty, especially Kyungzia. Her physique itself is to exchange more physical strength for a very human-level physical fitness, This fire god Kagura is also more physically exhausting than ordinary breathing methods, and she has reached the limit under such continuous collisions. Of course, Kyojiro's side is not in a very good state. Before his hands were shaking, and now his whole body is shaken. Kyungzia's strength is too great, and there is a trend of strength constantly getting stronger. He has to use abnormal level of strength every move he takes, continuous muscle tension and force. This muscle is not sore is strange. Neither of them knew exactly how many moves they were right, because at that moment the frequency of the two swinging their swords was too fast, and each of them could easily kill high-level ghosts or even. Kyojuro gasped slightly, and after a few seconds when Shinichua showed no signs of another strike, he finally detected the vision coming from him. He looked down in the direction of the hand he was holding the Nikawa knife, and found that the Nikawa knife, which was originally only with a crimson stripe, had now been completely engulfed in red. Obviously, he did not use the sword technique to produce the sword chi of the flame ripple, but looking at this Nikawa sword, Kyoshiro felt that he was still burning, and the aura that the Nikawa Deo was afraid of was increased several times at this moment. This is... Hayatakuro opened the high knife on his side, and Kyungzia's side naturally turned it on, but the Nikki knife in her hand was not completely covered with red, and part of it was still partially black, exactly the same as the Nikawa knife of Jikoku Eniki. Shinichua felt the terrifying aura emanating from the Nikki knife in her hand, and a smile spread across her face. What is the biggest gap between ghosts and people in battle? No, the physical fitness of the ghost is certainly strong, but after the ghost killing team uses full concentrated breathing, this physical body is not much less than the ghost. The biggest gap between humans and ghosts is: if a person has his arms cut off, there is no way to take the broken arms back in this day and age, and even if he does, it will take time and the recaptured arm can no longer be engaged in high-intensity combat. This arm was cut off, and with a snap, the arm grew back, and in the battle between Kyoshiro and Shangxian in the original book, Shangxian 3 vividly embodies the ghost's regenerative ability. And under this sword, the ghost's regeneration ability will no longer be a headache, and it is not an ordinary pain to be cut by the sword. After Kyungzia and Kyoshiro truce, the pillars outside the training ground also noticed the change in the Nikki knife in the hands of the two at this moment. How did Master Purgatory and Kyungzia's knives become like this? Miri shouted in surprise as she covered her cheeks with both hands. The butterfly tilted its head in bewilderment. Tomioka was silent. Ihei eyes froze. Sorrowful Mingyu walked to himself, and turned the rosary in his hand. Immortal Kawashia strode forward quickly to Kyojuro's side, looking down and feeling the aura emitted by the Nikki knife in his hand. Purgatory, this matter needs to be reported to the Lord quickly, said Immortal Kawashia seriously. Yes, I can also feel that this knife change will make a huge difference to the future of our ghost killer team. Kyojuro nodded in agreement with Shia's request, and he also thought that the matter must be quickly reported to the upper level for discussion. The surrounding pillars also expressed their acquiescence, and Kyungzia was still immersed in the joy of finally opening one of the 3 major external powers. He knife finally made out by me, now the next 3 will have a bit of an advantage, just you use your fist as a weapon, come and pick me up a blow Hideo. Kyungzia lowered his head but showed a demon-like smile on his face. Everyone looked at Kyungzia's look was quite dazed. Tanjiro was embarrassed to let everyone not care. His sister would show this kind of smile from time to time, it was normal. The question mark at everyone's end, thinking that you are sure that this level of smile can really be called normal? The immortal Kawashia turned his head to look at the Chin who was still smiling, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then shouted at her, "What are you doing, stunned?" Although she doesn't have a title now, there is no difference between her and Zhu, plus this sword was opened by her fight with Kyoshiro, so it makes sense that she should all go over. Kyungzia took a deep breath and lifted his spirit, and went to go, but if he didn't follow, he messed up his plan. He fought against Kyoshiro at the headquarters of the ghost-killing team not only to try to see if he could open the H-Deo, but also to spread the concept of the H-Deo in the ghost-killing team headquarters, so that all the pillars could take the initiative to open the H-Dao. In the original work, the pillars first opened the swords, all of them were in a life and death battle, and they were more or less wounded. Think about it, if the pillars have a he-knife at the beginning, it can completely catch the ghost by surprise. The ghost thinks that your Nikki knife cut himself without any fart and even takes the initiative to approach your body. You directly use the grip strength to take the initiative to open the he knife, and it is a knife to the oncoming ghost. The ghost is confused, you look at the moment of the ghost and slash again. Kyungzia believes that under such behavior, no matter what kind of ghost can increase the winning rate to a limited extent, you must know that the sword is not only restraining the regeneration of ghosts, this attack power is also greatly improved, and slashing on the ghost can also make the ghosts who have numbed their pain twitch. From physical to spiritual. After a period of pleasantries, Kyungzia and everyone quickly came to the residence of the Lord to inform the Lord of the sword, and the Lord in the room looked stunned, and hurriedly let the people outside in, temporarily opening the pillar meeting. Chapter 45. Pillar of Flame, Purgatory Kyojuro, Water Column, Yoshiyuki Tomioka. Pillar of Insects, Butterfly Shinobu. Pillar of Snake, Akuro Kobane. Pillar of Wind, Minoru of the Immortal River. Pillar of Rock, Sorrowful Journey. Ghost Killer Boss, Yaya Ize Yashiki. And our protagonist, Chinitsu's Stove. Everyone sat in a room, with Chinitsu and Kyo's hero sitting in the center of the pillars, closest to the Lord, and closer than the two of them were the sabers of the two. It's really different. It's amazing. The Lord looked at the two knives in amazement and didn't know what to say. He had read all the books in the family before, and he believed in his memory, and there was absolutely no record of this in the archives recorded by the family. Not at all. You guys. What do you think? The Lord softened slightly in surprise, and he raised his head to ask how everyone in front of him felt about this change in the Nikawa Dao. Although everyone present did not understand the forging craft of the Nikawa knife at all, they were also people who held the Nikawa knife and fought with ghosts in life and death for many years, and naturally had their own feelings about the change of the Nikawa knife. The blade body has generated high temperatures due to continuous collisions, and the reason why the Nikawa knife can kill ghosts is because the ore that forged the Nikawa knife hosts the power of the sun, and now the Nikawa knife looks like this. I think it should be more threatening to ghosts, Snake Pillar Ihe Xiaobane said first. His sensory system is very keen, and he can feel that the Nikawa knife in front of him exudes a stronger aura called Nikkeku than before. I agree with this statement, but before making a conclusion, let's do some experiments, such as killing a ghost with this knife to see the ghost's reaction. The butterfly narrowed and stretched out a finger and offered her opinion. Everyone around nodded. This experiment is definitely going to be experimented. Without the experiment, no matter how much they say, it is just empty talk. The opening of the H-knife is not permanent, because the H-knife is essentially a high-lung knife at high temperature, which increases the power of the sun in the ore of forging the Hiraki knife through high temperature, and when this high temperature cooling of the blade body, the H-knife will be downgraded again into an ordinary Hinyaka knife. After a period of discussion, the experiment on the Hideo began in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the master. First, the pillars fought in pairs like Chinitsuo and Kyo's hero, trying to see if they could also collide with the high-frequency Nikawa knives, making their own Nikawa knives become the same as the two of Chinitsuo and Kyojuro. After a noisy experiment, all the pillars except Butterfly Shinobu successfully opened the hiss word, and Butterfly Shinobu was too weak to complete the high-intensity knife, which was a pity. After determining that the form of the knife was not accidental, they began to experiment with the performance of the knife. In an alley in a county town, a demon is running madly at the moment. No, he was being hunted and killed by humans. I saw that behind him, the undead Kawashiya was galloping towards him, and the expression on his face was more vicious and frightening than that of the evil ghost. Breath of the Wind, one type, Dust Whirlwind, slash. Shia's figure flashed, like a horizontal hurricane passing by. And in the blink of an eye, it came to him from behind the evil ghost, and it was the evil ghost who was originally running to escape. Both arms were cut off at this moment, and he stood in place in pain, and let out a roar. If it was a normal situation, this level of injury could quickly regenerate even if it was very painful, but now this evil ghost's arm showed no signs of regeneration at all, which made the evil ghost incomprehensible. 4. Why can't my arm regenerate? It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Oh. Xia slashes from bottom to top with a sword, and the evil ghost lost his life in severe pain and turned into smoke. Xia waved the sword in his hand, the corners of his mouth rose, and a flash of heat flashed in his eyes. 3 days later, Xia, who had returned from the Hisword experiment, told everyone present the news that the saber could restrain the regeneration of ghosts, and both the pillars and the lord clenched their fists in joy. Originally, their psychological expectations were only to increase damage, and it was really a surprise that they could restrain the regeneration of ghosts. While pleasantly surprised, everyone did not forget to analyze the shortcomings of the knife. 1. The duration is not long. 2. It is very troublesome to open by collision. Not only does it require 2 or 2 cooperation, but also time, and it is difficult to have this opportunity to stabilize the Nikki knife in the face of powerful ghosts. And just as everyone was thinking about this, Kyungzia stretched out his arm faintly. How about everyone try the grip strength? Kyungzia's speech made everyone present look stunned. Grip strength, does it mean to hold the handle of the knife with your hand? Grip strength warms? So metaphysical? Looking at everyone's expressions full of question marks, Kyungzia can only smile in response. You actually complain about this metaphysics. I also think it's very metaphysical. Okay, but the author drew it like this. What can I do? If it weren't for the fact that Kyungzia thought that her grip strength might not be up to this standard, Kyungzia would have performed directly. In the original work, the snake pillar and the xia pillar have achieved the grip force to open the sword, and the other pillars are opened by collision in pairs. This is of course not, and at that time, the snake pillar and the xia pillar kai knife still had the assistance of markings, and the strength was improved after the fold. At this moment, all the columns present did not open the markings. Can really people use the grip power to open the hejiao? Kyungzia does not have this bottom. Just when the scene suddenly fell into a silent atmosphere, the strongest man in the ghost-killing team he stood up. This person is the strongest person in the ghost-killing team today, and is called the strongest human body that has been encountered in 300 years, and the ranking between the columns is not made public, so there are different opinions in this regard, each has its own understanding, only the rock pillar firmly occupies the strongest position. Let me try this method. Sorrowful Yuzingya walked out from the team in the column with his hands folded. Everyone is meaningless for this. Everyone knows that the grip of the rock pillar is the strongest. If the rock pillar can't open the knife through the grip strength, they don't have this possibility. At least at this stage. As he walked out of the team, he also took out his Nikkeku knife, but his Nikkeku was different from other people's Nikkeku and was very distinctive. With a boom sound, a very long and heavy chain was pulled out by him. One end of the chain was a sharp axe, and the other end was a meteor hammer larger than his head. Chapter 46. The Nikkewheel knife is a special one of the special ones, and its appearance itself is different from the conventional Nikka kniver, and the ore used to forge such a Nikka knives is far more pure than the conventional Nikka knives, so that it has more hardness and strength than the conventional Nikka knives. In the original work, Sorrowful Yuzingya did not try to rub the H knife by hand. He used his unique Nikki knife to use the axe connected on one side of the chain to rub the meteor hammer linked on the other side to open the H knife. Sorrowful Yuzingya looked down at his palm that clenched the chain. Of course, this is only a symbolic bowing of the head. Sorrowful Yuzingya is born blind, but despite this, he is still in normal life and even exercised such a physique. From this you can see how strong his willpower is. As he took a deep breath, the strength of his whole body began to gather rapidly, and finally condensed on his palm. He loosened the chain slightly 1 second and then regripped the chain the next. and the strong grip began to be injected into the chain, and the temperature was not only the grip strength but also symbolized the awakening of sorrow. As time passed, beads of sweat gradually appeared on the serious face of sorrowful Using Yu. It is very difficult to rub the knife by hand. In the original work, Xiaozhu and Snake Pillar hand-rubbing knife are in the moment of life and death. From a metaphysical point of view, it can be said that it is the moment of life and death. The unyielding willpower of the two is injected into the Nikki knife and obtained its response. As the pillar of the ghost-killing team, it has been fighting with ghosts for many years between life and death, and even if this moment of life and death does not need to be deliberately aroused, this body has long been deeply branded. The realization of the moment of life and death, the spiritual and physical power was injected into the Nikki knife in his hand, and the sad Nikkeku finally reacted, and the bright red color began to gradually emerge until the axes and meteor hammers on both sides of the chain were completely covered. Rubbing the he knife in their hands. Everyone's eyes trembled as they watched as they really opened the Hideo alone, one by one, they all showed a shocked look, and then, because the success of the sorrowful journey indicates that this method is possible, even if their grip strength may not be very sufficient now, but with a goal, then just charge towards this goal with all their strength. Looking at everyone's excited gazes, Qingxia lowered her head slightly, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a gratifying smile, just like an old mother watching her children grow. The Lord's room was very restless, until the smiling Lord gently clapped his palms, and the people around him reacted, closed their mouths with some shame, and quieted down. I can understand that everyone is very excited, and so am I. This is a major discovery, and there will definitely be obvious changes to our future ghost eradication operations, but before everyone fully masters this trick, everyone still try not to show it in front of ghosts, the Lord said while stretching out a finger to the middle of his lips, and everyone immediately understood, and almost everyone in front of him showed a villain-like look on their faces. There have always been only ghosts sneaking up on people and plotting people. Just as this meeting was about to come to a successful end, the Lord's head twisted slightly and turned to Kyoshiro and Chinitsu. By the way, the Nikawa knife in this state does not have a name, since it was born from the battle between the two of you, then it is up to you to choose the name. Take the name. The three major plugins of the Ghost Extinction Worldview markings Transparent World Hejiao, except for the markings recorded, the remaining two are just narration settings, but there is no such thing as eat me a blow to the H-Dao, that person said in his mouth during the battle. Kyojuro raised his head slightly and fell into deep thought, and after a short contemplation, he turned his head with a smile to look at Chinata beside him, giving the right to choose the name to Chinata, and at the same time looking at Chinata and the pillars around him. Now Qingxia can completely change the name of Hideo to other names at will, and if Qingxia is rogue and faceless, he can even use his own name. Like what? The Blade of 1,000 Summers? Forget it. This essence is the Nikki knife in the high-temperature state, it is called the H-knife, which is easy to understand. Qingxia stretched out a finger and said with a smile. His sword. His sword. Good name. Kyojuro next to Chinitsu muttered the name several times, and then he held his hands to his chest and raised his hair in appraise, and everyone around him also said that this name was good. In this regard, the ghost-killing team fully accepted the concept of Hideo and began to train their grip strength intensively, working hard to be able to rub the he-knife with one hand like the sorrowful Using Yu, and Qingxia was no exception, but after the success of the sorrowful Using Yu, Qingxia also had confidence in this aspect. Qingxia's physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people, and it is far from reaching the limit signs, and in the midst of exercising with so many people around him who are anti-human, this improvement in grip strength is naturally advancing by leaps and bounds. From the beginning, which was barely stronger than the love pillar to the sorrow that surpassed the male pillar only to the strongest human body, the whole process was only a short time of 1 or 2. Under the intensive training, Qingxia successfully realized the hand-rubbing knife for the second time, followed by the Yan pillar, the sound pillar, and the water pillar, and the snake pillar and the xia pillar also had the feeling of hand rubbing the he knife, and they should be able to open it after exercising for a while. After cultivating the Chinchideo, Kyungzia stopped soaking with them after saying hello to the pillars, and it was not long before she arrived, and she was ready to go back to see the situation on Tanjiro and Yuduza's side. Today's weather is really good. Kyungzia slightly raised her head and looked at today's weather and sighed, just thinking about such a good weather in her heart, but unfortunately Yubin did not dare to come out to feel it. Your bean is special, she is not afraid of the sun, but she is not aware of it now, she belongs to the type that is afraid in the heart but not in the flesh. When Chinitsu muttered that he had to think of a way to make Yubin take a reasonable step, Chinitsu, who had come to his own residence in the main department, suddenly stopped. In her line of sight, she saw that in the empty clearing in her residence, Yubin was standing under the sun, and even slightly raised her head to look at the blue sky and white clouds and the sun. And after noticing that someone was approaching, she slightly looked down at Kyungzia's side, and then found that it was her sister. She opened her mouth happily to reveal a bright smile. Sister. Chapter 47. Yubin showed a bright smile and quickly ran towards Kyungzia, revealing it, and threw himself into Kyungzia's arms. Kyungzia was a little confused, thinking that I haven't seen you for a few days, how can you beans overcome the sun by yourself? Beans? You. Why are you suddenly not afraid of light? Kyungzia looked down at the happy bean in her arms and asked suspiciously. At this moment, Tanjiro, Zanai, and Inashuk in the residence heard the movement outside and quickly ran out of it. Sister, you're back. Tanjiro looked at his sister coming back, and he was also happy. For Yubin and Tanjiro, even if they haven't seen each other for a week or two, it can be described as a long, long time. After all, they are a family, growing up together, let alone a week or two, the number of times they haven't seen each other for a day or two is counted. Tanjiro shouted and wanted to rush towards Chinada, and Chinitsu raised his palm with a boom, to forcibly isolate Tanjiro who wanted to come. Kyungzia looked at Tanjiro in front of him, then looked at the beans in his arms, and then said, "Don't you explain to me the situation of your beans first." Yubin took a step back from Chinitsu's arms and came to Tanjiro's side. She stretched out a finger, although she was also a little nervous, but at this moment she decisively stood up to protect her brother. Sister! Sister, what's going on? Actually, it's like this. Forward the time to the time when Chinitsu and Kyo's hero exploded against each other. Tanjiro was worried about Chinada, but his body acted in advance before his mind began to think, and as soon as his body turned, he pulled out his legs and rushed to the training ground where Chinitsu was. After taking off the blindfold that covered their eyes, Zenji and Inashuk also noticed the agitation in the direction of the training ground, and the two rushed over quickly. And within 10 seconds of the two running away, Yuduka walked out of a house. She turned her head and scanned the surroundings and found that her sister, brother, and even Zenji and Inashuk were gone, and a strong uneasiness welled up in her heart. After she became a ghost, her physical fitness was greatly improved, and the scope of this improvement naturally included the 5 senses. There was a constant agitation on the other side of the training ground, as if it was fighting. Yubin walked to the edge of the house, looking outside the house where she would touch the sun if she took one more step, and Yu pursed her lips and clenched her fists. Wouldn't it be an accident? Would my sister and brother be in danger? Yubin pursed her lips and lowered her head. As a ghost, she is afraid of sunlight, although she has never been exposed to even a little sunlight since she became a ghost, but her body will involuntarily fear the concept of sunlight. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the conversation she had with her sister and me when she was still in the tacky wooden house. Sister, or you and your brother will still leave me here. You look at me, so weak and afraid of the sun, moving with you will definitely drag you back. At that time, Yubin's heart gushed with an inferiority complex because of the slow progress of water breath and sword skills, and the time when Chinitsu and Tanjiro went out to officially start going out to carry out the mission. Kyungzia on the side saw Yubin's careful thoughts. and then walked to your bean's side and gently stroked her head. How can your beans be a drag? Your beans are so good. Ahem, you bean, think about it, you are a ghost who has overcome bloodthirsty desire, a unique existence, maybe you can overcome the sunshine in the future. Kyungzia comforted you bean, and although Kyungzia's comforting technique was not strong, your bean still listened to Kyungzia's comfort. She raised her head slightly and looked at the closed window in the room, and muttered softly. If only I really wasn't afraid of the Sunday. This memory flooded out of Yuduza's mind, and I don't know why she suddenly had a very absurd and dangerous thought. I also have the ability to regenerate, just stretch out my hand and try, if it hurts, I will immediately take it back. If Tanjiro was present, he would never let you bean try it easily, but Tanjiro was not there at this moment, which is why Tanjiro was embarrassed and did not dare to answer in the face of Chinitsu's inquiry. Yu Bean snorted nervously and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and her hand trembled and leaned out little by little. And the moment her hand touched the outside sun, Yu Bean lowered her head, and her face showed a touch of pain. The sun falls on her skin, and this gentle sunlight transforms into a murderous ray, burning the skin of your beans. Just when Yu Bean was trying to pull her hand back, she suddenly felt that the pain was weakening. Yu Bean slowly opened his eyes and cautiously looked at his outstretched palm. I saw that her outstretched palm was no longer burned by the sun, and the injuries that were burned at the beginning were also recovering little by little. Your Bean's surprised eyes turned into beanie eyes, and she withdrew her outstretched hand, staring at her palm that had just experienced a wave of sunlight. Seems to be really okay. Hard. Could it be that really? Aren't you afraid of the sun? Yu Bean blinked his eyes blankly, and the whole person was like a child who got a fresh toy, and his eyes were full of curiosity. Change the other arm? His hurt. It only hurts for 2 or 3 seconds, and the burning sensation disappears, and after a second confirmation, a dazzling star shines in each of your Bean's eyes. Then Yu Bean began to perform the repeated jump of the Ghost King without misery. If you see this scene, you will have to shed envious tears. 1 leg. The other leg. 3. 2. 1. Fight. Yu Bean took a deep breath and took a step out of the room, completely exposed to the sun. The pain burned by the sun was fleeting. After the pain on the body completely disappeared, Yu Bean raised his arms and cheered. From the mouth of your Bean, Kyungzia roughly imagined the situation in his heart. Yu Bean stretched out a finger, smiling and still talking about his cleverness, but did not see Kyungzia wave straight down with a hand knife and landed on the brain door of your Bean. Oh, sister, what are you doing? Yu Bean closed her eyes in pain, her weak hands raised to cover her head, and Chinitsu looked at her angrily, not knowing what to say. Although it is a good thing that Yu Bean himself discovered that he can overcome the sun, your Bean is really too naughty this time. Even Kyungzia, who knows the plot of the original book, is terrified to hear it. The plot of the original book can only be used as a reference after all, and after the emergence of its own existence. This world is no longer the original, at best, it can only be regarded as a fan. In case the plot of the whole world changes because of the interference of her existence, in case your Bean's body becomes no longer able to overcome the sun, Chinitsu is scared when she thinks about it. At the end of the day, Chinitsu still doesn't think everything will go as smoothly as he thinks. She is not a god, she just accidentally traveled into this world and became a special being in this world. There are too many uncertainties that need to be considered and treated with caution, in order for this story to lead to a happy ending where everyone can have a good ending. Chapter 48. It's not an example, but there is no next time. Kyungzia sighed helplessly, but although this mouth said that she let go of your Bean, this hand effort did not stop at all. Her hand knife was like knocking on the wooden fish, knocking on your Bean's brain. Of course, Tanjiro's side of Chinitsu will not let go, although he said that he was worried about himself, so he ran away without thinking much about it, but this is this and that, one thing is one thing. Chinitsu turned his head to look at Tanjiro and Zenji and Ina shook behind Tanjiro, and said, "Look at your appearance, Chang Hong's training progress is not bad, in that case, then you should start to get easier recently, right? At that time, Tanjiro next to him hurriedly reached out and covered his mouth, and Inashuk on the other side locked his throat on the spot. Ha ha ha, of course it's no problem, Zenji, and Inashuk's Tsunika training is almost over, and I want to increase the amount of training too, said Tanjiro with a smile while covering Zenji's mouth. That's it, big sister, if you have any arrangements, just say it, in order to become stronger, I will do anything, I can do anything, said Inashuk with one arm locked around Zenya's throat and clenched into a fist with the other. Very good, very spirited. Kyungzia nodded in satisfaction, only Zenai whined and couldn't speak. Zenji, woohoo, I'm coming on, I'm trying, I'm going to roll you to death. In the next few days, the training volume of Tanjiro's people can be described as inhumane, especially Zenji and Inashuk, their Changchu has not fully cultivated, and it is really difficult for them to do the new courses arranged by Chinitsu. As for the additional training that Kyungzia gave them, it was actually very simple, that is, grip strength practice and pseudo-combat training. The pillar is just that, it is simply unrealistic for the three brats to master the hand-rubbing knife in a short time, so Kyungzia still let them cooperate with each other to use friction to warm up the he-knife to lead. And while the three little ones were doing that inhumane level training, Kyungzia was smiling and instructing her water breath with Yubin on the other side. Water breath is the softest type of breathing, don't think about using brute force to use the water breath sword technique, water can change everything, use the water breath sword technique with your heart. Although Kyungzia is not a good teacher, if the water breath has a full score of 10, it must be the strongest water call user today, the water column Tomioka Yoshiyuki, and the next is the former water column Takizo Gigi, but he is now old, if he is in the prime of life, he can have 9 points, and the less 1 point is because he will not. Tomioka Yoshiyuki created the water call 11th type. Then the next step is Chinitsu and Tanjiro, who are at 8 points. The two of you with 8 points to guide Yubin, a little Mensin who has not yet mastered all of his water sword skills, is still more than enough. Yubin learns very hard, because this is not a feeling at all from the previous kind of training that can only stay in a dark room, enjoying the sunlight. Yubin is also in a good mood. If there is no desire to eat people at all and there is no fear of the sun, then what is the difference between ghosts and people? The atmosphere on the side of Kyungzia and Yubin can be completely described as warm. But only 10 meters away from them is oppressive in depression. I can't do it, I'm going to rest. Rest for a while. Shanyi stopped the training at hand while panting, and wanted to return to the room step by step. But before he could return to the room, he was tripped by a small pebble and fell to the ground and fainted, and Tanjiro and Inashuk next to him hurriedly put down the training at hand and ran quickly to Zenyi, trying to help Zenyi up. Shanyi! Shanyi, you didn't! Before this cry could be uttered a few times, Shanyi, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly got up from the ground with his eyes closed like a ghost. The aura on his body has undergone earth-shaking changes, full of oppression, and the unskilled concentration has become very natural at this moment. Goodness! Zenji, both Tanjiro and Inashuk couldn't help but take half a step back, swallowing a mouthful of saliva in confusion. Shanyi got up from the ground, suddenly turned into lightning and disappeared from the sight of the two. They quickly turned their heads to look at the place where Shanyi had previously trained, and did the training project at lightning speed. I'm going to roll you up. I'm going to roll you up. I'm going to roll you to death. While doing the training program lightning fast, he muttered this sentence madly. Zenji and Inashuk looked at this scene full of black question marks, but at least it seemed that it should. The two breathed a sigh of relief, then stretched their meridians and began training again. Although the training is very tiring, it is also refreshing to feel that they have become stronger. And watching the two of them continue training with a smile, Kyungzia is also a little relieved. Although it may seem cool to become stronger in one step to defeat powerful enemies, Isn't it even more refreshing to build a high platform under your feet with hard work and sweat to cross the cliffs that you could not cross before? While guiding Yubian water breath, Kyungzia also holds the Nikawa knife in his hand, and is continuously transmitting the temperature in his palm into the Nikawa knife, practicing the ability to rub the knife in his hand. It is precisely this continuous practice that can become stronger, and in the future, the sun wheel knife can be warmed up faster to open the chinch knife. Now Kyungzia has exercised to the point that he can actively open the knife by putting 5 seconds of warming into it, which is fast, but Kyungzia feels that this is not enough. Everyone in the small residence of the ghost-killing team headquarters was cultivating non-stop until Yanzu Purgatory Kyo's hero came here. His arms were raised, and his mouth was open to greet Chinitsuo in the courtyard, but before he opened his mouth, he saw Yubian beaning beans next to Kyungzia. The ghost is in. Under the Sunday. Cultivating the breath of water. Kyojiro's words stopped and he was silent for a moment, and then he let out a sigh with his hands on his waist and laughing. Chinitsu, you really are. It actually created another miracle. Chapter 49. When Kyo's hero came here, Chinitsuo in the residence also noticed Kyojuro, and when she turned her head to look at Kyojuro, she happened to hear Kyojuro's exclamation. Chinitsu, you really are. I actually created another miracle. Kyungzia listened to several black question marks on his face. What is it that I have created another miracle? As Kyungzia looked at Kyo's hero, within a few seconds, everyone around also found Kyo's hero, except for Shanyi, who was still in the state of the flash. Everyone walked towards Kyojuro. Mr. Purgatory, why did you come to me? Kyungzia asked a little worriedly, thinking that it wouldn't be the plot time of the infinite train, right? If she could, she still wanted to drag it out a little longer, and now although she had a certain chance of winning the Hesabao battle against the upper string 3, if she could, she still wanted to continue to develop obscenely. Even if the odds of winning are 90%, Kyungzia wants to stabilize to 10% and fight again, not to mention that there is no 90% at all. There's something about your special breathing method. Although I don't know it very well, I want to be in my family's family archives. My father probably knows about your special breathing method, so I want to say that if you are in a hurry, I can take you to my house now. Chinitsu didn't react, but Tanjiro beside her was excited, and said happily, Can I go with me too? To bring one person is to bring someone, to bring two people or to bring someone. Well, if you bring one more ghost, it will still bring people. After Tanjiro spoke, Yodoza beside him raised his arms high, and even stood on his toes, his mouth pouted, and his expression was very serious. Make an appointment to leave at this time tomorrow, and if you are faster, you can even leave the same morning and return to the Ghost Killer Squad headquarters the next morning. It was actually possible to leave now, but looking at your bean's appearance of not being afraid of the sun, I have to report this matter to the DP before leaving. Ghost Killer Squad headquarters, the Lord's room. This familiar rush is all over the room. This is only half a month. There are actually 3 meetings of the pillars in a row. The most outrageous thing is that the theme of the 3 meetings is not an ordinary thing, but a super event that really has to be discussed by the whole meeting. Ghosts. You Bean, you are too gorgeous, said Tian Yuan with the sound pillar chalcedony. You don't eat people, that's a good thing. It is also good that your beans are not afraid of the sun. But your beans do not eat people means that other ghosts also have the possibility of not eating people, and your beans are not afraid of sunlight also means that other ghosts are not afraid of the possibility of not being afraid of sunlight. Compared with the latter, the former is not a level at all, and everyone is a little shocked and a little worried, even the Lord shows a melancholy expression. This oppressive atmosphere. It's not good. Kyungzia felt that the people who finally had the hiss word and the momentum had a downward trend at the moment. She said, how can this work? Her side cannot be 1 blow, 2 and weak, 3 exhausted, all give me a fighting spirit. Ahem, I think this should not be too worried, you beans are just special individuals, if there are really ghosts can be active during the day, then there should have been daytime cannibalism incidents have been reported. I believe that the ghost killing team in the intelligence collection ability, since there is no news yet, then you can temporarily rule out the danger in this regard. But we can't completely ignore this possibility, Master. Although I know that the Ghost Killer Squad is currently understaffed, I hope you will find a way to increase the number of people and increase the vigilance during the day. Kyungzia seriously said what she thought. She was serious. She really wanted the Lord to increase his daytime vigilance ability. There are two reasons for this. 1. In order to be as unafraid of sunlight as you been, Wu Miserable has been looking for a plant called Blue Shore Flower. Ghosts can only act at night, and during the day they are not really completely helpless. Ghosts will threaten some humans to make them look for Blue Shore Flower during the day, although the efficiency is not high. 2. Kyungzia is also worried that the plot has changed because he inserted himself into this world. What if there is really a ghost to overcome the sun? After all, Shang Xian-san overcame the weakness of beheading with his own willpower in the original work, and the ghost's body is also full of potential. Kyungzia's attitude shocked everyone around, and the Lord couldn't help laughing. He was not laughing at Kyungzia, he was laughing at himself. That's right, we're a little low. Increase manpower and heighten vigilance I will do. It's a big deal to spend a little more money, in order to be able to defeat Wu Miserable. Money is nothing. The Lord said with a smile. He is so ruthless that he can use a lot of black powder in the final battle to try to die with Wu Miserable. Money is not enough outside his body, and maintaining such a large family is simply for the operation of this ghost-killing team. The meeting soon began and came to an end, and Yu Bin overcame both bloodthirsty desire and sunlight, and such a special ghost left a deep impression on the pillars, and made them more vigilant in future battles with ghosts. Because the existence of Yu Bin tells them that ghosts and people generally have unlimited potential, they must not despise ghosts, nor can they face ghosts completely with basic common sense about ghosts, because ghosts may break common sense. After the meeting, Kyo's hero took Chinada, Tanjiro, and Yudoko to pack his luggage a little, originally thinking of leaving tomorrow, but since the meeting ended early, it was better to leave early. Purgatory Kyojuro's family, the Purgatory clan. The secret family of Breath of Fire among the 5 basic breaths of the ghost-killing team, each of the pillars of Yan is from this family, and its family has left cultivation books on Breath of Flame and a large number of historical documents, including records about God of Fire Kagura, that is, the origin breath of the sun. Originally, after the end of the Infinity Train chapter, Tanjiro got the news from the mouth of the dying Kyo's hero before going to the place. At this moment, Kyungzia they came in advance. Chapter 50. On the path in the countryside, Kyo's hero and Chinitsuo and the others were running at a speed that ordinary people could not match. Kyo's hero is a pillar of flame and can even chase a rail train in its advancing state at full speed. Kyungzia's physique is different from ordinary people, and without paying attention to physical exertion, various basic values are second only to the rock pillar sorrowful Yuxinjiu, and naturally will not be able to keep up with Kyojiro's footsteps. Although Tanjiro and Yudoko lagged behind slightly, they did not become a lagging leg. Both of them ran quickly, and they were only about 10 meters away from the first echelon of Chinitsuo and Kyo's hero. Kyungzia, when you come to my house, you will definitely meet my father. My father is depressed because of my mother's death. If there is any offense to you, please bear with me. Under the gallop, Kyo's hero turned his head to look at Chinada beside him and spoke. Kyojiro's father. Purgatory Maki Toshiro. The previous generation of Yansu, who was originally a very good person, was generally an optimistic big brother image like the current Kyo's hero, and the current snake pillar was saved by Makijiro back then. It's just that during his long-term mission, his wife was not in good health, and during the time when Makisoro was out, she suffered a serious illness and lay in bed unable to move. And by the time Maki returned home from his mission, his wife had died. This incident greatly shocked Makisoro, and the balance between his duties as a husband and his mission as a pillar of Yan collapsed, and he began to blame himself, and he was devastated ever since. Resigning from the position of Yansu, he lay at home day and night drinking to relieve his worries. The departure of his beloved made him afraid that this would happen again. He closed his heart with wine, and the two former dear sons ignored it, even when Kyoshiro took over the position of the new Yansu. It's really sad. Kyungzia thought back to Maki Shaoru's experience and couldn't help but blurt out softly, and Kyojuro beside him blinked his eyes suspiciously. The wind was too strong for him to hear clearly. Kyungzia hurriedly reacted as if he had said it, and replied embarrassedly, "No, it's okay, it's all gone so far, it should be almost there, right?" Kyoshiro didn't think much about it. 2 or 3 kilometers was indeed almost for them, and soon they arrived in front of the Purgatory clan's mansion. In front of the mansion, a boy who resembles Kyoshiro is sweeping the floor with a broom. "Senjiro!" With a shout, the teenager immediately turned his head to look in the direction where the voice came from. "Brother!" A smile appeared on Senjiro's face. He was Kyoshiro's younger brother, but he didn't have the talent to practice breathing, and after years of training, he still couldn't even make the Nikawa knife change color, so he could only stay at home and do miscellaneous work. Seeing that the eldest brother he admired the most in his heart returned, Kyungzia Lang was happy. He quickly ran into Kyojuro's arms, who smiled and stroked his head and introduced him to several people around him. "Senjiro, there is a guest here. This girl's name is Chinada. She is the brightest rising star of our ghost-killing team now, and she single-handedly killed the ghost of the lower string some time ago. The young girls behind them are Chinada's younger siblings. And they have something they want to refer to our family's historical documents, so I took them back. By the way, is my father there?" As soon as Kyojiro's words fell, with the law of saying that Cao had arrived, Kyojiro's father, Maki Shaoro, in the Purgatory family's mansion, walked out of it with a wine jug in one hand. "I said, why is it so noisy, Kyoshiro? You're not dead yet." Looking at the degree of dead fish in Maki Shaoro's eyes, even Chinitsu couldn't help but want to call him senior. The salted fish realm Mahayana can only step into the dead fish realm. Unfortunately, she can't step into the salted fish realm now. How to talk about this supreme dead fish realm? But this senior's dead fish realm seems to be practiced by going crazy, which is not advisable. Kyungzia complained in his brain with his own thinking ability, and hearing his father's words, Kyoshiro didn't pay attention to it at all, and replied with a smile, "Father, I am very strong, there are so many ghosts in this world, I won't die so early." Maki Shaolang looked at Kyojuro's appearance as if he was young, and couldn't help but lower his head and smacked his mouth. Just as he was about to say whatever you want, he suddenly saw earrings hanging from Tanjiro's ears behind Kyojuro. Maki Shaoru's pupils trembled. Everyone in the ghost-killing team did not understand what this earring symbolized. Purgatory Kyoshiro and Senjiro did not understand what this earring symbolized, but he knew. The breath of the sun. The breath that can only be used by those chosen by heaven. Other basic breaths are just derivatives of the origin breath, whether it is inflammation, wind, water, or whatever, in front of the breath of the Sunday. Maki Shaoru's eyes burned with anger, which contained a lot of emotions, so much that Maki Shaoru could not control his own body at this moment. Before he even realized what he had done, his steps had already jerked and rushed towards Tanjiro. "Father!" In the blink of an eye, Makisuro's body was already in front of Tanjiro, and his speed was so fast that Tanjiro mentally reacted, but the physical reaction was still a little slight, and he only took a step back. Maki Toshiro's hand was only a few fingers away from Tanjiro, his eyebrows were raised, and he saw that his shoulder was firmly grasped by Kyoshiro from behind, and the wrist of the hand he stretched out was clenched by Chinitsu. "Mr. Purgatory's father, please calm down." Kyungzia looked at Maki Shaoro seriously. Maki Shaoro is a subconscious action, and Kyungzia is also a subconscious action, not to mention wanting to ignore her own little brother in her gaze. Being grabbed by two juniors and unable to move, Maki Shaoro calmed down a little, but the appearance of Hinata's breath still gave him a big shock. His eyes stared at Tanjiro in front of him, and after 1,000 words, they converged into one sentence. Don't be proud, don't be complacent, even the creator of the Breath of the Sun during the Warring States period failed to kill the Ghost King, and now you can't even fully react to my actions. It's so weak, he said, shaking his body and motioning for Chinatsuo and Kyoshiro to let go of him, and after breaking free, he turned and walked back to his mansion, drinking alcohol.